My Queendom for a Horse by Bridget E. Baker. Read for you by Cindy Gunderson. Chapter 1. I have a history of making rash decisions. You know, the kind of move that saves the day in fairy tales. Only when I climb the beanstalk, the giant smashes me into jelly. When I ride to a ball in a carriage made of pumpkin, my gown that was sewn by rats splits up the back, and I wind up covered with pumpkin innards. Big, bold decisions just don't end well in real life. At least not for me. I know this, which is why I ought to turn around and walk away. But I don't have much choice. It's all or nothing today, thanks to my dad and his idiot rivalry with an old university nemesis. Well, that and his lifelong gambling problem. And yes, it's a little hypocritical that I'm planning to fix his mistake by placing a risky bet and hoping it pays out. But I worked hard, and I have faith in myself. Today's race may be a Hail Mary in American football terms, but there are only 7 horses, and 5 times fast is the best one. I know it. Plus, the only person my gamble might hurt is me. If this works, I'll save the family farm we've had for 10 generations. I can't even think about what happens if I lose today. If I take time to think about it, I'll start crying again. That won't help anyone. I squeeze the wad of 50 € bills in my fist and force myself to take a step forward. Every step feels harder than the last. I've saved for forever for the down payment on my own horse hospital, but losing our farm would be even worse than delaying my dream yet again. Finally, I reach the front of the line, but before I can say anything, someone grabs my arm and spins me around. It's the very last person in the entire world that I ever thought I'd see standing in front of me. Shawn Bloody McDermott. I haven't seen his face in person in more than 10 years. It feels surreal to have his hand on my arm. He's wearing an impeccably tailored suit, like he was the day we broke up. His blonde hair looks exactly the same as it did. It's like time hasn't touched Shawn. His face is unlined. His eyes are just as bright as ever, and his shoulders might be even broader. Why am I even surprised? The aristocracy never changes. Eventually, he'll gain a few gray hairs that make him look dignified, but everything else is a constant. I hate that his appearance affects me this much, even after 10 years. He dumped me, but that doesn't mean I'm still the pathetic girl I was back then. I'm a confident, capable business owner now. I need to remember that. I wrench away and back up with so much force that I run into the window. The employee inside clears her throat. "We have some business to handle first," Shawn says smoothly with a practiced smile on his face. "She'll return in a moment." He turns and starts to walk, just assuming that I'll follow after him like a good little baby duck. Too bad, Shawn. I'm not a baby duck anymore. I'm in my mid-30s, and no one tows me around behind them. I turn back to face the totes employee. I'd like to put 50,000 euros on 5 times fast. To win. The totes employee blinks. There's a 250,000 winning limit per day in Ireland. I shrug. With the odds on 5, that'll be just about right. Kristiana. Shawn's tone is terse. I wonder how far he went before he realized I wasn't following him and circled back. I don't have much time before I need to report for the race, I snap. Go away and leave me alone. I start to hand the money through the window. Shawn snatches it from my hand. This is new, I say. Is work not going well? You're stealing now? He grits his teeth, his gorgeous blue eyes flashing. I'm trying to help you. Chris. My dad's voice floats toward me from several paces away. Something in my stomach twists. Dad? I turn around. Miss, if you aren't betting. I step aside. If my dad's here with Shawn and he's not jumping in to defend me. Suddenly, my blood runs cold. We are in Ireland, which is much closer to where Shawn lives than I usually am, but what are the chances we'd run into him by accident? He's a banker, not a jockey. His family still races, but I imagine his work keeps him from trolling the racetracks every so often. Dad. I don't even have to ask. I can tell he's guilty from the look on his face. You're in silks. My dad steps out from behind the awning that was blocking him from my view. You fired our jockey, and you're planning to ride, aren't you? He's got me there. I had to let him go. He was drinking again. His carelessness was ruining 5. And also, we couldn't afford to pay him anyway. Dad inhales slowly. I know I'm the one who called him, but like you, I had no choice. He glances sideways at Shawn. Your dad made the right call. The terms for the balloon note he showed me are just awful and... My head pivots. Go away. This doesn't concern you. It's between my dad and me. Chris, Shawn says, be reasonable. Your farm has been in the family for more than 100 years and... I snatched the money he just took back. After the way you dumped me, I wouldn't dump my soda on you if you were on fire. I shake my head. Go away, Shawn. We don't need your help. He flinches, but he nods and pivots on his heel. One thing rich Brits are excellent at is walking away without a fuss. The only thing worse for them than talking about money in public is making a scene. And as for you, I spin around to face my dad again. You're the reason we're in this mess, so you don't get to question the way that I fix it. How could you call him without even asking me first? Dad inhales shakily. But Chris. But nothing. Go away and let me place my bet. If he wasn't torn between chasing after Shawn and yelling at me, he might have ignored me. But as it is, Dad's already struggling with the fact that his meal ticket is practically jogging away. The odds against 5 times fast aren't terrible, but they aren't great either. He's not a favorite for sure, which means with a bet of $50,000, I'll make enough to pay the first balloon payment that's due next week. Only, when I try to place the bet a second time, the woman narrows her eyes at me. You're wearing silks? It's her job to ask. My bright yellow silks mark me as a jockey, and jockeys can't bet against their own horse. Most jockeys don't bet at all. It's poor form, really. You run the risk of pissing off the boss, or making future employers nervous, or both. I hand her 5 times fast's registration papers and my passport. I am a jockey, but I'm also the owner. She glances at my paperwork. You're the crazy rider owner. She slaps her hand over her mouth. It's not common to ride a horse you own. Usually you're a terrible rider, or you've got a terrible horse. I'm hoping to disprove that particular stereotype today. And that's me. Owners can bet on their own horses, as long as it's to win or at least to place, so she accepts my money. You're optimistic. Desperate is probably the more accurate word, but saying optimistic is more diplomatic. I extend my hand and she hands the papers back. She runs my money through a counting machine, shakes her head, and hands me my ticket. Don't lose that now. It might be worth a lot. I really, really hope it is. I push past dozens of people waiting to place bets. The constant noise at the racetrack is comforting in its familiarity. I try to pretend this is like any other race, but my stomach isn't buying it. It's twisting into knots. The 4th race at Down Royal, the Ladbrokes Champion Chase, is the first Grade 1 race of the Irish steeplechase season, and it starts in 30 minutes. Ladies' Day is always packed, but the beautiful weather today probably contributed to the mass of bodies. I navigate briskly through the throng of people, jumping to the side to avoid impalement on a ridiculously long peacock feather. The Best Dressed contest this year is offering a trip to Rio de Janeiro, and the women have stepped up their game accordingly. It's all part of the fun of racing, but I don't have time to look around. I need to do my final check-in and then get 5 ready. It always passes in a blur, the final moments before a race. It's been 7 years since I rode as a professional jockey, and I'm a little nervous to be doing it again. At least my tall bay pony is perfect. 5 times fast is sleek and shiny, and his feet practically float as I lead him toward the racetrack. I think he's the prettiest bay here, and he's easy to recognize with just the one small dollop of white over his front right hoof. His coat gleams and has very faint dapples. His ribs don't show, but they almost do. That's what you want with a racer, really. As fit as he can be without looking half-starved. He isn't sweating at all in spite of the workout we just finished, the warmth of the sunshine, and the anxious energy that always precedes a race in a strange place. 5 loves to race, and it shows. His ears swing right and left, but his eyes are calm. I lean my head against his, and he exhales loudly, as if to tell me he's ready. I hope he really is. I've always felt like I understood what my horses felt and what they wanted. I don't ask them to do anything they aren't ready for, and I never jump a horse that doesn't love it. 5 times fast pulls eagerly toward every fence I point him at. I've been riding since before I could walk, thanks to my mom, and I've never been thrown, not once. Even when I was a professional jockey for 2 years, I never came out of my saddle. It earned me a rather irritating nickname. I glance around at our competitors. There are only 6 horses in the race with us for a total of 7, but they're some of the very best horses in Europe. The excitement is nearly palpable as the race with the biggest purse of the entire weekend approaches. It's not national hunt money, but still, 125,000 euros attracts some attention. Earl Grey, a clever name for the gray gelding next to me, is favored heavily to win. He's larger than 5 times fast, but he looks nervous. He didn't travel far enough to look that nervous. 50 kilometers to our 3,000. His rider's also a grade A jerk. Jackson Bewley doesn't even make eye contact with me. If I lose today, I really hope it's not to him. Persnickety, a bay gelding to my right, shifts from one hoof to the other repeatedly, and his ribs are a little too prominent. They're working him too hard. I bob my head at his jockey, Natalie Cooley. There aren't many female jockeys, and it makes me smile that there's another in the Ladbrokes chase. I don't really know her, though. She started a few years after I retired officially to focus on my veterinary practice. In It to Win It is a nut-brown gelding who was favored to win last year. He's back this year, and his owner, a 20-year-old IT millionaire from America, has been emailing me. Odds are against him, but that's what makes chasing fun. The odds don't always mean very much. In It to Win It's sweating a little more than I'd like if he was my mount, but sometimes the nervous sweaters win. I don't know this jockey, a young man who looks quite dashing in his red silks. I raise my hand and he salutes back. "Hey, Sticky," a familiar voice behind me says. I turn to see Finn McGee, resplendent even in his traitorous green and blue silks, walking toward the starting line. He doesn't like rickets much more than I do, but he can't afford to snub the owner of the wealthiest barn in Europe. Finn's the most successful jockey in Ireland, maybe in the entire UK, but he still has to make a living. I've known him for years now, so he doesn't intimidate me like he used to. I should have properly greeted him. I should pay attention to my old friend. But he can't possibly blame me. I can barely squeak out any words at all. "Hey, Finn," I managed to say. Given the beast he's leading, he'll understand my distraction. His horse is entirely ebony. A stallion, I notice. Not the typical steeplechase gelding retired from a career on the flat. His coat and mane shine like a reflection on water. His eyes flash. His hooves strike the ground sharply with cracks, like flint on steel. I don't think I've ever seen a more beautiful horse. He's also monstrously tall. A good hand taller than 5 times fast, and 5's just above 16 hands. What the devil are you riding? Aptly worded question. He grins. His paper name is Obsidian Devil. It'll be our first real ride together. Forrest hates him. And I guess we'll find out why Ricketts is willing to defy the best trainer in the country. He picked him up in Russia, of all places. Forrest Smithers is arguably the best trainer in England. If he hates this black beauty, he must have a reason. But he has managed Ricketts' stable for a decade or so, and I know Ricketts trusts his opinion. He'd be a fool not to. So it's strange to hear that they don't agree on something. I always heard vodka was the only good thing to come out of Russia. Finn winks at me. It may still be. Obsidian paws the ground and snorts heavily. His mane shimmers, and I want to touch it so badly that my hands practically itch. As though he's similarly affected, Finn reaches over to pat his neck, but Obsidian snaps at him. Finn snatches his hand back and shakes his head at me. I've never seen a more ill-mannered horse, he says, and that's saying something. The good news is, I negotiated a bonus that's actually more like a small fortune in exchange for riding him. On impulse, I lean forward and place my free hand on Obsidian Devil's magnificent muzzle. Even with my riding gloves on, a zing runs through my entire body. Obsidian calms immediately and presses his face gently into my palm. He likes you. Finn rolls his eyes. Of course he does. Every horse on the planet loves you. It's so unfair. Five tosses his head jealously, and I step back from Finn's magnificent creature. As soon as I move my hand, Obsidian snaps at Finn again. I can't help laughing. Forrest should be paying you 2 small fortunes, I say. I don't envy your ride today. But that's a complete lie. I want to ride him so badly I could cry. Five tosses his head again, which is unlike him. If horses could scowl, he'd be scowling at Obsidian. As it is, he's stuck flaring his nostrils and stamping. It's okay, boy, I whisper. He may be beautiful, but you're gorgeous too, and you're much better behaved. I still love you the most. Now make sure you run your heart out today. Mom put all her money on you. I'm utterly doomed if we lose, and that Obsidian is making me very nervous. Obsidian's ears flick my direction while I'm speaking to Five, and I have the most uncomfortable feeling that he's listening to me. I shake it off. Horses are intuitive, yes, and I believe they understand far more than we give them credit for, but there's no way he could even hear me whispering from here, much less understand the words I'm using. I scratch underneath Five's forelock, and he leans his head against me and sighs. It's you and me, Five. We can do this. We have to do this, or I'll lose the farm, I snort. No pressure. I've just mounted when Shawn shows up again. You aren't supposed to be over here, I hiss. We're about to be called up.
A win here is temporary, Shawn says. I can loan you whatever you need and give you real time to repay it.
Please go, I say. Now! But he isn't giving up as easily this time. He sets his jaw like he's determined to be some kind of superhero, coming boldly to my rescue. He drops his voice even lower.
I know racing still scares you. It's not worth the risk.
You're a little late to start caring about me. I roll my eyes. It's been a decade. Or were you stuck in some kind of stasis all this time? I swear, at that exact moment, Obsidian Devil snorts. The timing is so perfect that I almost believe for a moment that he's paying attention to our interchange and that he understands it. He's also dancing around a lot less than he was. And maybe it's because Finn's finally on his back. But it feels like it's because he's listening in. I'm going crazy. Shawn's brow furrows.
I know. I mucked it up. But I'm here now.
I don't need you here, I say. Not anymore. I urge Five forward. Shawn starts after me, clearly not dropping anything. Obsidian lunges forward at the same time, nearly running Shawn over. Then they call for us to enter the track. Shawn finally grits his teeth and walks away. A moment later, when they call us to approach the tape, Five prances up perfectly, prettily even. Obsidian's chomping at the bit and dancing left and then right like a drunk bumblebee. It's even worse than it was before, on the ground, and I can't help laughing. It's not funny, Sticky. Knock it off. Finn's smile belies his gruff words. We circle up and move toward the tape in an inconsistent bunch, the horses shying and head-tossing as they move forward. As always, my jittery nerves fade away when they finally release us. I know what 5 times fast is capable of, and I'm ready to help him win. We pull ahead quickly at the beginning. 5 did quite well with flat racing. If he didn't jump quite so beautifully, I might have kept him there. But as we approach the first jump, his timing's perfect. He's ready to win this. He sails effortlessly over the first fence and heads into the bend in perfect position, a full length ahead of the other horses. The cool November air streams past my face as we clear the next fence and round the bend to the ditch. From the corner of my eye, Earl Grey's bearing down hard on the inside. When we reach the ditch, he's only half a length behind me, so I push 5 toward the inside and Earl Grey falters on the ditch. We pull ahead again. 5 and I sail over the 4th and 5th fences and into the downhill jump on the 6th, just as I planned. We're rounding the turn toward the stands when a pounding sound has me glancing to the outside, just in time to see Finn's salute as he and his monster fly past me. I could scream with frustration. 5 can't pick up that much speed, not going into the 7th and 8th fences, which are brutal. I hope, maybe, just maybe, Obsidian will botch things, going so fast over the fences, but he doesn't. He clears them with nearly a foot to spare. I've never seen anything like it. The crowd's going wild. Finn's always been an attention monger, but this is shaping up to look very, very bad for me. I try not to think about the 50,000 pounds I'm about to lose, not to mention the purse money. I lean down near 5's neck. I don't use a whip on him, never have. Come on, boy. I know you're really flying, but I need a little more. We've got to beat that big bully or we lose the farm. You can do it. I know you can. Let's stay as close as we can, and at the end, we'll really push, okay? I pat his neck, and I swear 5 bobs his head. Horses understand me, and I understand them. If 5 can possibly win this for me today, he will. We gain on Obsidian on the long stretch between 8 and 9 and pull up until we're almost neck and neck. I look Finn in the eye and he winks. That jerk winks at me like he knew Obsidian would eat 5 for breakfast. He whips Obsidian once as we approach the 9th fence, and Obsidian's ears flatten. The black stallion clearly hates the crop. Some horses don't mind a tap now and again. It encourages them, letting them know when to move. I've rarely used it because my horses understand me. I only race horses that love to run, but for most jockeys, it's an invaluable communication tool. Finn should already have known that Obsidian hated it, but clearly he didn't. After we clear the 9th fence, he uses it again. Obsidian actually slows down, and we pull even with him. I smile broadly at Finn. He scowls back at me. He has the faster horse. He should beat me, but he doesn't know his horse like he should. We both clear the first ditch on the 2nd loop, 5 and I on the inside, and Obsidian giving us a wide enough berth that it almost feels like he's being polite. After the 2nd ditch, with only 5 fences to go, I lean down and croon in 5's ear. You can do it, boy. You can pull ahead. I know you can beat that evil black beast. My sweet pony hunkers down and runs, putting everything he has into it. He's tired, though. He clips the fence on 15 and nearly stumbles. Obsidian pulls ahead. An entire length ahead. 5's giving me everything he has. But it isn't enough. I don't want to hurt him. I can't stand the thought of that. So I pat 5's neck. It's okay. You're magnificent, but if he beats you, it's okay. Nothing's okay. If we lose, I lose everything. My life savings, my family farm, maybe even 5. Tears stupidly well up in my eyes. As we clear the 16th fence on a downhill incline, Obsidian's 3 full horse lengths ahead. Even if Finn screws up, we can't catch him. I've lost everything. Then, inexplicably, with 1 fence to go, Obsidian slows. Finn's whipping him, but it doesn't seem to matter. 5 and I race alongside him. 5 pulls around on the outside, clears the last jump, and puts on every bit of speed he has. We fly past Obsidian, and I swear he bobs his head at me when we pass him to win by a nose. Obsidian pulled back and let us win. I'm sure of it. A horse let me win. A horse just granted us a stay of execution. I can hardly hear myself think for all the cheering, the loudest of which is coming from my father. The world feels crazy and confusing, but when I see his smile, I know everything's okay. Chapter 2.
That was incredible.
Shawn's dragging a wreath of roses toward me that's even larger than the winner's wreath already hanging around 5's neck.
I haven't seen a race that flawless in a decade or more.
He's beaming from ear to ear. He looks his best when he's smiling. Thanks. I don't try to stop him from setting the wreath around 5's neck, though my pretty boy's eyes roll a bit when yet another huge flower-laden wreath goes around his neck.
You did it.
Dad pats my boot.
That was just amazing.
I'm not so distracted by the congratulations that I don't notice the tongue lashing my friend Finn's taking a dozen paces away.
The crop. I told you he hates it.
All horses hate it at first, Finn says.
It's your job as a trainer to.
Obsidian's dancing around like he's auditioning for Riverdance. No one's paying enough attention to his frustration. They're just arguing among themselves, and it worsens the arrival of Ricketts.
Absolutely unconscionable, he shouts. There's no reason you shouldn't have won that race. You pulled him back.
Chris, Shawn says.
Earth to Chris.
But I can't seem to pry my eyes away from Obsidian Devil. He looks furious, like he's about to chuck Finn off and trample his owner. Not that I'd care much about Ricketts being trampled, but I'm sure that won't result in anything good for the gorgeous stallion either. And then he looks up at me, and my eyes lock with his. We both freeze. It's like I can't hear or see anything else. Just that big, bold stallion and the furious pounding of my heart. In that moment, I've never wanted anything more than I want that horse. Only it's not like he's for sale. And even if he was, I can't afford him. I can barely afford to make the first balloon payment so we can keep the farm, and all that does is delay our troubles. 3 more huge payments are looming on the horizon.
Here.
John takes 5's reins and gestures for me to climb down. They're already prepping for the next race of the day, and the work crew's sweeping through to clean up and shift the jumps. Nothing slows down around the racetrack for long. It's one of the things I've always loved about it. But not today. Today I'm dreading having to talk to Shawn, and I'm still furious with my dad for calling him. I don't need your help. I practically spit the second my feet hit the ground. Besides, I'm sure the perfect Clara would be livid if she knew you were here.
We divorced, he says. Almost 5 years ago now.
Divorced? How did I not hear about that? I force myself to swallow the lump that's taken up residence in my throat. I'm sorry.
I'm not. I never should have married her in the first place.
I grit my teeth. I can't listen to this. Not right now. Not ever. I better go collect my winnings and get changed.
Chris,
Shawn says in the voice he always used when we were alone. The voice that turned my knees weak and made my heart accelerate.
Shortcake.
He used my nickname. My special nickname. When other people teased me for being short, it made me mad. But Shawn turned it into something sweet. Literally. We got strawberry shortcake on our first date, and he called me that from then on. But shockingly, the more I think about it, the more it ticks me off. When you dump someone and marry someone else, you forfeit the right to use their nickname, especially to manipulate them. I'll never forgive my dad. This was worse than his gambling.
We bumped into each other by mistake, and I'm the one who's been phoning him ever since.
I won today. I purse my lips. Which means I don't need your help. So thanks for coming, but it was a waste of your time.
Nothing that lets me see your face is a waste,
Shawn says. Stop. I hold up my hand. No more.
No more?
Shawn's voice sounds nervous. That's not like him. I want to turn toward him and see his face, but I can't. If I do that, I won't be able to walk away, and I need to be able to walk away. I have to go. I swing down from Five's back, pull the wreath Shawn brought off, and chuck it at him before I stomp away. Hopefully that monstrously large pile of flowers will slow him down enough that he can't chase after me. Now that I've dismounted and I'm not staring at Shawn, the wheels in my brain begin turning again. I keep coming back to how that huge black stallion threw the race so I could win, and my brain rebels against the thought. It must have been some kind of stress-induced hallucination. I've never had one before, but I've heard of ocular migraines, so there must be similar occurrences for hallucinations. Five was always a strong contender, and that huge black beast must have overextended and not had enough energy to push through the finish line. Before I can go over it in my head again, my dad's arms fling around me and pull me toward him for a back-breaking hug. I almost dropped the reins. He must have finished up the paperwork and run all the way over here to catch me. That's unlike him.
You did it, Chris, he says. You're safe. And now, you never have to do that again.
I roll my eyes. Right, Dad. Never again. Except that another balloon payment is due in 3 months, so whatever helps him sleep tonight, I guess. The good news is that Five did awesome, and if we can repeat this a few times, we might not lose the farm at all. In fact, if we can get far enough ahead in the next few months, we might be able to convince a local bank to refinance the horrible loan Dad took out to pay stupid Ricketts. Hey, I'm excited too, I say, but I've got to cool Five down, so...
Yes, you do need to go.
Dad finally releases me.
We can't have him coming up lame.
Exactly. No matter how many times I go over it in my brain while Five and I walk around the warm-up ring, I keep seeing it play out exactly the same way in my head. Obsidian Devil's too far ahead for us to catch, pounding his way toward the finish. Then his ear flicks back toward me, his eyes meet mine, and he slows. He slows. Finn's whipping him and pulling, because, ironically, pulling is really the best way to get them moving, and he slows anyway. I can't shake the feeling that he threw the race. I firmly believe that a horse threw the race for me. As if I'm going crazy. I look around for John. The stress from the loan coming due and from seeing Shawn and from betting all my money and almost losing it must really be getting to me. I whip out my phone and text our trainer. A moment later, our tall, rail-thin trainer's walking toward me.
That was an amazing run, he says. But what happened there at the end? It looked like that demon horse just tired out.
John's calloused hand brushes mine as he takes the reins, the sweet and pungent smell of his chewing tobacco familiar. John's not quite as old as my dad, but I've known him since birth. He was a groom at our stable for a while, but everyone starts there. He left our stable for almost a decade to prove himself, and when he returned, he was a renowned trainer. Thankfully, he wanted to come back. He's British, but he saw our stable as home. I've long suspected that my maternal grandpa pays him a little something to stay with us, because I've seen the books. We don't pay him nearly enough for a trainer of his caliber. We would, but we've never been able to afford a raise. I guess so. I shoved down my discomfort over the fact that John noticed something strange too. Finn didn't want to ride him, and maybe that's why. He isn't a winner. Some horses just don't care about the race. John's dark gray eyes fly wider and his bushy red eyebrows bob.
Finn never takes a ride he doesn't want. Not anymore.
I shrug. I heard his niece is sick. I think he may need the money. I can't help my guilty feelings. Winning jockeys get success bonuses, and I kept him from getting one today. But Finn almost always wins. One loss won't set him back too much. I've barely passed 5 off to John when I hear a commotion around the corner. What's that? John glances back in that direction.
No idea.
Did you hear it, though? The sound of screaming pierces my ears again, and I cringe. It's an animal, right? John shrugs this time.
Maybe. I can't tell.
He must be losing his hearing. I need to get our winnings right to the bank. Are you all right handling 5 for now? John nods. He never has too much to say, but I love that about him. In a rush or not, as a vet, I need to check on that horse that's in pain. I move as quickly as I can toward the noise coming from the front of the parking lot. It isn't as loud as it was, but I still intermittently hear it. Before I can figure out what's going on, I round a corner and bump right into Shawn. Why is he still here? He's everywhere. My hands fly wide so I don't lose my balance, but he catches me, circling both my wrists with his hands.
Whoa there.
Let's go, I say.
I think we need to talk.
I shake my head. We don't.
When I bumped into your dad, he says, I almost couldn't bring myself to ask about you. I was sure you'd be married by now, with a handful of beautiful children.
The very future I'd planned for the 2 of us. His voice drops to a husky whisper.
When he told me you never married.
I shake my arms free. Shawn, I can't.
That's why I came today, he says. Your dad told me you were still angry. I hated hearing that, but I didn't barge in because he said it wouldn't go well.
He inhales sharply.
But then, he phoned me.
I open my mouth to argue. Shawn's brilliant smile stops me cold.
I'll loan you the money. You can pay off that other note in full, and then you can repay my bank whenever you want.
I swallow.
Even if you make that first note, the huge payments will just keep coming.
If I don't get away from him soon, I might not be able to keep saying no. I need him to stop telling me how he got divorced and how happy he was to hear I'm single. I need him to stop offering to save me, or I may forget that I save myself. I'll figure it out, okay? Still no. I step around the corner and the horse who's been screaming comes into view. It's Obsidian Devil. It looks like they've finally calmed him down, though. He's standing utterly still, staring right at me. His ears are pricked up like he's listening to me.
One date.
Shawn followed me around the corner, blast him. Obsidian Devil paws at the ground, his nostrils flaring, and he lets out a loud neigh. That's exactly how I feel right now. Angry, confused, maybe a little scared. And I need to be just as firm as he looks. No dates, I say. You dumped me, remember? I clench my hands at my sides. Please, Shawn, please leave me alone. His eyes are hurt. His body stiffens. Guilt rolls through me, but I hold the line. What else can I do? I walk away from Shawn and toward Obsidian Devil, trying not to watch as Shawn stuffs his hands in his pockets and spins around. I'm not quite as unconcerned with his departure as I wish I was, because if I were paying more attention, I'd never run right into Alfie Ricketts, knocking his perfect top hat off his head and into a mud puddle. A top hat? Really? Some people take the retro look a little too far. Does he think he's Charles Dickens? I ought to choke out an apology and pick up his hat. As a matter of common courtesy, I ought to at least try to brush it off. But when I think about how he's treated my dad, I can't bring myself to do it. Now that I'm a little closer, I can see that, while Obsidian Devil is standing relatively calmly, he must not have been recently. 4 men are holding onto ropes that are wrapped around various parts of him. The one around his face is already strung with a stallion chain, for all the good it's doing them. Obsidian tosses his head and whinnies loudly, as if he's calling me over. I really need to get the bank paid so I relax. I need to stop seeing things that can't possibly be real.
"Come on," the man at the front says. "Let's go, you tosser."
But Obsidian Devil isn't going anywhere, apparently. He sets his legs and throws his head, flinging the guy who just yelled at him 2 feet forward. The man almost drops the rope. They're clearly having a hard time shoving him into a trailer. 1 rope's attached to his halter, and the other 3 are looped around his legs. A 5th man wearing a blue coat's approaching him with a tranquilizer gun. Was he even properly cooled down? He looks sweaty and winded. Surely Finn would have seen to that much, right? What's going on with him? I turn toward Ricketts. Why would you bring a horse you can't handle? He scowls. You should have given him Ace long before it got to this point.
It's none of your business.
Instead of the apology I should really be making for running into him, for butting into his business, and for being absurdly rude, I find myself jabbing Dad's nemesis in the chest. Mr. Ricketts.
You have nothing to do with any of this.
Alfred Ricketts raises one eyebrow and glances down at his hat, which is still soaking up mud in a puddle on the ground. The man in the blue jacket's still walking closer, holding the tranquilizer. Have you already sedated him? I ask, playing a hunch.
Butt out,
Ricketts says. But at the same time, the man with the gun says,
2 doses. Bastard's still kicking.
2 doses? His head should be low, almost hanging. Giving him any more than he's had isn't safe. You can't give him more, I say. His heart could stop. At a baseline, he won't be able to respond to starts and stops. He could get injured.
He's not yours,
Ricketts says.
The last thing I need is the advice of a hack.
I'm a licensed veterinarian, I say. At least let me try to load him for you before sedating him again. Alfred Ricketts scowls.
I'll repeat myself because I know your intelligence level is quite low. He's not yours, so toss off.
I take a step back. Toss off? When you resort to name-calling, you've already lost the argument. He finally leans over to pick up his hat. I can't quite help my smile when muddy water runs over his hands and splashes on the front of his pristine khaki trousers.
I don't believe an argument ever took place, and stating facts isn't the same as calling names.
He sighs.
You poor girl. You seem to have taken after your father instead of your mother. A real shame.
I want to punch him. Instead, I simply repeat. Let me offer you my services one more time. It's clear you can't handle your own horse. There's a lot of snorting and shuffling behind me. The men are pulling and pushing Obsidian Devil toward the trailer, and the tall man with the tranquilizer gun is sidling around the other side of his big, shiny body. If he thinks Obsidian Devil isn't watching him, he's mad. I don't wait for Mr. Ricketts to approve my actions or call his men off. I dart past him and rush toward Obsidian Devil. He's currently kicking and snapping at the men as they yank, but who can blame him for that? He's a stallion who just raced. I'm pleading with the men now, not their boss. Of course he's upset. He needs to be properly cooled down and given a warm blanket. What are you thinking? Yanking him over here and shoving him into a trailer? Do you want him to injure himself? I place myself between Obsidian Devil and the man with the tranq gun. Here, Let me try to load him." "You think you can handle the horse we can't?" The man in the blue jacket waves his free hand in the air. "Fine. Let's see you try." The second I reach for his lead line, Obsidian calms down. He tosses his head toward me, but not aggressively. "There, boy. I've got you." The man who was shouting before offers me the lead for his halter. "Drop the other ropes," I say. No one listens to me, of course. "Drop them!" I shout. "Now!" Alfie Ricketts raises his voice.
"We always have to trank him several times, Miss Liepa. He's the picture of that saying, 'healthy as a horse,' so move aside and let my men do their job."
The second the men start to pull on the ropes again, Obsidian Devil's nostrils flare. His ears pin against his head, and he screams. I hate the sound of a horse's screams. The man who just handed him to me snatches his lead rope right back. Adrenaline floods my body. "Mistreatment of animals is illegal. I'll report you." Alfie's eyebrows shoot upward.
"To whom would you report me, you little miscreant? I have the entire board of the British Horse Racing Authority on speed dial. Not to mention the entire panel for the Grand National just came to a fundraiser I hosted. I hear you've put in an application for 5 times fast. Would you like me to weigh in on his suitability?"
Weigh in is almost certainly double entendre. The Grand National's a handicap chase, and 5's weight will depend on his handicap. Alfie might not be able to get his 5 included, but he could almost certainly bump up his BHA rating, dramatically increasing the weight he would have to carry and eliminating our chances of winning. My stomach drops at the very real threat. But then I'm filled with a shaky rage. Bullies never stop. If no one ever stands up to him, then they just get worse and worse. You can't mistreat your horses if you want to keep racing, and you can't threaten me either. I'm a veterinarian, Mr. Ricketts, and I took an oath.
"Let's all take a step back, gentlemen,"
a deep baritone voice says. The men immediately respond, loosening their hold on Obsidian.
"No one wants to injure themselves, or the devil either. Miss Liepa, always a pleasure."
I turn to face Mr. Ricketts' trainer, Forrest Smithers. He's 6.5 feet tall, built like a brick wall, and wearing a tweed suit. He has a forcefulness to his face that makes you believe he can handle anything. Combined with over 25 years of consistently producing the best chase horses in the UK, he's hard to ignore. I can't help wondering how Ricketts convinced him to train Obsidian to begin with, if he dislikes him as much as Finn seemed to think. Mr. Ricketts' lips compress into a line. His eyes narrow.
"Miss Liepa was just leaving. It appears she disapproves of your treatment of the beast."
Smithers smiles at me.
"As it turns out, I also disapprove of nearly everything surrounding that demon. Ever since you won him in that card game. It doesn't matter how I came to own him."
Ricketts pops his hat back on his head. I really hope mud drips down into his collar.
"He's mine, and he's going to win the next race."
Smithers shakes his head.
"No, he isn't. If Finn can't ride him, no one can. Every jockey on our roster has now refused. He's a waste of space, feed, and resources. And like Miss Liepa here, I happen to believe he's being mistreated by our staff on a regular basis, because we don't have another way to handle him. He should have won today. Everyone with eyes in their heads saw it. Finn threw the race to his friend here. He's the one we should be reporting."
I gasp. He did no such thing.
"Poppycock,"
Smithers says. Mr. Ricketts takes a menacing step toward me. I'm not a fearful person, but I am tiny. I weigh around 100 pounds, which is small even for a jockey. I'm used to standing at my full height and still counting nose hairs all day long. A new round of shouting behind me would have drawn my attention, if Mr. Ricketts didn't look like he was about to strike me with his long brown cane. I throw one arm up, but as I do, something enormous looms on my right. Obsidian has broken free from the men holding him and is standing beside me, his nostrils large and puffing, and he's staring at Mr. Ricketts. I may be small, but Obsidian's staggeringly large. Mr. Ricketts backs away slowly. I reach over and place my gloved hand on Obsidian's nose, rubbing it gently. He leans into my hand again and sighs, and I reach over and gather up his lead rope. He seems to like me, but still. Better to be in control than to be sorry. Forrest Smithers' baritone carries over the chaos of the men scrambling toward me.
You wouldn't be interested in buying a horse, would you, Miss Liepa?
I raise one eyebrow. I'm not in the market for one, no. I have a loan payment due, which Ricketts knows, because his family owns the bank my dad used for the loan. I think about Obsidian, the most stunning horse I've ever seen, drugged at double the allowable amount every time he travels, whipped and prodded as a matter of course. Our family farm means a lot, but some things are more important. And poor Obsidian Devil is as much a victim of Ricketts as we are. He won him in a hand of cards. Unlike me, he can't do anything about his bad luck. But I could.
That's a pity,
Forrest says.
He seems to like you. He does have bad taste,
Ricketts says. If it was anyone else, I could probably walk away. But the idea of Ricketts gloating while he abuses this horse? In spite of knowing how idiotic this is, I ask, how much are you asking for him?
Why don't you make an opening offer?
Forrest says. Obsidian bumps my hand almost as if he understands what's going on. The corner of my mouth goes up. My dad will lose his mind, but I can't let Ricketts keep him. We have a little bit saved toward the payment. I can probably use the winnings and still scrape together enough to pay the loan. I could pay 125,000 euros.
The winnings you robbed me of today? That's what you're offering?
Ricketts scoffs.
I wouldn't even consider a farthing less than £250,000.
The exact amount we owe on the first installment for the farm. Be reasonable, Mr. Ricketts. I scratch Obsidian under his forelock and he bumps me again. I don't have anywhere near that. My offer's a good one.
He'll win in that next chase and you know it.
And you know that you won't win any chases with him. You don't have a jockey.
Why do you even want him?
Forrest Smithers asks. His eyes are clear and bright, and he looks genuinely curious.
It doesn't matter why she wants him,
Alfred Ricketts says.
What matters is that her pathetically impoverished family can't afford him. They won't even be able to afford a pot to piss in come next week, from what I hear.
I'm usually pretty even-keeled, but I can see why my dad hates this man. I'd like to scratch his eyes out. You've heard wrong. My dad and I are just fine. I'm being an idiot. I need to walk away. I have no idea what will happen to this poor horse, but we need every cent I just won and then some. Besides, I know that rash decisions never work out well for me. They just don't. I wish fairy tales could come true, but in the real world, the glass slipper always breaks. And poking the top of a spinning wheel doesn't save me. My finger gets infected, I wind up with sepsis, and then I die. Walk away, Kristiana. Walk away and keep your money and the farm.
My mistake, then. My price is $250,000 because my trainer dislikes him and not a pound less. No matter how well you are or aren't doing, you can't afford that.
He gestures to the man with the tranquilizer.
Do what it takes to load him, Freddie.
He thinks my family's trash? He thinks we can't afford him? He's wrong. I have the money right now. I never thought I'd have a chance at winning the Grand National with its £1 million purse, but I just might be holding the lead line on a horse that could take me there. Fine. $250,000. I glance up at Obsidian Devil's perfectly beautiful face and wonder, am I happy right now because I've just bought the most beautiful horse I've ever seen? Or am I secretly delighted because it only leaves me one solution to my problem? If I don't want to lose the farm, I'm going to have to call Shawn McDermott. I can't decide whether that wrecks me or secretly thrills me. Maybe a little bit of both. Chapter 3. Some things in life are easy, like handing over a huge wad of cash for a horse I've wanted to own since the second I set eyes on him. He walks alongside me toward our trailer calmly. The horse I watched Ricketts' men struggle with is gone. But somehow, that makes this harder. Without a horse to wrangle, I'm stuck thinking of what I just did. What will I even say? I ask myself. Obsidian turns toward me, for all the world like he's really listening. If he could speak, would he have an answer for me? I stop walking. I can't do it, I sigh. Obsidian bumps my arm. I lean against him. You wouldn't understand. He waffles. It's boring human stuff, but I really shouldn't have bought you. See, there's this guy who I was in love with a long time ago and, well, I sigh. He married someone else. Someone his family approved of. But I never really got over it. I must be losing my mind. I swear, Obsidian's both listening, and he looks sad about it. The thing is, he's really, really rich. So wealthy that his family didn't like me. I'm not British, and I'm not snooty or posh or whatever. We own a nice big farm, but it's in Latvia, and by comparison to them, we're poor. A lot poorer since my dad lost a hand of poker and we had to take out a really lousy loan against the farm. I force myself to start walking again. My ex showed up today, and he offered to give us a loan with great terms, low interest and a long time pay. But that means I'll have to talk to him and see him and be grateful to him, and what I need to do is hate him. So you can see the issue, right? Obsidian Devil turns his head sideways and then he snorts. I'm guessing that's a no. Human stuff, I say, is complicated. But if we can win a few races, I can pay that loan off and be done with all of it. I scratch under his mane. Almost all horses love that. Apparently the devil's no exception. But look, I hear you're from Russia. We're headed back there, sort of. At least Latvia's a lot closer to Russia than you are now. So I need you to do me a favor and be easy to load and work with, all right? He nods. It's not a hallucination. Not this time. It's not something I imagined either. He actually bobbed his head. Can you understand me? Nod if you can. He does it again, and I drop the lead rope. I can barely catch my breath. The horse, who was literally able to pull away from 5 grown men, just stands there, calmly, looking at me with faith in his eyes. Is it faith? It can't be. I'm going nuts. It's a strange coincidence, but there's no way he can understand me. Horses get me and I get them, but thinking that he communicates like a human? He can understand Latvian? It's too much. Once we reach the trailer, John waves me over. What's going on? I scrunch my nose. So, remember that screaming? I bite my lip. I did something. John's eyes widen. I can barely meet his eyes. I might have bought him. John groans. Forrest thinks he's possessed. That's why they named him Devil. Chris, what on earth were you thinking? Did they pay you to take him? Dad's definitely going to kill me. Not exactly. The string of expletives exploding from John's mouth is fairly impressive, really. I didn't know he knew so many Latvian swear words, but he even throws out some British ones I haven't heard in years. Eventually, though, even John quiets down. It helps that Obsidian's standing as calm as a baby deer, staring at him with wide, innocent-looking eyes. How bad can he be? I ask. Look what a sweet guy he is. I rub his nose again and he leans into it. What's that thing doing here? Dad sounds even more shocked than John. I wince. I might have fallen in love with him. But that's Ricket's horse, Dad says. About that, I say. I'm going to need to call Gustav. Dad's entire face drains of blood. No, I forbid it. I didn't say I was calling Grandpa, I say. I said, Gustav. My brother left us years and years ago, ostensibly to study in the United States with my grandparents and a few cousins. He never came back, not even for a visit. We don't talk much. Just call Shawn, he says. He already said. If you don't want me to call Grandpa, then you understand why I can't call Shawn. Pride's a very strange thing. Let me just see what he says. Before Dad can stop me, I toss the lead rope for Obsidian Devil to John and race away, whipping my phone out of my pocket. What are the odds my brother will even answer? I hit talk and wait. It only occurs to me then that I should think about the time in the United States. I do the math quickly. I'm fine. Middle of the day. Phew. Hello? Gustav's deep voice doesn't sound Latvian at all. Hey, I say. It's Kristiana. Silence. Your sister? I know who you are, he says. I'm just surprised. It's not my birthday, and yet you're calling. I take it you need something. Wow. It almost sounds like he's as hurt as we are. Actually, I hate that he's right. Dad lost a big card game, and we're about to lose the farm. That's great news, he says. His sense of humor is warped. It's very bad news, I say. I'm not asking for anything for free, but if you could get Grandpa to loan us the money, or if you could... I'm not even going to ask how much, he says. I can guess that it's not small, or you'd never have called me. The thing is, I don't want you to think I don't love you, he says. It's actually because I do love you that I'm saying this. Let that stupid farm go. Move to America. Bring a horse or two if you want, whatever. Grandma and Grandpa like horses too. They'll let you play with theirs as much as you'd like. But Gus, Dad's a broken mess. And I don't know whether it was Mom's death that did it or whether he was always like that. I can't tell, but it doesn't matter. If you walk away, you'll finally be free. Don't you see that? So you won't help us? I am helping you, he says. Come to America, and you'll see what I mean. I'm doing the very best thing a brother could ever do. I'm helping you to finally move on with your life, to live a much better way in a better place. I wonder if Grandpa would say the same thing. Probably. Thanks, I say, and then I hang up. When I walk back to the truck, Obsidian's already loaded, his head hanging out of the stall, staring intently at me. John's expression is grim. Dad, I say, I'm going to need Shawn's phone number. He practically preens about that. It seems all is forgiven. No, it's that he's practically delighted about the new horse, since it means I'll have to call Shawn. But even though Dad has his number, I can't bring myself to call him right away. I know I shouldn't wait, but my fingers just won't listen. After the ride home, I tell myself, as if it will be much easier with a few thousand miles between us. My best friend Mirza thinks I'm crazy to drive all the way to England and Ireland for races, but the races in Latvia are neither lucrative nor challenging. I attended university in London and grew to love England during that time. My British friends don't understand why I moved back home. But Latvia will always be my home. Latvian hills are mostly covered in forests, and we pass hundreds of miles of forest to reach Zasa parish, which was where I promised myself I'd call. The crisp, clear air, the bright blue skies, and the long drive down to our beautiful old cobbled-together home helped to calm my nerves. Only I put it off again. It's too early to call. The reception's not great. I'll wait until we're home. As we get closer and closer to Daugavpils, I get more and more nervous. We finally pull onto the long driveway after another long night of driving. I slept a handful of hours while John and Dad drove, so I'm far less exhausted than I could be. Still, it takes a toll. As we approach the homestead, everything looks exactly the same as when we left. Our sprawling home still painted bright red with contrasting white window frames. The wooden siding looks well kept, and the silhouette made by the sharp angles on the window frames and protruding turrets form the backdrop to some of my first memories as a child. Gambling-induced debt notwithstanding, my dad has managed the home quite well. Even if it hasn't been updated in 30 years, at least it's been well maintained. A few hundred yards away, our main stable practically shines. It's built in the prettiest spot on our entire farm, framed by impressive old trees and set back from the main road. My family has always loved their horses more than almost anything else. I came by it honestly. In fact, I snuck away to sleep in the stables dozens of times as a child. That foundational love of horses has never changed. Not for me, anyway. The barn's painted a bright white and repainted every 2 years without fail. My mom's parents offered all sorts of lavish things as wedding gifts when she married my dad, but all she wanted was a new stable. Each of the box stalls are 16 feet by 16 feet, a full 6 feet larger than the standard, and the sliding doors still work seamlessly, even almost 40 years later. The only thing we've really had to redo are the drainage lines. Oh, and we had to install new pavers on the floors. My grandparents gave me money for that for my 21st birthday. It makes cleaning up after our beautiful horses much more convenient, and it was exactly what I wanted. I'm close enough now that I can see the enormous enclosed arena behind the stable, too. That was initially created by my paternal grandfather, Ivanov, and it's been renovated several times. It makes winter training possible, although I'd have made it a few hundred yards bigger if I designed it myself. I suppose even then, cost was a factor. Our family has always cared more about horses than money, but it takes money to buy supplies and pay for labor. Thinking about money reminds me of what I have to do. After I get 5 times fast and Obsidian Devil unloaded and released in pastures to graze, I trudge back to the house and pull out my phone. I'm not sure how long I've been staring at it when Dad notices me standing like a statue.
We should have just sold the farm, Milu.
After his initial shock over my irresponsible purchase, Dad didn't even scold me. He knows the loan is his fault, and he knows it shouldn't be my job to fix it. But we've waited too long to sell it now. It's either pay the first portion of the balloon note or lose it to the bank. We both know I have to call him. My hand shakes where I'm holding the phone.
I love Liepa Seta as much as you do, he says, but losing it won't be the end. We can find another farm, build another barn, keep on living.
His words are hollow, though. He and I both know that begging for Shawn's help is our only play. Do you think Ricketts lured me in and convinced me to buy Obsidian Devil so we'd default on the loan? I've been wondering that the entire way home. Dad sighs.
He's very good at sensing people's weaknesses. It's his superpower.
Strangely, I don't regret buying Obsidian, even knowing it may have been a setup. He would have beaten 5 if I'd been riding him. I still think that in the long run he was a good investment, even if it plays into Ricketts' filthy hands. We can race him, we can breed him, and we could end up with an entire line of winners.
But we don't have time to race him before the money's due.
Dad's eyes are sad. I'm on Zell, Papa. It's true. As much as I hate the idea, I thrust the phone at my dad. You dial and hit talk, then hand it to me. He does as I ask, and while the phone rings, my pulse pounds in my ears. What am I going to say? How will I— Hello? He answered. I wasn't sure whether he would, since mine is an unknown number to him. Hello? He asks again. It's me, I say. And the thing is, let's talk about it in person, Shawn says. I'm in Latvia. What? I splutter. I'm opening a branch here, he says. We can get lunch. I'll come by and pick you up. No, not lunch. This isn't a date. You need money, he says. I think that's at least worth a lunch. I grit my teeth. All right. It feels like I was kicked in the stomach. He's in Latvia? Why? What's he doing here? I'll be by the house around noon. Uh-huh, I say, and then I hang up. Chapter 4. And? Dad asks. What did he say? We're meeting for lunch. I frown. Did you know he was here? Did he tell you he's opening an office nearby? Not exactly. But Dad won't meet my eyes, and that means he knew. Suddenly, I'm shaking. How could my dad conspire with my ex? He was around after we broke up, when I fell apart. Now I'm stuck going to lunch with him. Dad's grin makes me want to punch him. I'm distracted, though, which is lucky for Dad. John's striding toward me, his eyes flashing, his lips compressed. What reason does he have to be angry? It's a brisk, beautiful Latvian fall. There's no snow on the ground yet, but I can feel it coming. Soon. Maybe a month more before we're blanketed. But for now, the weather's glorious. That creature you bought should be shot. Is he talking about Obsidian? I turned him out. What's there to complain about? He's loose. John's hands clench. He sailed over the fence and now he's racing around the stables, wreaking havoc. No one can catch him, and all the other horses are freaking out. It'll be a miracle if none of them are injured. I can hardly believe what he's saying. Obsidian cleared a 5-foot fence on his own? Without a rider encouraging him? You decided with all that going on to come over here and yell at me? No one else can touch him, he says. He's perfectly behaved around you and demonic for everyone else. Dad, I'll be back. I take off at a jog for our stables. I hope he'll calm down when he sees me, because if he breaks his leg or eats something bad and colics, my €250,000 gamble will be even more idiotic than before. I love horses, but sometimes it feels like they're just looking for ways to kill themselves. I can't actually be the only one who can handle him. I have a vet practice to manage. I can't be at the barn around the clock. As I get closer to the crime scene, I hear a sound like someone's whamming a sledgehammer into a metal wall. What's going on in there? I call out. The sound immediately stops. It goes entirely silent, except for a huffing and puffing behind me. To my surprise, John's coming up fast, wheezing like he's just finished a foot race. When we reach the stable, no humans seem to be around, which is baffling, because wouldn't some of the grooms be trying to catch the loose stallion? The second I round the turn and head down the main breezeway, heads pop out of stalls. Nearly a dozen horses have their heads hanging over their stable doors. Each stall opens on its own outdoor run, so my babies have come inside specifically to welcome me. They all love me, and it fills my heart with joy, usually. Right now, I don't have time to greet them, because the clanging sound starts again. At the back of the barn, I find the source, where Obsidian Devil appears to be trying to open a gate. While I'm standing and watching him, he starts to apply his mouth to the latch as if he's earnestly trying to break free. Maybe John wasn't entirely wrong. He's been an angel for me the past 2 days of the trip, but apparently he's more devious than I thought. I grab a halter and hold up my hand. Obsidian, I call. It's me, Kristiana. I'm here. Everything's okay. His nostrils flare. His eyes roll. But he hears my voice and stops whamming the metal door and trying to open the latch. He throws his head up over and over, his shimmering mane rippling. I walk toward him slowly, my hands moving up and outward, showing him that I have a halter and waiting to see whether he'll bolt. One of the most important things not to do with a horse who's spooked is chase it. Horses are prey, so they run when chased. And once you start after them, they see you as the predator, no matter how well they know or love you. It's okay. I'm here, I say softly. Everything's all right. It takes me a moment or two, but he lets me approach. And then he lets me halter him. See? John asks ominously. I think he might need a ride around the farm so he can see where he is, I say. Maybe that'll help him feel more comfortable here. It's a lot for a normal horse coming to a new home, but I imagine it's even worse for him. He's highly intelligent and athletically gifted. John scoffs. And he's going in the 6-foot stallion enclosure from now on. I probably should have started him there, but he was behaving so well for me. Fine. Obsidian Devil lets me lead him to the cross ties without any issues. Let's see if you can stand here, I say. Has anyone ever trained you about how these work? I shift so he can turn his head left and right to see the setup. Our cross ties have 3 separate sections for working on horses, all laid out in a row. Each of them is almost as big as a standard stall, with bars in between on which we've mounted clips and ties. I lead him in slowly and then turn him around. Then I clip the straps to the side of his halter, left, then right. See? It's not bad. It helps keep you still while I saddle you, all right? He tosses his head and stomps his front right foot. Normally, stomping and pawing are considered rude, I say. Are you talking to him? John's eyebrow is raised. Because you sound kind of crazy. Oh, I say. I'm sorry. Did you want me to head back to the house and let you take over? John frowns, but he doesn't mock me again. All right, boy. We're going to use a bit of a different saddle today. A bigger saddle than we use for races. It lets me hold on a little better. I think you might enjoy a hack around the whole property. We have a few thousand acres. There are some fun jumps and some big open fields you might love. What do you think? You're going to take him out solo? John looks sick about it. Is that wise? Did you want to ride with us? I ask. Really? Horses get spooky when they go out alone, but if you think he'll be fine, then do whatever you want. It's not my neck. How about it? I turn toward Obsidian. Do you want to go out alone? Bob your head if you do. Obsidian Devil tosses his head. Or would you rather I have John saddle someone up and bring them along? I eye him, but he's motionless. If you want someone else to come along, toss your head again. Obsidian doesn't move a hair. See? I eye John. If you want to go alone, just you and me, toss your head. He throws his head into the air again. John's lip curls. You've gone insane. You actually think he's answering your questions? Horses throw their heads. I'm not sure how much of what I'm saying Obsidian really understands, but for some reason, I don't feel afraid of taking him out. I want to see what he can do, all right? I'm worried that if we take others along, he'll see it as a race, and it won't be the nice, calm tour of our property that I have in mind. Or he'll get a whiff of wild hogs, freak out, throw you off, and break your back. I've never been thrown in my life, I say, and I don't intend to break that streak today. John shakes his head as he walks away. Don't worry, boy. I scratch behind Obsidian's ears. Most horses don't love it, but he seems to like it pretty well. I trust you. I don't have my riding gloves, helmet, or proper riding boots, but that never stopped me as a child. Are you ready to go explore? Obsidian tosses his head again. As I tack him up, I do have a moment of panic that Obsidian might bolt or freak out on me. Horses going sideways in the cross ties can be really harmful for them, and clearly everyone else has trouble managing him. But he stands calmly while I toss the saddle pad over his back, and he barely shifts a hoof while I tighten the saddle straps. He opens his mouth politely so I can place the bit when I put his bridle on. He never snaps, stomps, or kicks. He's a perfect gentleman. I lead him out of the barn with no issues. I'm almost to the indoor arena where I figured we'd warm up when he pulls hard, almost yanking the reins out of my hands. I'm worried he's trying to escape for a moment until I notice he's still standing near me calmly. He tosses his head in the direction of the open field behind the arena. It's cold, Obsidian. Really cold. I rub my arms. I'm only wearing a jacket. We should at least warm up first, where there are walls to block the wind. He shifts and begins to walk slowly toward the stable we just left. No, we need to go to the arena, I say. It's over here. Once neither of us is cold, we can go out and... But he stopped, and he's staring at the wall. There's an old coat hanging on a hook. I assume it belongs to one of the grooms because it's not mine. I wrinkle my nose. Are you wanting me to put on that stinky coat? I don't want to. He paws the ground and whinnies. When he bumps my arm with his nose and rubs my hand with his face, I weaken. Is that really what you're trying to do? Convince me to wear a coat? He tosses his head again. Now, I'm beginning to wonder whether I'm going crazy. Do I really think this horse is problem-solving my complaints and arguing with me about things? Maybe he's just sassy and tosses his head a lot. Okay, I'm going to get this coat. I stare at it for a moment without moving, and he tosses his head again. It feels like I'm starring in some live-action Disney movie. What's next? Squirrels cleaning my kitchen? Birds picking up debris from our walkway? I finally close the gap between me and the barn and grab the heavy coat. It smells of sweat and dirt, but I slide my arms into it anyway. I really wish I had some gloves. My hands are going to freeze, but I doubt he'd stand stock still while I jaunt into my house and change clothes. This is really the problem with my entire life. I never have time to prepare for anything. Everything happens in various states of emergency, leaving me scrambling with whatever I have on hand. I'm not pleased with you right now, sir. I mean, I love you, but I'm not happy. You could have just had some grass and taken a break in that pasture. I could have showered and eaten something and had a nap before I go on this horrible lunch date to beg my ex for money. It's your fault I even need money, by the way. But instead, we're going for a freezing ride, and I'll barely have time to shower before I have to face him. I swear. Obsidian tilts his head and his eye swivels to focus on my face. I walk him out past the gate and close it behind us. I swing up on his back, and for the first time, I'm actually riding the horse I just spent a fortune to acquire and have spent days now defending. We walk briskly for a moment and trot for a bit longer, but at the slightest nudge, he takes off. Riding him is like I imagine it feels to drive a Ferrari. What was Finn complaining about? We make a big loop around the meadow behind our stable, and then I decide to take him a little farther. The 400 or 500 acres closest to the house are forested with spruce, birch, and pine mostly, but we've cleared a path through it and set up some jumps we use to train our hunt horses, including 5. I angle him toward the path, and he takes off. He can really fly. We approach the first jump, set up to mimic Becker's Brook in Liverpool, and I search for any sign of fear or nervousness because this jump has a major ditch behind it, and it's tall. Almost 5 feet. I don't sense any, so I urge him forward. He leaps the fence with a foot to spare and pulls his nose up almost immediately. It's the most effortless ride I've ever had over this fence on one of the hardest jumps we have. We fly over the next few obstacles with the same energy and effortless ease. By the time we clear the last one, I'm so pleased that I lean forward to pat his neck. You were worth every penny. What an amazing jumper you are. He glances back at me, and I swear he's pleased with himself. 5 times fast is the best hunter I've ever raised. My mom's family gave me a filly when I was only 5 years old, and I grew up with her. We did quite well, and Five's her grandson. I have high hopes for him, but if I'm being honest, he's nothing to Obsidian. You could win it all, boy. Cheltenham, the Grand National, everything. You could change my life. Buying him put me in major trouble, but somehow it felt like the most freeing thing, the most Kristiana thing I've done in months. If I can get past this balloon payment, forget just paying off the debt my father gambled us into, we could become a real, respected stable. We could put Latvia on the map. And he's a stallion, so he could father a new line of jumpers. This might be the beginning we always needed. Then, maybe, Gustav would call me, begging me to breed my epic stallion to Grandma and Grandpa mares. I pull him up next to the brook and stop to see if he wants a drink. He's thirsty, so I let him take his fill. Which is why we're still enough for me to feel the buzzing. I pull out my phone. 4 missed calls from my dad. What could he want that's so urgent? I text him. What? He texts back.
Shawn's here.
It's barely 10 o'clock. Why would he show up so early? I hate this. I pat his neck again. He's warm and my hands are freezing. He glances back at me and his ears shift. Horses always listen better than people, but this horse listens like none I've ever met before. It feels like my dad's trying to sell me off. He blinks. My horse actually blinks several times like he's confused. Maybe it'll be cathartic for me to talk about this. I certainly can't say it to my dad. He'd only feel worse. Years ago, when I was just starting grad school in England, I met this perfect guy named Shawn. He was handsome, he was smart, and his family had tons of money, though I didn't know that at the time. We dated for almost a year. It was a perfect romance. Calm and grounded, but also exciting and fresh. I thought he was going to propose one night, but instead, he broke up with me. Obsidian walks in a circle, tossing his head in what looks like agitation. A breakup is when the other person tells you they don't like you anymore, basically. Anyway, apparently his parents had found him a perfect little blue blood princess. It explained why, in the midst of all our perfection, I'd never met his family. He's had a little break, so I ask him to go. I need to move again. Obsidian obliges, racing through the trees on the roughly kept path. The wind at my face calms me down some, but eventually we reach the fork in the path. I have to go right to reach Shawn at the house. Or, if I turn left, we head for another trail, full of new obstacles, and the place where the same stream cuts through the western side of our property. I pull Obsidian up short. The worst part is that he told me that he and Clara, that perfect woman, got divorced, and now he wants to see me. My hands tighten on the reins. I should just send him packing. Or maybe use him to get a new loan, a better one, and then tell him off. Obsidian waffles. But I almost can't say the words, even to a horse. But I'm actually kind of hopeful. There, I said it. I admitted that I'm actually excited to see Shawn again, the guy who broke my heart. I've never really recovered, and no one else I've dated has even come close to him. And now he's here. And I hate myself for being excited. I hate how pathetic that makes me. That's why I pull left. Shawn can wait for me for once. We race again, clearing fallen logs, ditches, and fences, and finally I haul on the reins and we stop. I have to head back, I say. But I don't want to. I sigh. And I do want to. I'm a mess. Obsidian neighs and paws at the riverbank, making a big muddy streak on the ground. Why can't I fall in love with a horse instead? I think about how much time and effort have gone into horses in my life. How I just spent all my money on him. Actually, if I hadn't bought you, I wouldn't need to see Shawn at all. I don't know whether to blame you or thank you. Obsidian lifts his head up high and angles his face back so I can see him. I lean forward and hug his big, warm neck. You'd never ditch me for some posh rich lady, right? I wish that instead of a magnificent stallion, you were a human. Is that so wrong? A jolt runs through my body, starting at my hands where I'm touching Obsidian's neck and radiating outward. It zings through me and then rockets back in, like there's an explosion happening in every cell of my body. I'm flung upward in the air, and then I'm falling. Down, down, several feet down until I land with a splat in the mud. Except I'm not really in the mud because I'm lying on something. Something big. Not horse big, but big to me. I shake my head to clear it and look down to try and figure out what just happened. I'm lying on a saddle. My saddle. Obsidian's gone, like he was just transported out of existence. It's just me and this saddle. Oh my gosh. Wait. The saddle's wrapped around a person, a very large, very masculine person, and my hands are resting on his very well-shaped pectoral muscles. I scramble backward as quickly as I can from the saddle-wrapped man. At least he's as shocked as I am. He blinks over and over and over. These bright, golden brown eyes that I'm staring at involuntarily. My brain cannot seem to process the information my eyes are sending. Nothing I see makes any sense. The man underneath me has long black hair, and from what I can see, he's absolutely the most beautiful man I've ever seen in my life. Or at least, I think he is. There's a bridle obscuring part of his face. The man spits the bit out of his mouth and says in Russian, "What just happened?" Luckily, I speak Russian, so I understand him. And now that I can see his face, I realize that I was right. High cheekbones, sun-kissed golden skin, pitch black hair, wildly bright eyes, a curved, richly full mouth, eyebrows like slashes of coal on a canvas. I need to stop staring and start making sense of what's going on. I gather the facts in my overloaded brain. I was sitting on a horse. Then, after touching the stallion's neck and wishing that he was a human, I'm suddenly sitting on the most gorgeous human I've ever seen. The answer seems clear. I've obviously had a complete and total mental break. The man doesn't exist. I've either been thrown off my horse and I'm in a coma, or I'm still sitting on the horse's back and I'm imagining this whole thing. I decide to talk to my delusion in Russian in the hopes of convincing myself it's not real. I think I've had a breakdown. The beautiful man talks again, still in Russian. Were you hurt? Were you? I ask. I think I landed on you, whoever you are. He shakes his head. I'm fine. Better than fine. I've been stuck in my equine form for a very long time. It feels great to have 2 legs again. This must be a dream. Stuck as a horse? I shake my head and blink rapidly, expecting him to disappear. Being in a coma isn't ideal, but surely Dad will come looking for me. Or John. Or both of them, right? The last time something felt this surreal, was when I thought a horse intentionally threw a race for me. I ask, are you? I can't quite bring myself to say it. Am I? He quirks one eyebrow, and I swear he could be posing for some kind of strange print ad in a magazine. He's that beautiful, even though he looks a little dazed. I clear my throat. Are you Obsidian Devil? I wince as I say the words because I could not possibly sound crazier.
Of course not. My name's Alexander.
I breathe a heavy sigh of relief. So it really is some kind of delusion, or else I blacked out when Obsidian bolted and left me here, and this naked man showed up and crawled under the saddle, and what is going on? Why are you naked? He frowns.
I didn't have clothing on before I changed, obviously.
He says it so matter-of-factly, like I'm the idiot for asking. I swallow. Right, obviously.
You're looking at me as if I'm insane. But you're the one who asked if I'm Obsidian Devil. That was never my name. It's just what those people kept calling me.
Those people? As in, it feels like my brain is swelling inside of my head. You're saying that you're a horse?
Well, not right now, clearly.
He frowns. His enormous, well-muscled shoulders shift, and my eyes track downward, ogling his beautifully sculpted chest, his unbelievable six-pack. And then I find myself wondering what's beneath the saddle.
How did you break the curse?
He asks.
Who are you that you can? And what took you so long?
The curse? What curse? I'm not sure if I'm more concerned that I'm starting to engage with my hallucination, or that he seems to be talking about magic and shape-shifting.
I helped you with your race because I thought you were different. I thought you might release me, so I could go home. I never even considered you might be able to free me.
Free you? Home? I scramble to my feet. You can't leave. I just spent a fortune on you. I swallow. I need you to be a horse. I need to win races, a lot of races. I've lost my mind. This horse wants me to release him like he's a captured slave or something.
I'm from Russia,
he says.
My friends and I refused to help the Yurovsky and Kurikin families during the drought, and they cursed us. I only woke a year ago.
You woke?
I was buried alive, in horse form, sometime in 1917.
His brow furrows.
I believe someone mentioned the year as being 20-something now.
I have no idea what to say to that.
You needed money, and you got it in that race. Is that not so?
Well, yes and no, I say. I risked some of my money to win more money, but then I spent almost all the money I made when I bought you. His frown deepens.
So, because of me, you're still in trouble.
I nod.
That's frustrating.
He stands up. And, oh, my word. That phrase, hung like a horse, takes on an entirely new meaning. Chapter 5. I stare for too long, but finally my brain engages and I cover my own eyes with my hand.
It's not my fault I'm naked.
Alexander sounds annoyed. No, it's not, I say, but I'm having trouble believing you're real.
How could I not be real?
He blinks. I could have passed out. I could be dreaming. Large hands reach out and grasp my forearms. A shiver races up my spine, and my entire body comes alive in a way it never has before. What are you doing? His breath washes over my face, and it's warm and smells earthy.
I'm real. Very, very real. And I'm grateful to you for breaking the curse. More grateful than you could possibly know.
Okay. I can't really argue with him, not like this. He feels real, and he sounds real, and he looks real. But I need you as a horse.
But I'm not a horse. I'm a man.
But I spent a fortune on a horse, and you can't just... What do you want to do now? Just leave for Russia? Home. He nods. You won't have much of a home left, I say. If you haven't been there since 1917, that's more than 100 years. Can any of this actually be happening? He looks concerned at the thought that his home may be gone. His shoulders slump a bit. I notice that he's not covered in goosebumps in spite of being naked in the cold. Here. I slide out of the barn coat and hold it toward him. Put this on at least. I'm not cold. He crosses his arms and I look down again involuntarily. He's not lying. Fine, but take it anyway. This time his expression looks smug. All right. He slides his arms into the coat and thankfully it's long. Probably not quite long enough, but I'll take what I can get. It gives me somewhere to look that's safe. You need me to be a horse again, but I need to go home. His lips flatten into a hard line. If this is for real, if he's not a horse, how can I keep him? Oh no. I just spent my life savings buying a horse who isn't a horse. I bought a man. Obviously, I can't own a man. I'm doomed. I slide to the ground and sit cross-legged, my eyes staring at a clump of weeds. You need money, or you'll lose the farm. My nostrils flare. I can borrow money from my ex. But you still have to pay him back. I nod. You need to borrow money because you spent yours buying me. I turn my head to face him slowly. The sun is shining behind his head, but I can just make out his expression. He's seriously smart for someone who was a horse until 2 minutes ago. I can't believe you're a man. I'm ruined. I'm not exactly a man, he says. I'm a shifter, with a horse form. You're saying that you've always been able to shift into that same horse form? He nods again. Do it now, I say, because I won't believe it until I watch it with my own eyeballs. He smiles smugly, and then nothing happens. His face falls, his mouth flattening in frustration. What's wrong? I ask. Is it hard or painful? Alexander grimaces. No, but for some reason. What? I can't seem to shift. This is bad. So you're stuck as a human now? It would seem so, he says. I flop back on the ground. This is so how my life goes. I mean, if something insane is going to happen, it's going to completely ruin everything. At this rate, Shawn will write me off too, and we really will lose the farm. Oh no, Shawn's still waiting for me. Kristiana. The way he says my name sends another shiver up my spine. I want to slide into it. The person I sound like I am when he says my name. He clears his throat. Chris? I startle a bit hearing him use my nickname. Isn't that also what they call you? Your father? Your trainer? I nod. You were the first human whose words I could understand. He's speaking in Russian, but I realize that I wasn't. Not until he did. I switched to Latvian. I knew you were listening to me. I changed to English. Even back in Ireland. He nods. I can understand you in every language you speak. And then after hearing your first words in that tongue, I could suddenly understand everyone else as well. That was my first clue that you were different. He tilts his head. The hair on my arms rises, and not just because I'm cold. I speak 3 languages fluently. Russian, thanks to my grade school studies and our housekeeper. Latvian, because this is my homeland. And English, thanks to my mother and my time at university and grad school. In most parts of the world, it's pretty rare to find someone who's truly trilingual. Not in Latvia, but in most other places. That makes it pretty strange that you can speak all 3 of the languages that I can. I couldn't speak English or Latvian before, he says. It must be related to your connection to the curse. That makes no sense. He shrugs. Like it or not, you're somehow connected to all of this, clearly. So I'd like to propose a deal. A deal? You can likely change me back to my horse form. At least it makes sense that you should be able to, since you changed me into my human form. And? Assuming you can, I'll help you win the money you spent on me. After that, we're even and you'll free me. As a human. He nods. I'll go home and figure out the rest from there. Seems more than fair. He won't sire the line of horses I'd hoped for, but at least I won't have thrown $250,000 down a rat hole. I want one more thing. Why does he look nervous? What is it? I ask. You'll teach me about the modern world and help me break the curse in any way possible. Oh no, not so fast. In any way possible? I'm not promising to do anything, but I'll try my best to do both. Since it's 2 more things you want, I need a promise from you in exchange. What kind of promise? You'll stay in horse form as long as you're with me, and you'll behave the way a horse should. No more jumping fences and trampling people anytime I'm not around. His brow furrows. How will I learn about the modern world if I'm always in horse form? I think for a moment. You can spend the evenings as a human in our old barn. It's empty now, but it has living quarters we can clean up. He smiles. It's a deal. Describing his smile as breathtaking feels somehow incomplete. It transforms his already gorgeous face into a work of art. Okay. He holds out his hand. What? Don't humans usually shake their hands? His hand is still extended. I've seen them do it. I finally take his hand, but this time I'm prepared for the electric zing. It still surprises me when it happens. I'm Alexander Volkonsky, he says. And you're Kristiana Liepa, I say. Does the name mean anything to you? He shakes his head. But you're connected to all of this somehow. You must be. What if he's wrong? What if I can't turn him back and forth into a horse? What if he's stuck as a human? I'll never get my money back, and I'll have some random guy following me around. Not that I'd mind that so much. I realize that I'm still holding his hand and yank mine back. What's wrong with me? A horse turns into a man and tells me he's magical, and I what? Fangirl? Am I really swooning because he has pretty eyes? I'm such an idiot. We should probably head back, he says. You'll want to dispatch that stupid banker as quickly as possible. Shawn. I smack my forehead. I can't dispatch him. I need his help. Alexander frowns. Why, exactly? Our first loan payment is due in 2 days, and I've only got half of what I need. I know, but why him? His eyes narrow. I don't like how he looks at you. You should take money from someone else. I laugh. I'm lucky he can help me at all. There aren't many people who can come up with that kind of money in 2 days. Actually, if he changes his mind, I've made him wait too long. You need to change me back. He looks simultaneously scared and relieved. I suppose if he's been stuck as a horse for a while, he'd be used to it. He's probably also nervous about being stuck again. I hope I can manage to turn him, because explaining that I left with a horse and I'm returning with a naked man would not be easy. How should I even try this? Now that I'm staring at him, everything feels weird. He's naked except for a coat, staring at me expectantly. The longer I look at him, the stranger the idea that he was cursed to be a horse sounds. Start the same way you changed me in the first place, maybe? Like, put my hand on your neck and say I wish you were a horse? I arch one eyebrow. Can it really be that simple? Things like this usually are, he says. He's so matter-of-fact, like he's an everyday expert on curses and their operations. He did say he could shift himself before. I can't believe any of this is happening, but I force myself to think back anyway. We were racing down the path, and I was feeling sorry for myself. I touched his neck, and I said something about how I wished he was a human. I reached my hand back toward him. I try not to think about how he's wearing nothing beneath. Oh, the borrowed coat. Maybe you better take this off. If this works, it'll be a little too small for you. I swear his smile's going to kill me. Just a little. He slides the coat off and hands it to me. I try not to think about how very naked he is. I take the coat, slide my arms back inside it, and then reach back toward him. He holds his hand out toward mine. Again, his touch against my skin feels electric, like static current before you get zapped. I wonder if the hair on my head is standing on end. Okay, we're touching. Now, maybe I say something like, I wish this big naked man was a horse instead. It should be difficult and complex and horrifyingly problematic for me to transform a man into a stallion. But the same jolt I felt before repeats, stronger than the feeling when we touch, but not dissimilar. And I watch as it happens this time. One moment he's standing in front of me, naked, and for a split second he blurs, and then he's a horse. I'm unchanged, and he's a tremendously large black stallion. He has the same vibrant golden eyes and the same jet black hair, mane. But he's most definitely equine, not Homo sapiens. I know it's still him, but I can't help it. I think of him as Obsidian again. He looks at me with the exact same expression the man did before, as if to say, Are you an idiot? Let's go. I sigh. Did I just imagine that entire thing? I start walking back down the path toward the abandoned saddle and bridle, which are now both covered in mud, and I shake my head. I use the stream to clean off the saddle and pad as well as I can, and then I rummage around until I find some leaf-covered branches to blot them some. Everything else is still muddy, including my boots, pants, and jacket. The borrowed coat looks even worse than before, which I hadn't thought possible. Obsidian, Alexander, or whoever, whatever. My head is irretrievably confused. He stands completely still while I saddle him. I really hope the saddle doesn't bother him on the way back, what with the mud and debris. And the being a human underneath his horse-shaped suit. If this isn't a dream, it's so strange I could never have imagined it as a legitimate reality. I rinse the bridle in the stream too, before placing the bit in his mouth and putting it all back together. I do it mostly without thinking, but once I'm finished, I pause to think. I know he's a person, not a horse. I mean, he is a horse, but he's not a normal horse. I don't want to carry the saddle back home several miles, so putting it on him made sense. But should I have bridled him? Can I really ride him? I probably shouldn't. It feels wrong, somehow. He's not my pet. He's a human who's been cursed. On the other hand, he did mention staying here and racing with me until I've earned my money back. That does imply he's fine with me riding him, doesn't it? Why didn't I think to ask about that part back when he could talk? Now that I'm thinking about how he can't talk, my head fills with questions I haven't yet asked. What do I call you now? Obsidian tilts his head. It feels weird to call you Alexander since I've been thinking of you as Obsidian. I mean, you're back to being a horse. He snorts. I can tell he's trying to say, I'm still me, man or horse. Fine. So you're the same, but it still feels weird. Can I keep calling you Obsidian? If I just start calling you Alexander, people will think I've lost my mind. Obsidian exhales loudly. I'm taking that as a yes. I pull the coat on and grab his reins. I tug him along behind me as I start the long walk home. I'm sort of jogging to expedite things and also to keep warm when Obsidian just stops. The reins tighten as I keep moving, and he doesn't. I glance backward at him. What's going on? Are you okay? He tosses his head back toward the saddle. I didn't tighten it much. Not nearly enough for a rider, but it shouldn't fall off. I shifted a bit where it skewed and start walking again. He still won't budge. What? I ask. I'm sorry, but I don't speak horse. I get that you're mad, but I have no idea why or what about. He steps toward me, bumps me with his nose, and then tosses his head toward the saddle again. You want me to ride you? He bobs his head. You're saying yes. Again. Well, if I'm being honest, it feels weird now. Actually, it feels kind of dirty somehow. I'd rather not. I turn to walk along again, but he still won't so much as budge. I turn back around and sigh. I don't want to, okay? I know you now, and not as a horse. I would never ride a person like that. Images come to mind of riding the naked man from a few minutes ago, in the mud, for some reason, and I shake my head to clear it. Shame on you, Chris. He picks up his left hoof and then puts it down 1 inch ahead of where it was. Then he does the same thing with his right hoof. He then does the same with his left and right rear hooves. He starts again with the front, inching ahead. You're going to move like a snail now? He bobs his head. Why? He snorts. He bumps my arm with his nose and huffs. Then he moves his hooves again very, very slowly. Me? I'm slow? That's what you're saying? Head bob. I'll have you know that I was jogging, and I'm pretty fast, actually. I'm in good shape. He tilts his head to one side, clearly unimpressed. Fine, if you insist. I tighten the saddle. Now don't blow out your belly. When horses do that to keep the saddle from being uncomfortable, it makes it loose. I could slide off and die. He exhales gustily, and I pull the saddle a few inches tighter. I use a nearby tree stump to help slide my foot into the stirrup and swing what feels like 50 feet up to his back. Fine, I'm on now, so let's go. I don't have to tell him twice. He shoots off toward home, flying over each jump we pass on the way. I should feel guilty, but once we get moving, I don't. I'm having too much fun. That's why I'm beaming when we finally get back, zooming into the meadow just behind the arena. I pull Obsidian up short and lean over his neck. Now listen, no one else can know because I'm struggling to believe this and I saw it with my own 2 eyes. And don't forget your promise to be on your best behavior, even to the grooms and stable boys. Got it? He bobs his head. No more leaping fences or banging on the wall or snapping at anyone, okay? He snorts and leans down to snag a late-blooming dandelion. He's munching on that when I notice someone waving at us from near the stable. I'd almost forgotten about Shawn. Again. I'm so muddy, maybe he'll give me a pass on lunch. I'm going to hand you off to a groom, okay? I urge him forward slowly. They'll make sure you get cooled down and then put you in the stallion pasture. He shakes his head. Not the bob I've grown accustomed to. A side-to-side shake. No? Do you want to be in a stall? Another head shake. What do you want? He heads toward the house at a trot. Oh, no. I yank on the reins, but he ignores me. Until this moment, I didn't realize how much I relied on him to be compliant. Obsidian, you need to be with the horses. I have to meet Shawn without worrying about you. I pull him left, back toward the barn, but he throws his head up so the bit isn't really controlling him anymore. Butthead? Is he kidding? You said you'd behave, I hiss. You can't meet Shawn. Listen, I'm stressed enough right now. I can't be riding a demon horse, which you promised not to be. He paws the ground. Kristiana! And now it's too late. Shawn spotted us, and he's angling toward us at a brisk but still proper British walk. How was the ride? My dad stops his approach a few paces away. It looks like. He squints. You didn't fall, did you? I roll my eyes. I didn't fall, but we had an incident. Dad blinks. Shawn scans me head to toe. Other than the mud, are you all right? I'm fine. I'll just go put Obsidian away and I'll be right back. Only Obsidian's still being a bit of a jerk, and he won't go. Come on, I hiss. Now! I thought you said he was an angel for her, Shawn says. I can't say I'm keen on her riding a horse that no one can control. It's fine, I say. We may not even have him very long. I squeeze my legs and press him forward. Wait, you may not keep him, Shawn asks. I wish you'd told your dad that before we signed papers. Papers? Obsidian's ears perk up too. We had to list something as collateral other than the farm, Dad says. And we needed to get it submitted today, so we'd have funds in the next 36 hours. That's why I came early, Shawn says. I realized that if I met you for lunch, we might not get it processed in time. Wait, I can barely breathe. You listed Obsidian Devil as collateral on the new loan? I feel like I might explode on them in this moment. We only did paperwork today on a loan large enough for the first payment, Shawn says. Since he's worth $250,000 and you just bought him, the bill of sale was all we needed to prove it up with the underwriters. Easy peasy. Well, he agreed to stick around to help me pay the balance off, so he can't be too angry to have been treated like chattel. Obsidian's looking around now, his head swiveling frantically. What are you doing? I whisper hiss. He snorts, as if that's a real response. Although, I suppose it's the best he can do right now. Are you sure you're all right? Shawn asks. Fine. I dig my heels into his side. Totally fine. Obsidian finally sees whatever it is he's looking for, and he dives forward, toward the old barn. Where are you going? Dad shouts after us. Obsidian Devil needs to be in a place that's not surrounded by new horses. So, you're taking him to the old barn? Dad sounds confused. We use it as a quarantine barn, so it's not entirely dilapidated, but it's not used much. It's fine. I wave my hand. But now we're far enough away that I can shout at the person I'm really angry with. What in the world are you doing? Obsidian slides to a stop in front of the old barn. He tosses his head. What? He turns around and bumps my hand with his nose. I have no idea what you want. He snorts loudly, and then he paws at the ground. Listen, we agreed that we would come back, and then you would go to the pasture while I showered and went to lunch with... The pawing finally has a shape. I think he's trying to draw something. A stick figure? Oh, it's a man. He wants me to shift him. I slide off his back. Absolutely not, I say. You have to stay a horse right now. He swings his head back and forth violently. Listen, I have to go with Shawn, and... He leaps in front of me and rears back. Maybe he has something important to tell me. You need to talk? He nods. Fine. I point to the barn. But you will stay inside the entire time I'm gone. Swear it. He snorts. I guess that's as good as it gets for a horse. I place my hand on his neck again and say, I want you to become a man. I need to come up with a better phrase because that feels dirty for some reason. Just like before, he shifts, the saddle collapsing on top of him, and luckily blocking the parts I'm really not accustomed to seeing. I cover my eyes. No, do not stand up yet. I dart into the old barn and rush up the breezeway. It takes a moment, but I jog into the living quarters. Dad was right that they're filthy, and grab some old clothing from the grooms who lived here. They aren't stylish, but they're better than him being buck naked. I run back out and thrust a pair of pants and a shirt at him. Put these on. Who cares about... Me, I say. I care. Fine. I turn around until he has time to put clothing on. What in the world was all that about? I'm already late and... I'm coming with you, he says. Excuse me? I spin around, my hands going to my hips. He's fiddling with the button on his pants, and for some reason that's somehow hotter. Maybe because it makes him seem more real. His waist's tapered and flat, his abs pronounced. The muscles in his arms bulge as he moves, and speaking of bulges, I'm shocked he was even able to get the pants on. Kristiana, I mentally shake myself and force my eyes upward, which isn't much better. His chest is so perfectly muscled that he could earn extra money on the side modeling for cologne ads. Focus, I mutter. On what? His brow furrows. An excuse? Huh? We'll need a reason for me to accompany you. He looks deadly earnest. You cannot come, I say. Have I been unclear? His grin this time is practically demonic. Try and stop me. Chapter 6. You swore, I say. You swore before I changed you that you would stay here. I did no such thing, Alexander says. I didn't say a word. He slides his arms into the sleeves of the dirty old shirt I handed him and grimaces. But you snorted. He arches one perfect eyebrow as he rolls up the sleeves, so it's not as obvious that they're way too short. I swear under my breath because the jerk's right. He didn't actually say anything at all. I hate that he's right. Look, I'm in this bind because of you, Alexander. The least you can do is call me Alex, he says. We're going to be around each other often. We may as well be friendly. And you may as well come up with an excuse for my presence now. An excuse? I throw my hands up in the air. There's nothing anyone will believe. I said you had to hide in the barn because I can't explain my horse being gone and some random man being here. I'm not a random man, he says. I'm Alexander Volkonsky, and you can't teach me about the current world if I can't even experience it. He has a point. But you did agree to staying here whether you want to wiggle out of it or not. I'll find a way that's safe for me to show you how things have changed. And tell them I'm a new trainer, he says, ignoring me. You can say that you hired me to work with Obsidian Devil. The corner of his mouth tilts upward. I can pretend that I only speak Russian. For the love of... I bet that stupid banker doesn't speak Russian. Shawn's wicked smart, I say. I wouldn't count on it. He scowls when I say that for some reason. There's absolutely no reason for you to come to this. It's going to be hard enough as it is. You only say that because you haven't seen how that man looks at you. He's not trustworthy, and... Alexander Volkonsky. He freezes, becoming suddenly serious. I need to shower and get changed. If I'm firm, he'll have to agree. He's out of place and totally backward for this time, and until an hour ago he was a horse. If it comes to it, I'll just change him back. Then he'll have to stay put. He stalks toward me, and I circle the main area in the barn, backing away from him until I bump up against the wooden barn wall. He looms over me, his gaze intent, his eyes dropping from my eyes to my mouth. Now that I'm in human form, we can both shower and change into something better. He spares a disapproving glance for the clothing I tossed him. I don't have anything better than that for you right now, and... He presses a long, strong finger to my lips, and I freeze. My heart hammers against my chest. Every part of my body focuses in on that one spot. I can barely drag in a breath. Kristiana, you're currently the only person on Earth who can control my shape. And until I ensure the curse is broken and I've regained my magic. His magic? I mean, what else would he call shape-shifting, I guess? You will not leave my side. I've always been quite small, but I've never felt it as keenly as I do in this moment. He could pick me up and carry me out of here, and he does need to learn about the world. It's changed a lot in the last 100 years. I just wish he'd be a little more patient. Then again, patience doesn't look like his long suit. As a horse trainer, I know one thing. Horses are larger than me. Much larger. They're also stronger. There's absolutely no way if they start pulling on a halter, for instance, that I can beat them. So getting into a pulling match with them is a terrible idea. It just teaches them that they can beat me. When I'm lunging a recalcitrant horse, the way I win is to give, just a little, but keep them on the line so they're turning and moving when I say. I never get into a pulling match I can't win. This is starting to feel like that. Fine, I say, giving just a little. You can come today, but you only speak Russian, and you will not interfere in any way. Not with the conversation, not with any deal we strike. I lift my eyebrows as if I'm not afraid of him. And this time I need your word, not just a snort you'll later dismiss. I need to keep you safe, so I won't promise not to interfere with anything. His self-satisfied smirk irritates me, badly. I duck under his arm and march toward the exit. Unfortunately, he follows me, barefoot. Other than the fact that he's built like a Greek god, he looks and smells homeless. We'll both be sneaking through the back door of my house, and you have to shower and wear some of my brother's old clothes. They aren't exactly fashionable, but at least they won't be filthy or moth-eaten. Agreed. He doesn't ask about Gustav, and I'm relieved. I love my brother, but I don't like talking about him. It's too complicated. In fact, he doesn't say a word as we sneak into the back of my home. He's so quiet that when I dart through the back door and shoot up the stairs to my room, I have to glance back a few times to make sure he's still following me. And when I shoot through my door and into my bathroom, he's still on my heels. So when my dad calls my name, I yank the bathroom door shut and lock it. You haven't showered yet? Dad asks. From my bedroom. His hand rattles the knob. Alex and I barely fit into the standing space in my tiny bathroom. His back's pressed up against the shower glass, and I'm standing right in front of the door. Not yet, I say. Well, let me in so I'm not talking to a door. I wince a bit as I reach past Alexander and through the shower door. It's hard, but I manage not to touch him at all in the process. I flip the knobs and water starts to pour out. Sorry, already getting in the shower. What took you so long? I twist and suck in my breath to sneak back past Alexander and into my spot in front of the door. For some reason, the pains I'm taking to avoid touching him are making him smirk. I left Obsidian in the pasture behind the old barn. I think to keep him calm, we'll leave him out there for a while. Won't he be agitated, since he's all alone? Dad asks. He's a strange horse, I say. I don't think he loves other horses much. Alexander frowns, but he can suck it. He is strange. All right. Well, hurry up. Poor Shawn has been waiting for a very long time. Not more than 10 years, though, I mutter. So the balance sheet is still pretty skewed. I heard that, young lady. And I hope you'll keep in mind that he's doing us a tremendous favor. As if it occurs to him that we need the favor because of his mistake, he stops talking. I hear his footfalls as he retreats. Once I'm sure he's gone, I reach for the doorknob. Alexander's hand circles my wrist. What are you doing? I freeze. Letting you out? I need to wash as well. He must be kidding. You can wait in my room while I shower. I point behind him. Then when I'm done, I'll let you go. That sounds inefficient. His half-smile does something strange to my insides. Shut up. I yank my hand free and crack the door open, making sure the coast is clear. It is, so I wave him out and motion for him to stay in my bedroom while I sneak next door to Gustav's for some clothing. Luckily, my brother's almost as tall as Alexander, so I think his clothes will mostly fit. Unfortunately, he took most of his stylish things with him when he left, and it's been years. Alexander will have to make do with a pair of faded jeans and a bizarrely patterned button-down shirt. Anything at all is an upgrade from the abandoned barn clothes that are probably infested with moth eggs. Okay, I'll be out shortly. I duck into the bathroom and lock the door faster than I ever have before. Even with a locked door between us, I'm absurdly conscious of the fact that there's an enormous, stupidly hot man poking at things in my room while I'm in here. Even Dad would be proud of how quickly I shower. Of course, now I'm stuck waiting for Alexander. I don't think you'll need to mess with anything, I say. I left the water running. You just step in and the water goes down the drain here. I point. When I turn back toward him, he's naked again. I shut my eyes, but I can feel the heat rising in my cheeks. What on earth are you—
Being pragmatic here. You're going to see me like this over and over.
It sounds an awful lot like he's chuckling.
You may as well get used to it.
I don't open my eyes again and use my hands to fumble my way toward the door. There's soap in the shower. Okay, bye. I shut the door behind me, but he is definitely laughing. If I spend a little too much time agonizing over outfits, well, it's because of Shawn, not because of the crazy, demanding Russian guy who thinks he has magical powers. And who can change into a horse. So, who knows? I'm pulling a cable knit sweater over my head when the door from the bathroom opens. And Alexander, in nothing but a towel, steps out, an appreciative smile on his face.
I thought I left you ample time to dress, but apparently you were waiting for me to emerge.
He has got to be kidding. My cheeks heat again, and I want to throw something at him. You should have knocked.
Before leaving the bathroom?
He has way too much confidence for a 100-year-old man who was cursed and lost everything. I'm dressed, so it's fine. I smooth down the edges of the bottom of my sweater. Why aren't you?
It's so steamy in there. I had to come out here or I'll never dry.
As if his mention of it somehow draws my eyes, I notice that he's literally glistening. If I thought he looked good before, I had no idea. Then I recognize the noise. The shower is still running. You have to turn that off. I jog toward the bathroom and push past him to shut it off. Okay, well, if you can get dressed now, then— He drops his towel. I clap my hand over my eyes and exhale. Just hurry. To his credit, he does dress much more quickly this time.
I'm done.
I open my eyes slowly, like I don't quite trust him. But he looks much, much better than I would have thought possible. He used one of my hairbands to pull his hair back into a knot. He's wearing Gustav's clothing properly, and he left the top 3 buttons undone on the shirt. It makes no sense. I've seen him naked now over and over, but for some reason, the golden brown skin that's exposed nearly takes my breath away. When he catches me looking, he grins. All right, I say in Russian. Remember to stick to only Russian and to butt out of my conversation. Got it? He shrugs. It's not very reassuring in light of the last few hours, but I can't keep Shawn waiting any longer. I reach for the knob, my hand pausing just in front of it. I'm trembling, and I need to get it together. I don't blame myself for being a mess. It's been a weird day. But I can't walk out there and convince anyone that we're a good investment and that the farm will be in good hands when I can't even grasp a doorknob properly.
Let me.
Alexander reaches around me and flings the door open.
Can't keep your savior waiting.
He said it in Russian, like I asked, but I'm beginning to wonder if telling him to speak Russian was a mistake. He sounds too confident in Russian. What were you in your past life? I ask.
My past life?
One eyebrow arches.
I've only had one life. The curse locked me into horse form and froze me underground.
I blink. So you've been alive for the past 100 years and just stuck underground? How could he not be insane? Is he insane? He shrugs.
You might liken it to sleeping. My personal magic kept me alive, preserved me in a sort of stasis. It's such that I have a very long life in any case, but I couldn't use it to free myself because of the curse.
I have so many questions about this curse and who he was and what's going on, but they're going to have to wait. Because Shawn's standing at the bottom of the stairs, staring at me. And then his eyes move past me to the very tall, very large man standing behind me, and they widen with alarm.
Who are you?
Trust Shawn not to even ask me. He always goes straight to the source. It's the height of rudeness for an aristocrat to use blunt questions. He always said it made his mother insane. Alexander turns toward me, a questioning look on his face. Thank goodness he didn't immediately give himself away by responding to an English question. This is my new trainer, I say. Your what? My dad's spluttering behind Shawn. I toss my head and walk around the corner and down the stairs. Mirza told me last week before we left that she'd heard of an amazing trainer, just in from Russia, who needed work. I told her we didn't have anything for him, but now that I know how much John hates obsidian, I shrug. I called her, and she dropped him off. She dropped him? Dad looks around and frowns. When? I didn't even see her today. I don't see any bags either. He just sort of appeared. So he did. But Dad can't possibly know how true his words are. Look, he's starving, so I hope you don't mind if he tags along. I've reached the bottom of the stairs, Alex on my heels, and Shawn's forced to step back to make room for us. Shawn doesn't look pleased. It might be better. I'm starving, I say, and he won't understand a word we say anyway. Can we just go? I brush past him, and Alexander does the same thing. As I turn sideways to make room for opening the front door, I watch Shawn's face. Emotions flash across it in quick succession. Irritation, appraisal as he looks Alex over, and then determination. Where did you want to eat? Shawn asks. How about sandwiches? I say. There's a decent... I just tried a place called Skvorotka, Shawn says. It's not bad. It's a bit of a drive from here, but that gives us time to talk. To talk. Why does that sound so ominous to me? Oh, I swallow. Okay. It helps that he named my favorite restaurant. I've actually been pleasantly surprised, he says. Daugavpils is a nicer city than I realized. The only city in Latvia larger is Riga, I say. I didn't realize how close it was to Russia, he says. I guess that's why you speak Russian. I shrug. A lot of people around here speak Russian. Actually, most people in Latvia know 3 languages. It's just that not many of them know English. Shawn smiles. I'm glad you do. For years, I hoped that the next time I saw him, Shawn would be fat, bald, and not nearly as good-looking as I remembered. Isn't karma supposed to make that happen when someone leaves you, if you're a good person? I'm not sure whether it doesn't actually work that way or whether I'm not a very good person for even wanting it to. But it didn't happen here. That's for sure. As we climb into his shiny BMW, I steal some glances at him. His blonde hair's as thick and wavy as ever. His cobalt blue eyes practically shine from his aristocratic face. His jacket's open, so I can see that he still has the faint line in his polo shirt between his pec muscles that shows he's fit, but not overly muscular. Bodybuilding is gauche if you're part of the British aristocracy, after all. Is your new trainer a little slow? Shawn's staring rather pointedly behind me. At Alexander. He's just standing, staring at the door with a perplexed look on his face. Because 100 years ago, cars looked nothing like this. They probably more closely resembled a buggy. Hang on. I open my door and stand halfway up, hissing in Russian. Grab the handle and get in. He thinks you're an idiot. Alec turns toward me slowly, clearly glaring. Is it safe? At least he's remembering to answer in Russian. Totally safe, I say. There's a belt you can clip in place that will keep you even safer. Just follow my lead when you get inside. He blinks, but he listens. I move more slowly than I ever have at locating, and then at clipping my seatbelt. Then I turn back toward him. Why is he coming again? Shawn asks. He was hungry, I say. And he didn't want to stay at the house with my dad, who doesn't speak much Russian. Shawn frowns. But I haven't seen you in years, and... Make him shut up, Alexander says, or I will. I turn around in my seat and pin him with my best stare. And how exactly are you going to do that? He shrugs.
I'll kill him.
At first, I think he's kidding. Then I wish he was. Are you serious right now?
Then you wouldn't have to pay him back,
he says.
It's a win for both of us.
First of all, it does not work that way. I owe his company. But second, what do you stand to gain? I ask.
He annoys me.
There will be no killing, I say. I don't know what kind of a person you were 100 years ago, but while you're with me, you're the kind of person who never kills anyone. I glare at him for good measure. Got it? His brow furrows.
So I'm weak.
We'll have to talk more about this later. Just drive, I say in English. He's as crazy as the horse I hired him to train, so hopefully that's a perfect fit. Alexander huffs from the back seat, and I want to remind him that he's not supposed to be able to understand me, but I'm too worried that Shawn will figure it out.
Why did you buy that horse?
Shawn asks.
You'd won the race. You could have paid that first payment yourself.
I've been dreading this question, so I should have known he'd lead with it. I can't stand animals being abused, and the way Ricketts was treating that stallion didn't sit right with me.
You were willing to lose the farm over it?
Shawn's voice is measured, almost nervous. I turn to look out the window because I can't face him while I say this. I knew you'd keep that from happening. Knew might be a bit strong. I hoped he wouldn't.
So, even though you said you didn't want to see me, you do trust me? At least a little bit?
I guess I do. When I turn toward him, Shawn's beaming.
I'm glad you phoned. I still think we should kill him,
Alex mutters. I ignore him. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
It won't be bad at all,
Shawn says.
Your dad filled out all the paperwork already.
Oh, I remember, I say.
Were you truly upset that we used Obsidian Devil as collateral?
Shawn asks.
Because I need your signature on the form.
I sigh. I can't very well tell him that Obsidian Devil is actually a man who was trapped in a horse form, and that using a human as collateral makes me squeamish. So instead, I try an angle that might make sense. Dad's gambling is what put us in this mess, I say. And I saved us with that race. A race where I beat Obsidian Devil and 6 other horses on a horse I raised and own.
And then you spent the winnings buying another horse,
Shawn says. If his tone is a little judgmental, he's probably justified. I've never been the best at business, I say, and I've always cared too much about horses. But now, something that I own is being chained up to go down with the ship my dad sank on his own.
Except it won't go down,
Shawn says.
I'll loan you enough in the next 24 hours to make that first payment, and then we'll get you an even better loan to repay the rest. Fair terms, flexibility, and no huge penalties.
I should just say thank you, but it sits wrong with me. Why should Shawn have to fix all our problems? I needed him today, for the looming balloon note, but I can't really let him just walk in like my fairy godmother and wave his wand. Besides the fact that it feels wrong, then I'd owe him. I really do appreciate the offer, and you clearly saved us today, but I think we'll figure something out for the balance of the loan.
I could buy your entire farm,
Alex says.
Just take me back to Russia and I'll...
You'll what? I spin around in my seat, tired of his incessant commentary. You haven't been home in 100 years. How exactly do you plan to buy my farm? I roll my eyes. Just be quiet and let the adults talk. Alexander narrows his eyes at me, but he doesn't argue. Thankfully.
What's he saying?
Shawn asks. He looks genuinely perplexed, and I breathe a huge internal sigh of relief. Part of me was moderately worried he might know enough Russian to be dangerous. Oh, nothing important. He's incredibly bossy for someone who came here with absolutely nothing, I say. He has a lot of feelings about food as well, apparently. Shawn blinks.
What does he want to eat?
Grass, mostly, I say. Shawn's brow furrows. I'm kidding, I say. He's asking for borscht, of all things.
They actually have that at Skоворotaka,
Shawn says, smiling like an idiot and gesturing like he's eating soup.
Yes, they do.
Alexander tilts his head and widens his eyes. I know just what he's thinking, and it's rude. It's not Shawn's fault for believing our lie that Alex only speaks Russian. You can't kill him, I say. He's not an idiot. He's being nice.
He thinks I'm an impoverished imbecile,
Alex says.
And I hate him.
You are poor, I say. And that may not be the only thing he's right about. He glowers, but at least he doesn't argue. It allows me to turn back toward Shawn and say, he's delighted. Shawn raises one eyebrow.
He doesn't look very pleased, but maybe Russians are just like that.
Finally, we've reached the restaurant. I try to look at it as I might if I'd been alive in the early 1900s. The exterior was meticulously designed to make it look old. Plaster hand-applied over exposed brick that I'm quite sure was installed exactly as it is. But to Alex, it might look like it's falling down. At least the styling of the letters on the sign and the patio with the outdoor table set up is all breathtakingly beautiful. There are individual tables underneath the tents, with large oil heaters allocated to each one. The red awnings from the tents bring out the red of the brick, and beautiful trees installed in between each third tent tie all of it together with a sort of old-world charm. Alex, strangely, I'm discovering, isn't saying a word. He's simply absorbing everything around us.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Shawn whispers. What does that mean? I ask.
Will he embarrass us?
He frowns.
I like this place. I want to be able to come back while I'm setting up the office in Daugavpil.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine. Only I'm not sure. Not at all. Now that Shawn has asked the question, it's all I can think about. Will he embarrass me? What might he say or do? The second we reach the front, a woman greets us at the door. Welcome, she says in Latvian.
Table for 3?
She's tall, which Latvians often are. We pride ourselves on having the tallest women in Europe, although I kind of buck that trend by being stupidly short. But she's also finely boned with great cheekbones and blonde hair. She's really quite pretty. I nod. 3.
Right this way,
she says.
Can we sit outside?
Shawn asks in English. She pauses, clearly not understanding him.
Did he say outside?
Did he say outside? She says the last word in English. We all have to take it at school, but most Latvians don't retain much. Recognition finally dawns, and she turns to me, still speaking in Latvian.
Your boyfriend wants to sit outside, no? He's not her boyfriend,
Alex says in Russian. This whole thing is not off to a great start, and if Shawn is following it all, he'll realize that Alex at least understands Latvian. I'm sorry, I say. Shawn, I nod at him. He only speaks English. Then I nod at Alex, and he only speaks Russian. Ah! Her pretty blue eyes light up, and she turns on Alex like she's starving, and he's a loaf of fresh rye bread. I speak Russian. I grew up speaking Russian, actually. I should have known. I mean, most people here speak at least a little. It's rare that we have such handsome Russians come to Daugavpil. She's practically eating him with her eyes.
This woman,
Alex says.
She's going to bring us food?
He pins me with a stare.
Because all she seems to do is talk.
Her face falls and she looks down at her feet. Of course.
I'll bring you food. Right this way. She hastily leads us to a tent-covered table and then ducks around the corner. You embarrassed her, I say. That was rude. How was it rude? Alex asks. She's a servant girl. She should be serving, not talking. I can't stop my eyes from rolling. She's not a servant. She's a waitress. You compensate her for bringing you food, no? Alex asks. I mean, yes, but... He cocks one eyebrow. Servant. What's he saying? Shawn asks. I'm almost to the point that I want Alex to just kill me. Nothing, I say. Nothing that matters, anyway. Call me crazy, but I think our waitress might actually like him, Shawn says, eyeing Alex like he'd inspect an orangutan at the zoo. Oh, she does, I say, but Alex wasn't very nice. I was scolding him for it. He doesn't like her? Shawn snorts. That's ridiculous. A poor trainer who emigrated here for work and is living in your old barn quarters thinks he's too good for a gainfully employed waitress? Put that way, he does seem insane. But he thinks he's important and that he has magic. I mean, he can shift into a horse. Or at least with my help he can. Listen, I say. It was really nice of you to ask me to lunch, but I'm a little confused, to be honest. What's confusing? Shawn asks. Well, you dumped me, remember? And now suddenly, out of the blue, you just turn up again. He presses his palms flat against the table and swallows. It's not out of the blue, he sighs. I was never happy with Clara. She was a terrible match, and I never should have married her. But I wanted to make my parents happy. He meets my eyes. I've missed you every day since we broke up. Could have fooled me, I mutter, looking down at the menu. Chris, I divorced Clara a few years ago, but it never occurred to me that I might have a chance with you. That's the only reason I didn't reach out sooner. My dad had a heart attack a year ago, and it made me think about how little time we all have, and how little control we have over that. This is getting really intense, and I'm very aware that Alex is listening to every word. Shawn, I'm so happy you're willing to help us out, and I think it's really serendipitous you're opening an office here, but... Oh, it's not luck that I'm expanding here. After your dad told me about his gambling debt, I decided I should have a reason to be here. That way my dad can't argue with me about how often I come out. Really? That makes me even more uncomfortable. He's expanding to Latvia as an excuse to see me? Chris, I can see you're uncomfortable, but listen. I didn't get as far as I have by giving people things for free, he says. Didn't you get where you are because your family was rich? Shawn shrugs. That's not wrong. But I've grown the net worth of the business by nearly 50% in the last 5 years. His words sink in. He doesn't give people things for free. What do you want then? A feeling of doom steals over me. He doesn't hesitate to tell me. A second chance, he says. I want you to spend time with me. Something about the way he phrased it makes me uncomfortable. You're buying my time? Doesn't that kind of make me a hooker? He smirks. It's not like that. I'm saying that if you want me to hand over all this money double quick, under advantageous terms, I want you to agree to give me another chance. A chance I know that I don't deserve. Like 4 dates? 4? He grins. Do you think I can win you back in just 4 dates? I shake my head. Not a chance. Then I need more. Let's say 20. 20? I ask.
You're kidding, right?
How many do you think saving your family farm is worth? He asks.
I'm only accepting that first loan, I say. And I'll definitely pay you back, so it's not like I'm saying you should give me €1,000,000 for a few dates. I'm just saying you should loan me $250,000 for them.
12, he says. 12 dates between now and when the next balloon note would have been due.
That's 3 months. 1 date a week for 3 months. It's not unreasonable.
Fine. Absolutely not, Alex says. This man pretends to save you, but he's trying to buy you.
You said you'd stay out of it, I say, so honor your promise and shut up. The waitress returns with menus.
I brought one in Russian.
She winks at Alex.
Would he be considered handsome? Shawn asks. In Latvia, I mean.
I'm pretty sure that Alexander's good-looking literally everywhere, but I don't say that. I bite my lip and look at him and say, no, I wouldn't say that he is.
Shawn looks relieved. Which of them is your boyfriend? The waitress asks me in Latvian.
Neither one, I say.
But the Russian one?
She wiggles her eyebrows. He was horribly rude to you, I say. You should just ignore him.
She giggles. I kind of like it.
Why in the world do women want things that are bad for them? Trust me, he's not a very good person.
The woman belongs to me, Alex says suddenly. Until our meal is ready, go away and stop bothering her.
For heaven's sake! The poor waitress's eyes widen dramatically and her lower lip wobbles. I don't belong to anyone, I snap. Shawn, apparently oblivious to all of the back and forth, says,
Are we ready to order?
I help him place an order for a few different things, including the traditional gray peas and bacon
and skabu kapustuzupa,
our common but delicious cabbage soup. And then I order borscht for Alex. I have no idea whether he likes it. Actually, I rather hope he hates it.
This doesn't count as one of them, Shawn says.
Excuse me?
Our lunch today. He looks pointedly at Alex. It isn't one of our dates, because your strange Russian trainer tagged along.
I can't help but smile. Sure, I say. I agree.
I'm going to win you back in the next 3 months, Shawn says. Just wait. No, he won't, Alex says. Because I bet I kill him inside of a month.
This conversation alone might do me in. I know one thing for sure. I absolutely have to figure out how to control this stupid horseman, or I'm going to lose my mind long before Shawn has any hope of changing it. Chapter 7. I survived the lunch. Barely. Shawn didn't want to pay for Alex's meal, but he didn't want me to have to pay for it, so eventually, when it was clear that Alex had no money, he paid for everything. And miraculously, Alex stuck to Russian the entire time, so that was a success. Sort of. But when Shawn drops us off, he thankfully has a meeting later and is in a rush. Dad's waiting outside on the front porch. He does not look pleased.
Mirza's here,
he says. Blast. I knew she taught lessons on Tuesdays. Why didn't I find a spare second to call her? Oh, I know, because I've been plagued by Alex since the second we arrived back home. I told Dad she brought Alex here, but she had no idea about the lie. Where is she? I try my best not to wince. Dad sounds mad, but maybe it's not what I think. If I've learned anything in my more than 30 years of life, it's never to make things worse for myself. Wait, watch, and observe. Only then react. She's here. Mirza's grimacing when she steps around the edge of the door and waves. This must be Alexander? She forces a half smile. He only speaks Russian, I say quickly.
Why would you lie? Mirza doesn't know who he is or anything about him.
Dad frowns. I can't really blame him, but I'm scrambling for a better lie and coming up short. From the corner of my eye, I notice movement and turn toward it. Anything to distract them and buy me a bit of time to think. John's striding toward the house from the barn, and he looks ticked. He's not even close yet when he shouts, "You hired a new trainer?" Why do bad things always converge at the same time and place? I bet my life savings on the champion chase at Down Royal, and I won. And then I spent my winnings on a horse no one else wanted. You're both upset. I get it. I put my hands on my hips. The one thing I learned from my American grandparents is that the best defense is a good offense. But guess what? They're my winnings, and I hired a trainer for my new horse who's willing to work for just room and board. I spin on my heel to face my dad again. And let me remind you, I had to have lunch with my ex-boyfriend today because we needed money to pay a debt that you incurred. I fold my arms underneath my chest and huff. John gulps. Dad looks at his feet. Mirza's eyes light up like things just got interesting. Later, I mouth to her. She nods. I'll call, I mouth again. Then I stomp up the stairs before the guys unwind enough to realize that I didn't answer a single question or explain my lie in any way. The anger wasn't feigned, I realize, as my booted feet hit the wooden steps. I'm kind of livid. Yes, I'm lying about where Alex came from, but I'm not doing it for a bad reason. I worked for a decade to repay my student debt and then save enough for a down payment on a horse hospital. And I had to risk my entire life savings to try and save Dad from himself. I won. And then I did something that was probably stupid. I bought a horse who turned out not to be a horse at all. And now my ex-boyfriend is back saying things I wish he'd said a decade ago. And I'm tired of dealing with all of it. All of it. When I turn to slam my bedroom door behind me, Alex is standing there, staring at me. I guess with all my stomping, I didn't even notice his enormous footfalls right behind me. And of course, he had to follow me up here. He's certainly not going to try and talk to Dad, whose Russian is broken at best, or Mirza, since she doesn't know the story. And John clearly hates him. Even so, I find myself annoyed with him too. What? I ask.
You're a little bit scary,
he says. I roll my eyes, and then I lean around the corner and peer down the stairwell. It looks like John and Dad didn't follow me, so that's progress. Now to think of something I can tell them.
Why did you yell?
He asks. I yank him into my bedroom again. It's becoming a dangerous habit. Or maybe what makes me nervous is that a small part of me likes the feeling of dragging him inside my space. You can't stay here, I clarify. As soon as we're done talking, you have to go back to the barn and be a stallion again.
I have a lot more to learn about the modern world, he says. I need more time. As a man.
Something about the way he says man makes my knees tremble. I swallow. Listen, mister, part of paying me back is keeping from blowing my cover. My family can't know that you're some kind of maniacal magician who's 100 years old and turns into a horse.
I'm not a magician,
he says. I need to find out exactly who and what he is before I take any more risks on him. I point at my desk chair. Sit. He actually listens, to my utter shock, dropping into the seat, but sitting just as ramrod straight and regal as he did through all of dinner. He has the kind of posture that looks like it was drilled into him by a crazed governess. Tell me who you are and why you got cursed. I need to know what I'm dealing with. I'm going to talk to my dad and try to figure out how we might be related, but I need to know what questions to ask. Alex stretches his arm out, dropping one hand to the top of my desk and drums his fingers.
There were 5 of us with powers. I don't know why. And I'm not sure how long it had been that way.
5 what? I ask.
Families,
he says.
5 families that could work magic.
Okay, I say. All Russian families? He nods.
Sort of. My father told me it dated back to Genghis Khan's time. There are only a few words in Russian that take their meaning from the Mongolian language, but money, horse, customs, and trade are among them. That man swept through with his mounted troops and conquered all of Russia. We remained oppressed for more than 200 years.
He sighs heavily.
But after all that time, the people were desperate to be free. They began to pray to any god that would listen for help.
Any god that would listen? Alex shrugs.
I'm just telling you what I was taught. In order to free our people from the Mongolian rule, the locals began to make sacrifices. Some were small, ranging from widows giving up their bread to wealthy families releasing sheep or goats into the wild. Eventually, larger sacrifices were made, possibly dark ones. It's pretty unclear what exactly happened, but one thing we know is that something answered. 5 families were gifted with powers. They became the ruling families in the region after vanquishing the Mongols. My family, the Volkonsky family, received the gift of dominion over the earth.
Dominion over the earth? What does that even mean? And you could shift into a horse. Is that part of it?
I assume they were connected, but shifting hasn't ever been easy, he says. The process itself is simple enough, and painless as well. But in order to master it, you must first conquer your skills with your element. For me, earth, as I mentioned.
Okay, I say. And you did? The line of his mouth is flat. I mean, I'm assuming you did, but who knows? You can't seem to shift without me, so...
As I said, that's because of the curse.
Tell me about the curse then, I say. His eyes flash.
I don't know many details. The entire region of Russia was in the middle of a terrible drought. My friends and I had been working together to keep our lands and people safe, fed. But when the Yurovsky and the Kurikin families came and demanded that we save their people too, he shrugs. We declined.
Wait, there was a famine, but you could still feed your people?
I control the earth,
he says.
As I mentioned. The Kilkovs mastered wind, and the Romanovs mastered water. There wasn't much to be had, but between the 3 of us, we were able to use everything at our disposal to grow enough crops for our provinces.
The Romanovs? I pause. That name sounds familiar.
The Tsars of Russia?
He rolls his eyes.
I should hope so.
Right. Duh. History wasn't really my favorite subject. Ever.
After we refused them, Mikhail Kurikin told me he'd destroy us. We didn't worry about it much.
He frowns.
I suppose we should have.
Wait, you refused to help them? I blink. You said Kurikin was one of the other magical families. If their people were also starving, why didn't you help them? Alex stares at me. Were their people starving?
I can't save the whole world, he says. No matter how much magic I have, trying to do so would only have resulted in me failing my own people.
But there were only 5 magical families. You were helping 2 of them, and when the others came to ask for help, you what? Sent them packing?
Sometimes you have to sacrifice something you care about in order to save what really matters.
So that's what you did? You sacrificed the other 2 families and all the people they ruled to save your friends and their people? He scowls.
They took revenge on me for that decision. One day, while I was already stretched thin, my magic failed me, and then everything went black. Only a very powerful hex could rob me of my magic, and then my consciousness like that.
So you have no idea what happened, I ask. You could have eaten bad mushrooms or something, and...
I didn't eat anything bad.
His mouth is a flat line.
In all my life, My magic never once failed me. Not until that day. And while I was unconscious, I could also sense their magic. Lightning and fire.
Then how did you free yourself?
I didn't, he says. I simply awoke a year or so ago, trembling. And I heard a loud sound. I was encased in dirt on all sides.
You were buried alive?
In my equine form. I'm not sure whether it was because of my elemental magic or whether I was placed underground by those who cursed me. But I was buried.
You were some kind of noble.
We were called horse lords by those who served us, he says.
Horse lords? It sounds ridiculous, but it doesn't feel like the right time to laugh. Okay.
I was captured shortly after I flailed my way free. And then treated like an actual beast.
He sneers.
Then that disgusting human won me in a bet, apparently. I never understood what he was saying. Until I met you, and could suddenly understand him. But I always knew it was vile.
You have no idea how they cursed you? Or what the terms are?
Only that it happened in 1917.
Wait. Wasn't that the beginning of the Russian Revolution? He straightens, his eyes intent.
Something important happened that year? Something you've studied and recall more than 100 years later?
I think that's around when the entire royal family was murdered. The Romanovs, right? I've never seen anyone look quite as stricken as Alex looks right now.
Nicholas?
He goes utterly still.
What about Alexei?
Is he the sickly one? Fury flashes across his face.
Is that what they said about him?
Look, I'm not trying to upset you. For a moment it feels as if time has stopped. For me, this is ancient history, but he sounds like he knew the Tsar's son quite well.
This must be related, he says. I need to locate a reliable source of information and research the details. Surely some things must have been recorded.
I mean, I think a lot of it was, I say. But we have the internet for that kind of thing now.
The internet?
Alex frowns.
Oh boy. You need to teach me, he says. Where can we study this internet?
I suppress my laugh. You can do it anywhere you have service, but listen. I glance around my room. You can't stay here, and there's no internet in the old barn. I still need to concoct some kind of lie to tell my dad and John and Mirza. She's my best friend, and she's here a lot. She teaches horseback lessons on our older and retired horses to kids who live in Daugavpils.
But Kristiana, I need to study this internet immediately,
he says, for all the world sounding like a melodramatic teenager.
How else will I discover my enemies?
Okay, but the internet, as with most records kept by people, always has an angle. You can't really trust anything you read.
I can't trust it?
He looks absolutely shocked.
If the internet is an unreliable source, then I demand we find a reliable one.
I hate to tell you this, but history is always written by the victors, and it seems like that wasn't you. I pull out my laptop and open it up. A few quick taps and it's booted up, and a few moments later I've pulled up a web page. Okay, it seems that the Romanov family wasn't killed until 1918. Whoops, off by a year. Alex still looks as if someone struck him between the eyes. Are you all right?
I will be.
He motions for me to slide over.
I have a lot of things to search up.
No, you don't search them up, I say. You search for things like this. Over the next hour, I try to show him as much as I can about how the internet works and how to construct a decently successful search. He spends the time asking me more questions than any preschooler could ever come up with and practicing making the roundest eyes I've ever seen. A rap at my door distracts me from the rabbit hole I've fallen into. Yes, I call. Who is it?
It's me,
my dad says.
We need to talk.
I may still suspect that Alexander may not be a very good person, especially by today's standards, but hunched over my laptop, typing in words with his index fingers, he doesn't look like much of a threat. I'll be right out. I drop a hand on Alex's shoulder. He startles. I drop my voice to a whisper. I need to talk to my dad. I'm going to tell him I met you in Ireland and that you begged me to let you come work for us. You found a ride out here. If anyone presses, speak quickly in Russian. Dad knows basics, but is easily flustered if you use large words or speak rapidly. Got it? He shrugs. Whatever. No, not whatever. I glare. This is my life, and I need my dad and trainer and best friend to believe me when I tell them things. I never lie, but this is a weird situation. You didn't cause it, I guess, but I had less to do with it than you did. You're doing it for my good as well, he says. I understand. Chris. Dad's sounding less understanding. Coming. Keep searching, I say. Maybe something will stand out to you that means nothing to me. Right. He turns back to the computer, and I square my shoulders and exit, bracing myself to face the father I'm going to try to placate with even more lies. Hey there. I know you're upset, and I know this mess is my fault, he says. But why did you tell me that Mirza sent that man to us? We aren't really much on small talk, the Liepas. I sigh. It felt easier, okay? I knew if I could just say that someone we knew vouched for him, you'd be fine, but no one knows him at all. He's some kind of bizarre stranger who's sitting in your bedroom right now wearing Gustav's clothing. He's not wrong about that. Look, Dad, all of this happened really fast. I had a lot of decisions to make, and after seeing Ricketts shout at Smithers over Obsidian Devil, when Finn told me about a Russian trainer who was a friend of a friend and asked if I had heard of any work at all, I told him yes. But why didn't you just tell me that it was Finn who knew him? Because Finn doesn't really know him personally. And also, you hate Finn. I'm improvising, but I think it's true. I do not. But Dad's protest isn't very emphatic. You hated that he got me back into racing, and you hate that we've kept in touch all these years. But well, he huffs. The point is, we can't have some strange man spending time in your bedroom. He tosses his head at my doorway. Especially not right now. Right now? Fury pulses through me. You mean because Shawn's around? And having Alex in my bedroom might wreck that and ruin our chances of having him fix the mess you made? You used to love him, Dad says. Do you really hate him now? I don't know what I feel, but you haven't left me much choice, have you? I'm sorry, he says. I'll say it 100 more times if it will help. I never should have gambled. And certainly not against Ricketts. But it's in the past, and I can't change it. What I don't want to do is have you keep making the same type of rash decisions and wind up like me. That's a little bit irritating, coming from him. I have some things to go over with Alex. Ideas I had about some training techniques. Once we're done, I'll rush him down to the old barn so we aren't being inappropriate, okay? Only once I get Dad to leave us alone, Alex has no intention of leaving. I have far too much to learn, he says, never looking up from the computer. He sure adapted fast for an old geezer. You have to get your butt down to the barn, I say. I have to feed Obsidian Devil dinner, and if you aren't there eating hay, someone's going to notice. And how am I going to explain that my big black demon horse who's worth €250,000 is just gone? He finally looks away from the screen. His gorgeous golden eyes search my face. But I'm coming back later to learn more. You can't stay in my room all night long poking around on the internet. The corner of his mouth curls upward. His eyes track up my body and stop at my eyes. Why not? He asks slowly. Is he serious? The little thrill that runs up my spine tells me that he may be out of the loop, but he's not past his expiration date. I sleep here, I say. You have to go to the barn and stay there, like I said.
I had 2 allies, he says softly. Among the 5 families, 3 of us were aligned. The Romanovs, my family, the Volkonskys, and the Kilkovs.
You were earth? The Romanovs were water. I don't remember what the Kilkovs' magic was.
Wind, he says. We were all descended from Prince Rurik, who was really the only rightful ruler of the Russian people.
Okay, I say.
According to your internet, all of the families descended from him were destroyed in this revolution that took place. But the 2 families who opposed us were not destroyed.
They weren't?
The Yurovsky family, who controlled lightning, which we later began calling electricity, and the Kurikins, who mastered flame, had powers very well suited to warfare and revolutions.
He pauses, but I can tell he's not done.
I think, after they cursed us, they reconfigured the entire government, and I think that somehow they're still alive and well.
Wait, the same 2 men who cursed you?
He shrugs. Their powers don't grant them longer life, but I imagine that was part of the curse. Had they just wanted us dead, they'd have killed me, not buried me underground. They may yet be alive, their lives extended by stealing my power.
He really is from a whole world I know nothing about.
Chris, they won't be pleased to discover that I'm free.
Do you think they already know? I don't know much about curses, but if they put a hex on you, wouldn't they sense when it disappeared?
I'm not sure it has. I still can't use my magic.
He shrugs.
I really don't know what they know. That may be the most concerning part of all of this.
If they know you're free, what will they do?
What do you think?
His eyes meet mine and hold my gaze calmly, steadily.
They'll try to trap me again. Or if they can't, they'll kill me.
That's bad. He grins maniacally.
Not at all. They'll be much easier to destroy if they come to me first.
There will be no destroying of any kind while you're living with me. His words and tone, the manic glee with which he said they'd be easier to destroy, make me very nervous. I always distrust men. Conversely, I always instinctively trust horses. This guy came to me as a horse, so I loved and trusted him. But now that I'm seeing him as a man, I'm wondering if that was all a big mistake.
Some people deserve to be destroyed.
I arch an eyebrow as if acting imperious will counteract the shiver that just ran up my spine. You can't do any destroying right now, I remind him. You can't even turn yourself into a horse without my help. My door swings open, my dad blinking furiously.
Turn yourself into what?
I can't believe my dad just barged into my room. I'm not a kid. We may not agree on my hiring of Alex, but I deserve my privacy. Will you be taking my door off the hinges next? I ask.
We have a big problem, Dad says, his eyes alarmingly wide.
What? I ask.
Obsidian Devil is gone.
Chapter 8. Of all the stupid things we have to do, we spend the next hour pretending to look for a horse who's standing right next to me. It takes a lot of maneuvering, but we're finally able to send my dad and John and all the stable hands to the far end of the farm. Once we're alone, I say, "It's time to change you back, big guy."
Not yet,
he says.
I haven't had time yet to try using my magic.
You've had hours, I say.
But to truly test it, I need a strong connection to the earth.
As in, you need to touch the dirt? I can't help being skeptical. He crouches down on the ground, his hands sinking deep into the rich, loamy soil of the Liepa land. His eyes close almost involuntarily, and he shudders. In spite of myself, I lean forward, holding my breath and rocking up on my toes. What exactly can he do with earth powers? Can he make things grow? Could he make a mountain or a hill spring up out of the ground? Can he cause earthquakes? Because if he busts up my land, or worse, wrecks my barn, I am going to be very, very displeased. After a very anxious moment passes and then another drags by as well, my excitement and my nervousness both fizzle. Listen, I say, it's not that I'm not sympathetic to your plight. I know he can literally change into a horse, but part of me is beginning to wonder if he may be confused or making the other stuff up. I mean, earth powers? But you need to appear as a horse, mister, and soon, or my dad's going to call Shawn and… After ignoring me for more than 5 minutes, he straightens. Fine. Luckily, it's pretty easy to change him back into a horse. Although, now that he has clothing that fits, he insists on removing it before we shift him. And I'm really starting to feel uneasy about all the nudity. If he were old and hunchbacked, or if he just wasn't quite so delicious, I might not feel so strange about it. But a weird kind of naughty, giddy thrill runs up my body every time I think about it, and when he starts to strip, it's like my entire mind goes blank. I don't want to avert my eyes, which is how I know I need to, obviously. But once he's standing in front of me, a few simple words and voila, he's equine again. And that's when I realize how strange it is to halter someone I know isn't a horse. He stands there, patiently, not even so much as twitching while I halter him, but I'm very aware he's not an animal. Sneaking him back into the barn while everyone else is searching in the woods is a little harder than the shift. He is ginormous and black, after all. Eventually we manage, but by then I'm plenty annoyed. I told you that you couldn't stay in my room all night, searching things on the web. I swat obsidian on his rump without thinking, and then realize that I probably shouldn't be doing that kind of thing anymore. It definitely feels weird. My cheeks heat up. Sorry, I mumble lamely. But look, you need to listen to me or people are going to find out, and then it's pitchforks and torches, all right? It may have always been something you could do, but in the present day, people do not change into horses. Ever. Got it? He tilts his huge, gorgeous head as if to accuse me. He did turn into a man because I'd been lamenting that horses couldn't be men after all. But I meant it hypothetically. If you can't follow my rules, we won't have time for you to learn about the present. Got it? He tosses his head. I know you're a prince, lord, duke, or whatever, but here, you're just a horse. He snorts. And more importantly, if you want to walk on 2 legs again anytime soon, you better make me believe you're going to listen to me. He glares at me momentarily, which is a little disconcerting. I've never seen a horse actually glare in my entire life. Side-eye? Sure. Irritation? Definitely. But actually glaring with flared nostrils and a narrowed eye? Although, now that I think about it, didn't he do that before I bought him? How did I ever think he was a real horse? He's been bizarre from the start. How about this? His nostrils flare, but he's listening. You stay in equine form all day and let everyone see me working with you. Then I'll tell them that Alexander has a unique training method. It's proprietary and requires total privacy. I'll come change you in the evening, and you can spend your nights doing research. I'll let you borrow my phone to boost the internet out here. Now I'm just talking to myself, really. He has no idea what most of that means, but he'll pick it up fast. If the speed with which he was pecking at the keys on my laptop earlier is any indication. He inhales deeply and then bobs his head. Great. So I'll duck out for now, but I'll be back later. He doesn't look or sound very pleased. Pawing at the stall floor is bad manners, Obsidian. He doesn't stop. but he doesn't start screaming or trying to undo the latch either. As I walk back to the house, I think about how boring it would be to be stuck as a horse all day long, just standing around. Maybe I can get him a television out here or something. I wonder if I could extend the Wi-Fi with a booster. The major flaw in my plan doesn't hit me until the next day. If I don't want to sit beside him while he's searching, and I'm certainly not doing that all night, I have to leave my phone out here, with him. I'm not the kind of person who can't be parted from her phone, but I'm not exactly keen to allow him to be the first person to receive all my texts and calls either. He's figuring things out alarmingly quickly. The last thing I need is to have him answering my calls when Shawn rings and telling him who knows what. Just having a man answer my phone would be problematic enough, but having Alex answer? After that miserable lunch fiasco? Hard pass. "You have a message," he says. He sounds so nonchalant, I should have known. He's never mentioned when I had a message before. I haven't even seen the name on the screen, but I know it's from Shawn. Date tomorrow? I have to head home for a few days after that. I snatch the phone from the rough-hewn desk we've cleared off in the corner of the living space above the barn. Sure. I'll bring you some books in the morning, I say. I'm going to need my phone tomorrow night. "That man isn't trustworthy," Alex says. I roll my eyes. As if you're any better, Mr. Destroy Them. "I am." He frowns. "In every way. I haven't run away, although I could at any point in my human form. I'm here, learning about the world slowly on your terms, and masquerading as your pet, just as we agreed I would." His expression is pretty sour, but I guess I don't blame him. "Also that you can repay the bank before you lose your collateral." But you don't have your powers back, and you have to figure out exactly what happened before you head out to confront your enemies, I say. So it's not like I'm really in your way. Reminding him of all the things he doesn't know only worsens his mood. He's practically scowling at me when he says, "I should come along when you go to dinner." I can't help my barking laugh. It's not ladylike at all. Thanks for the offer, but absolutely not. He arches one eyebrow, and I can totally see him as an imperious lord, used to always getting his way. "I will come along." I shake my head slowly. Words alone don't seem to be doing the trick. "You will not." He folds his arms and glares. "You may be the key to reversing the curse and regaining my magic. Your safety is my top priority currently, other than information gathering. I will accompany you until I'm positive this idiot can keep you safe." I laugh again, but this time it's less aggressive, thankfully. As if you could keep me safe. You don't even know how to call 911. I think I'll take my chances on my billionaire ex who owns a bank. Billionaire? I can tell he's filing the word away to research. He looks weak. Whether he owns a bank or not, I doubt he could prevent any attackers from harming you. Oh, for the love! I point at the barn stall. You will wait here while I go on my date. This date and any other that I set up. I'm quite capable of defending myself, and he moves so fast I'm utterly shocked when he leaps up and approaches me. His leg sweeps under mine and his arms catch me before I hit the floor. You were saying? I kick my feet back under me and shove him hard. I mistakenly assumed you weren't a threat. I drag a hand through my hair, pulling it away from my eyes. I won't do that again. He's not the only one who can glare. But try that again, Buster, and you'll wind up with a black eye and sore balls. Sore what? Never mind. He reaches for me again, and I'm ready. I wasn't lying. The second his hand touches my skin, I say, I wish you were a horse. I can't help my smirk as he rips through his clothing that looked so nice on him, and a huge black stallion takes form in front of me. I hadn't thought about the fact that we were standing on the second floor, in my rather old and shoddily built barn apartment. The floorboards creak as he shifts. I press my hand to his flank and practically shout, "I wish you were a man!" And then, in a blink, a very large, very naked, very angry man is standing next to me.
"Are you trying to kill us both? Or just destroy this ramshackle excuse for a barn?"
I'm not sure whether I'm trembling because he's so very naked and so very beautiful, and he smells so very intoxicating, or whether it's because I'm relieved that we didn't both crash into the horse stall below. It would not have been a fun trip to take. I'm sorry. I clearly wasn't thinking.
"Now, I really need to come with you,"
he says. I bolt past him, shoot down the stairs, and jog out the door without another word. I'll deal with his insistence that he come along tomorrow. Because there's no way my surly, infuriatingly strong, cursed magician man is coming with me on another date. Absolutely no way. Chapter 9. Riding Obsidian Devil continues to be the best part of every single day. He moves like no horse I've ever ridden, and I guess that makes sense, because he's not a real horse. We sail over a 4.5-foot jump, and he turns just where I signal. Yes, exactly like that. I pat his neck. It's gotten easier to treat him like a horse when he's a horse, but I have found myself talking to Five a little more like he's a human without thinking, which isn't really that abnormal for me anyway. I wonder how high you can actually jump. Obsidian Devil tosses his head. I don't want to hurt you, of course. He snorts. And it's not strictly necessary for us to test your limits. I mean, the races I do are more about speed and consistency. Some of the jumps are hard, technically, but it's the addition of the extra horses jockeying for a place that make them really difficult. He jogs forward, pulling on the bit. I take it he's game to try a few higher jumps. I call one of the grooms over to move the jump up another 6 inches. This is 5 feet, I whisper. It's the highest I've... Before I can even tell him that we'll take it in 6-inch increments, he takes off, and we're moving toward a very steep jump without the right positioning. I consider ripping his mouth off. It's super rude to take off when I haven't told him to go. But we're more of a partnership than a rider and mount. I decide to let him decide whether he can make it and simply let him move. He sails over it with at least another 6 inches to spare. The poor groom's mouth is dangling open. Edwards, why don't you take it up another notch? He nods, his eyes wide. After he shifts it, he doesn't bother walking toward the edge of the ring. He wants a front row seat, apparently. This time, how about you wait for me to tell you? But again, he just takes off. Hey, that's really rude. I gather up my reins, but just barely, before we're swinging around, heading for the wooden bars. Whoa there. He doesn't seem to be listening to me at all when his shoulders bunch and we sail over the 5.5-foot jump. Easily. And now I'm wondering if we should try 6 feet, because it really feels like he could do it no problem. Edwards might be having a mini stroke. He's staring at us wide-eyed. I mean, it has been fun, and we did clear it with room. How about... What on earth are you doing? John asks. That horse cost more than my home. And you're just turning him and shooting him toward taller and taller jumps and hoping he clears them? I close my mouth with a snap. Where's his moronic trainer with the strange methods? He sleeps all day most days, and I never see him working with the horse. So at the very least, he should be out here telling you to stop. Actually, I came out here with the intention of wearing Obsidian out enough that he'd forget about my date in a few hours. I'm planning to accidentally leave him in his stall. Somehow, Alex always makes me lose my focus, and now it seems like Obsidian's just as dangerous. You raise a good point. I'll go work him out on the flat. Edwards actually looks pretty disappointed, but at least Obsidian doesn't fight with me when I wheel him around and head for the outdoor arena. It's cold, but at least the sun is shining. Just before we head out, I zip my coat up the rest of the way. And then I work him as hard as I feel comfortable doing. Somehow, as I'm tacking him down, it almost feels like I worked harder than he did. My arms are tired, my back is sore, my thighs, which never get sore because of how often I ride, are a little shaky. All right, boy, let's get you back to your stall. My plan doesn't work as well as I might have hoped. He's definitely not too distracted, tired, or absent-minded when I go to put him away. We're about 2 feet away from the door to his stall when he sets his feet. I tug. He doesn't budge. Come on, Obsidian. He glares at me and tosses his head, and I nearly drop the lead line. Hey, none of that. Let's go. He shakes his head slowly back and forth. I grit my teeth. You have to go into your stall, and then I'll come shift you later. I glance at the window. We have to keep you as a horse all day like always. Fair is fair. He paws at the ground and eyes me pointedly, as if to say, don't forget. You have to come back out. I have a farm call to make and then I need to shower, but I will come back. It's not exactly a lie. I just said later, not exactly when. Things with Shawn are complicated enough without having an ancient, awkward Russian bouncer following me around. I'm actually sort of proud of myself when I leave him in his stall. We may have gotten off to a bumpy start, but I'm learning to manage Obsidian the same way I learned to manage horses when I was just getting started. One misstep at a time. Sure, I give on things like that first day when he demanded to come. I give because I don't have a choice. I can't win a pulling match. But I outsmart him later, and that's what matters. That's what he'll remember. Luckily, my farm call ends up being minor. A mare ripped a chunk off her heel. Horses stuck in stalls do all kinds of dumb things. That makes me think about Obsidian, and I almost feel bad. But then I remember that he thinks I need him to protect me. What a laughable thought. Once I bandage the mare, I head right back home. I have plenty of time to shower and get ready. The thought of an actual date with Shawn, without a crazy horse shifter in tow, has my stomach doing tiny flip-flops. Actually, in some ways, the craziness with Alexander, or Obsidian, I really don't know what to call him in my head, has kept me from getting too anxious about the whole Shawn thing. When you're dealing with a curse, possible magic, and a horseman who needs to escape to fight the people who probably killed the Romanovs, well, it puts my little loan issues into perspective. Shawn is, as ever, right on time, pulling up in his black sedan right at 7 p.m. And if I hear a stallion screaming in the background, well, I ignore it. You look even more beautiful than you did back in school, Shawn says. It's nice that he appreciates the time I spent. I almost never curl my hair, and I'm lucky if I find time to swipe mascara on my eyelashes. Putting on eyeshadow and concealer makes me feel like I'm Cinderella preparing for a ball. And he notices. I thought maybe we'd get something a little nicer tonight. Shawn smiles. Discovered gubernators, did you? I pause. Or wait, Café Imbir? The beauty of living in Latvia is that even though Daugavpils is considered to be a large town, by comparison to, say, London, or really anywhere else Shawn has ever been, it's small. There just aren't that many places to eat. He smiles. I was thinking Art Hub. I'm impressed. Art Hub isn't that easy to find, and usually only locals like it. Someone has been doing his homework. I went there for lunch yesterday, and I thought, this is a place Chris would like. He's not wrong. I do like it. It's a little pricey, but heaven knows Shawn wouldn't care. Great. Let's go there. Of course, when we get there, they've lost his reservation. It is Latvia, after all. Nothing ever runs smoothly. Shawn looks nearly apoplectic. It's fine, I say, placing my hand on his forearm. We can offer you seats on the patio, the attendant saying. The patio? It's practically freezing outside. Shawn's eyes are flashing and his forearm muscles are clenched tight. They have nice gas heaters, I point. I actually like the patio. especially when it's cold. Shawn relaxes visibly when I say that.
Really?
I haven't actually tried it, but there are 3 or 4 other couples sitting out there already, and they don't look miserable. The heaters have bright red elements that seem to be humming away.
All right, we'll try it,
he finally says. I'm a little nervous they're going to spit in our food, so I specifically look for things that don't have a thick sauce, like the filet.
How's the macaroni?
I grab Shawn's hand. Their fish is also excellent. Every variety I've tried. His brow furrows, but he follows my lead. Luckily, the patio isn't bad at all. It's warm enough that my breath doesn't even puff out in a cloud. See? I ask as the waiter leaves. This is nice, and there are fewer people, so it's cozier. Which is absolutely true, all the way through dinner. We've just ordered dessert when it becomes false. Because an enormous black horse gallops to a stop about 8 inches away from us, his nostrils flaring, his sides heaving, his eyes wild.
Is that?
Shawn stands up, his hands splayed outward.
Is that your horse?
I sigh. Obsidian devil, how on earth did you get loose?
And how did he find you? We're almost a 20-minute drive by car from your house.
Shawn looks poleaxed. I would agree with him, except we're only half a mile away from the place we came for lunch, and Alex was paying close attention to the surrounding area that day. Most of the decent restaurants are in the same vicinity in Daugavpils. Stupid blighter got lucky. What on earth are you doing here? Obsidian glares at me, like this whole mess is somehow my fault. I guess my plan to tell him I forgot wasn't, perhaps, the best one. I wonder how he opened the stall door from the inside. I should probably take him home. Except I'm wearing a dress, and a fairly thin, relatively fancy coat, knowing I'd spend most of the night in a car and a heated restaurant. My hand is literally itching to slap Alex right now. Whether he wanted to come on my date or not, that's my decision to make, not his. Shawn blinks.
I mean, how would you even get him home? We don't have a halter.
He waves the waiter down, which isn't hard. Every single person on the patio is standing up, staring slack-jawed at the fabulously beautiful horse who's simply standing in front of me. Until he neighs louder and longer than I've ever heard him neigh. It's almost like a battle cry, if I'm being honest. And he's staring right at Shawn when he does it.
I know it's crazy, Shawn says, but I feel like that horse doesn't like me.
Obsidian snorts and manages to literally blow snot on Shawn. I'm thinking it's not all in his head. Shawn's grimacing and using his napkin to try and wipe it off when people start to pour out of the door that leads to the inside of the restaurant. A man with a shocking amount of white hair seems to be in charge.
Don't worry, he says. We've called the police and animal control is on their way.
Oh no, that's bad. Very, very bad. Latvia is full of bureaucracy and none of it is easy to navigate. If he's taken in, it would be very bad. I'm not sure how long it would take me to recover him or how many people he might permanently maim in the process. They might just decide to put him down. You're such an idiot, Obsidian. Animal control? I slide out of my heels and button my coat up tightly. I swear, you're going to pay for this later.
What?
Shawn's looking at me like I've lost my mind. I can't let animal control take him, I whisper. I'm going to ride him home.
Without a bridle?
Shawn's eyes are wild.
You cannot possibly do that. As your boyfriend, I strongly advise against that decision. And as your financial backer, I forbid it.
Well, that's too bad. I hop the rail and Obsidian helpfully lowers his front left leg so his stupidly high back isn't impossible for me to reach. I hear an alarming rip coming from something on the back of my dress when I swing up onto his back, and the skirt of my already not very long dress slides alarmingly high on my thighs. But I'm short on options. At least I'm wearing undies. because this feels like my only option at the moment, other than killing Obsidian. Actually, watching Shawn's face makes me wonder if that's a better call.
This isn't some Disney movie, Chris, he says. The insane horse isn't going to be an angel for you. You're very likely to break your neck.
He's about to come over the railing after me, and that might be worse than animal control catching us, judging by the set of Obsidian's mouth and the way he's pawing at the ground. Shawn, trust me, I don't know that many things, but one thing I do know is horses.
And the way home?
He looks a little frantic.
Stay by the roads. I'll pay the check and follow you home at least, okay?
I've got to beat animal control, I say. As if that's his cue, Obsidian Devil wheels around, barely waiting for me to grab a fistful of mane before he springs away. I would kick him, but seeing as I'm bareback, barefoot, and not even wearing pants, it's all I can do not to fall off. That doesn't keep me from rattling off a string of the worst profanities I know in all 3 languages in which I'm fluent. You are the single worst person I've ever met, I say. And when we get home, you're getting nothing but gruel until you die. He snorts and speeds up. You better slow down, or I'll have you made into dog food. Or glue. I slap his neck. That's a real thing they do, you know. Turn horses into glue. Luckily, he's been running the whole way here, it seems, and at least he's warm. All the energy I have to exert keeps me from freezing too much as well. But I do want to strangle him, every single step of the way home. When we reach the barn, Shawn's already there, and he looks so conflicted it's almost funny. It's like relief and fury are warring inside of him, and they're evenly matched. It's a little offensive when I think about it. I'm probably the most talented rider he's ever met. I've never been unseated from any horse ever. But this particular horse knows I'm on his back, wants me there, apparently, and was actively trying to make sure I wouldn't fall. I wasn't in any danger. Other than the one argument we had about which bridge to take to cross the Dagava River. He won, of course. He can't use words, but he can just go wherever he thinks is best. It's not like I have a bit, a whip, or spurs to support my side of the argument.
You're alive.
As conflicted as he may look, he sounds nothing but relieved. I am definitely alive, and I'm furious with this idiotic stallion. I have to remind myself that Shawn has no idea he's a person, or that I was as safe as I knew I was. I'm freezing too, so I hate to do this, but I have to deal with him. Is there any chance you can head home and let me? Shawn's face actually looks hurt, but he doesn't argue with me. After dealing with Obsidian lately, I'm beginning to really appreciate the strong sense of pride governing Shawn. It's ironic, because it used to annoy me.
I took the liberty of bringing you warm clothing, he says. I'll set it inside the barn, and then I'll go. But please phone and let me know when you've safely installed him in the barn and are back inside.
He's slow as molasses at leaving, but I guess I can't fault him for that. He brought not only clothes, but socks and boots as well, bless him. And I'm guessing my high heels are already in my house. Dad must be as upset as Shawn. I'm surprised he and John aren't out here yelling at me. As if he can read my mind, Shawn turns.
I told your father that you have your phone, which I assume is still true, and that you'd phone him and John if you wanted them around.
Everyone thinking that Obsidian only likes me is actually helping me, for once. Right, of course. I do. I pat the strap of my shoulder bag, thanking my lucky stars again that I wore my crossbody purse. I am sorry. Our next date will be better, I promise.
I thought it was going pretty well until...
Shawn trails off.
I know you like that horse, but I vote for racing him once, hopefully winning, and selling him afterward. Either way. Actually, a claiming race might be.
I'll deal with it, I say. We won't have him for long. Now that we're not moving, the cold air is stinging my skin. I'll call you soon, I promise.
I'm glad you made it back, Shawn says. But I mean it. Sell him off, even if it's a huge loss. I'll figure things out from our end. That horse is crazy, and I don't want you dealing with him anymore.
Obsidian starts to trot toward him, and I yank on his mane as hard as I can. He acts like he can't even feel it. Shawn seems to recognize that he's not safe, and luckily he begins to jog toward his car. "Knock it off," I hiss, "or I'll change you right here. Then you can see how Shawn feels about you being a man. I wonder who else he might tell." Obsidian finally stops. Once Shawn's out of sight, I slide down from Obsidian's back. The ground's an awfully long way down, and it hurts when my bare feet hit the already icy gravel. I can't help whimpering. Obsidian's head whips around so fast, he practically knocks me over. His big, warm mouth nuzzles around as if he's trying to figure out whether I'm all right. "It just hurt my feet," I say, "and I'm absolutely freezing." He throws his head toward the barn. "Oh, I don't think so." I glance around, checking to see whether anyone else is within our circle of visibility. When I don't see a soul, I throw a hand up on his side and shift him. Then I turn and run for the barn while he reorients from the shift. I'm half inclined to throw the barn door closed and let him freeze outside while I change, but I end up settling for a head start. By the time he finally gets upstairs, I'm already changed into the sturdy pants and work boots Shawn brought, and Alex is wearing pants at least. His eyes are just as bright in human form as they were as a horse. "You lied." I shake my head. "I was going to come back later. I never said exactly when. In fact, I was pretty clear that I didn't want you to come." "You aren't safe with him." Fury bubbles up inside me, and I thrust a pointing finger right at him, jabbing him in his chest. "You don't get to decide that. You're a crazy ancient horseman. You can't even keep yourself safe, much less me." He freezes then, his bare chest heaving, his mouth dangling open just a bit. His eyes are hurt, and I realize that he hadn't really thought about it from that perspective. To hear him tell the story, he was a noble of some kind, a prince, he keeps insisting. And he owned quite a lot of property. He had loads of servants and a huge estate with a gigantic mansion. He had power, and he was magical. He had allies and enemies, and he was a fairly scary dude. Now he's woken up and 100 years are gone, and his friends are not around. Some are dead, and he can't use his magic. He's trapped, really. Defenseless. Penniless. Powerless. It must hurt. I actually feel a little bad for rubbing his face in it. Then he repositions himself slightly, and I realize that after jabbing him with my finger, I didn't drop my hand. I've been doing all this thinking with one hand pressed against his bare chest. His very muscular, very warm, very naked chest. My hand is trembling when I step away from him. "I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings." "But you feel safer when I'm not around?" "And when I'm not riding bareback through the countryside in the freezing air," I say. "Yes, that's true." His very full, very expressive lips are pressed into a tight line. His eyes look hard. "You aren't a prince here," I say softly. "You're just a man, stuck pretending to be a horse until I can extricate you from this mess. I really, really need you to start listening to me. Even if it means he feels powerless and vulnerable. Because I hate the way he looks right now. I'd almost rather deal with the overbearing, insufferable Alex than this one. The crushed, defeated one with the shadowed eyes." "I require more clothing," he says. "All that's left, now that you shredded my other decent shirt yesterday, are ratty, dirty things left by who knows what kind of person who used to live here." I sigh. "Fine. I'll take you shopping tomorrow night." "So you don't have another date tomorrow?" He raises his eyebrows. I'm not sure why that makes my stomach do a flip, but I squash that feeling immediately. I don't. Shawn will be gone for a few days. His smile reminds me that I can't trust him. "That's good." "No," I shake my head. "Shawn's a good man, and I like seeing him. It's bad that he'll be gone."
"If you say so."
"I do." I drop my phone next to him and race down the stairs so fast that I forget I'm supposed to call Shawn until I've reached the house. "Dad," I call. "I need your phone. Mine's dead." It's not entirely true, but it's not the biggest lie I've told today either.
"Thank goodness you're all right. Is Obsidian Devil okay?"
Dad's clearly been pacing in here. The carpet has a path worn across it. We're both fine. That horse is stupid, but he's healthy. Thank goodness for that, Dad says. I don't know what we'd do if he really disappeared. I'm not entirely sure he's right. The part of me that thinks Obsidian Devil is a threat to my future is growing a little each day. Chapter 10. I should have just dropped Alex off with a fistful of cash. He probably would have come home with bizarre tweed pants and lace-up shirts made for Renaissance festivals, but at least he wouldn't keep trying to drag me into the changing room with him. It would be so much faster if you just stand in here, he says. It's not like you'll see something you don't see all the time. The saleslady blushes, and I want to sink into the plush carpet and die. Alex. If I could inject even one more speck of censure into my tone, I would do it. Stop, please. I switch to Russian. Or at least use another language when you say such outrageous things. Outrageous? Me? He smiles this time, and I realize he's not clueless. He's baiting me. Your boyfriend is really good looking, the woman says. You should just go in there. I'll give you some space. Oh, my word. He's not my boyfriend, I say. My boyfriend? Don't say Shawn's your boyfriend, Alex says. Or You'll what? I ask. Just go in the dressing room again and put things on one at a time. You can make decisions on your own, but if you insist on asking my opinion, you can come out, fully dressed, like every normal person on Earth does. Or I'd be happy to go inside and give you my opinion, the 20-something sales clerk offers. I don't have a Shawn. For the love. I open my mouth to tell her to buzz off when Alex's laugh shocks both of us. No, thanks. He slams the door shut just like that. I eye the sales clerk. She's young, attractive, and she has a great figure. Why did he laugh? Probably some kind of chauvinistic prince thing that dates back to his 100-year-old mentality. Don't let him make you feel bad, I say. He's really, really old. Way too old for you. She shrugs. I kind of like older men. She's still staring at the door, and he doesn't look very old to me. Why does every single woman seem to lose her mind around Alex? He's hot, yes, but is he really that hot? When Alex opens the door, it hits me. Maybe because I've been thinking about it. Maybe because I'm trying to see him from her perspective. Mine is a little skewed. I mean, sure, I know he's good looking. I thought he was the day he shifted into a man. But he was such a mess. Muddy, with a bridle on his face. I've never really looked at him. Like I might if I just saw him on the street. He's knock you to your knees, slap your mama, weep and cry all day gorgeous. He's tall, muscular, and he has a face that would make an angel sob with envy. And he doesn't so much as spare Miss Low Self-Esteem a single glance. He stares right at me, and then he spins in a slow circle. That reminds me that instead of staring at his face, I'm supposed to be evaluating the clothing. His shirt isn't buttoned all the way up, and I'm struggling not to stare at the top of his beautiful chest. You'd think by now I'd be used to it, but no dice. It's just inhumanly perfect. Golden skin, smooth and silky, defined muscles everywhere I look, even the places I shouldn't be looking. What do you think? It's fine, I say, proud of how normal my voice sounds. Just like everything else has been. You said I have how much to spend? He narrows his eyes. I have an employee discount, the sales clerk chirps. 50% off. I'll let you use it. I want to groan. I mean, have some self-respect. Although, when we're checking out, I'm kind of grateful she's so infatuated with him. I mean, I'm the one paying after all. That 50% makes a huge difference. And with the way we seem to be going through clothes. So, what if she writes her name with a heart over the I? I'll keep Adriana's number handy for the next time we need more clothes. We walk outside and turn toward the parking lot. Time to get back. I say, because Alex takes my hand in his, and to say the movement shocks me would be a huge understatement. I glance down at our hands as if I'm staring at an alien. If aliens made my heart skip a beat. If aliens made me want to slow down and turn toward them. If aliens were warm and strong and unbelievably beautiful. But this isn't okay. I'm supposed to be dating Shawn, not fangirling over a crazy old Russian man. What are you doing? I ask, stopping on the sidewalk. What do you mean? He glances around. I thought you said we had to head back. I was walking to your car. It's hard, but I stiffen my hand and pull it away. Why were you holding my hand? I wiggle my newly freed fingers. He gestures. They're all doing it. I notice two couples, one ahead of us and one who just passed us, both holding hands. Oh, well, they're together. We're together? He looks genuinely confused. It's something people do when they're dating, I say. I could hold hands with Shawn, but not with you. He blinks and then he frowns. But I like it. Maybe I should get checked out because my heart is now racing like we're in Liverpool at Aintree preparing for the Grand National. That's not the point. It's not? I sigh. Just don't, okay? You have a lot of rules, Alex says, but he doesn't argue further and he doesn't take my hand again. I should not be disappointed by that. I'm not disappointed by that. Is it against the rules for us to eat together? He eyes the pizza place next to us, his nose lifting a bit, sniffing the air. I doubt he's ever had pizza. I can't help wondering whether he'll like it or hate it. I guess not, I say. The beatific smile that spreads across his face almost makes me regret saying yes. But we need to hurry. It turns out that he loves pizza. I should have known. Alex seems to like almost all food, as a horse and as a man. He eats more than any man I've ever seen, but then again, as a horse, he's always moving. His energy is seemingly limitless, and he really should be spending most of his time grazing. Maybe he needs all the extra calories. Plus, there's no telling how much energy he expends to shift. I picked up a wolf shifter book last night, hoping it might shed some light on this whole thing, but there was a lot more dirty sex and a lot less information about shifting than I expected. That did not help me focus on what matters, which is not my knowledge that no matter what he's eating, it's not resulting in surplus calories. His body has no extra fat reserves that I've seen, in either form. Chris, focus. Buy anything for yourself. I'd be happy to stop somewhere else and help you find something you might like. I have clothes, I say flatly. His face falls. And you have no idea what's stylish. True fashion transcends fads. He sounds utterly confident of that. I suppose, thinking about what he chose in the store, that makes sense. He picked classic trousers, plain but well-made sweaters, and nicely tailored button-down shirts. They're things that would almost have worked 100 years ago, and they absolutely look amazing on him now. Though a cow feed sack would look good on him. I know that from painfully personal experience. What I mean is that I don't need more clothing. You seemed to need more the other night. He narrows his eyes. On my date? I laugh. Generally speaking, guys want you to wear less on dates, not more. I don't care what guys want. You looked cold. He straightens his shoulders. I could help you find something flattering that still keeps you warm. Duly noted, I say, but I think I'll pass. By the time I've paid the check for dinner and we're ready to head home, it's already dark outside. The early sunset thing during the winter gets pretty depressing sometimes. As I'm climbing into my car, Alex asks, Should I drive? I almost choke. No. When we went out to eat with Shawn, he drove instead of you. It seems to be a cultural standard for the man to drive when a man and a woman go out. He points, and I notice 2 different cars, with the man driving in one and climbing into the driver's seat in the other. First, you have to have something called a driver's license here. If you don't have one, they can do bad things to you. Seeing as you don't have so much as a photo identification, it's better if you don't drive. Also, you can't drive. But I can. I had the nicest car in 2 provinces. I quite enjoy driving. And your car probably topped out at 20 miles an hour, I say. I think I'll be the one driving, thanks. He shrugs. If you insist. I really do. The rest of the drive home is rather entertaining, with Alex asking me a dozen different questions about things he observed while we walked around. They really pull their pants down on purpose? Alex grimaces. It's some kind of style? It's not as common here as it is in other places, I say. But yes, some of the younger kids do. Their underwear becomes part of their fashion. It's not that they can't afford pants that fit. That suggestion makes me laugh again just thinking about it. I didn't realize how many things he would learn just by being around people. Maybe we should get out a little more often. He perks up at that. Really? I agree. I think we should go out a lot. Every day even. We could go out to dinner. We could do more shopping and... More shopping? I roll my eyes. I'm not a princess. I'm not made of money. I can't go shopping very often, and certainly not like we did today. You need to take care of these clothes and make them last. Got it? He grins. Understood. I'm about to turn down the long country road that leads us home when I notice it. My dad's car, parked in front of the tiny clubhouse at the end of the drive. It's not a bar. It's not a restaurant. It's a small clubhouse rented out to private parties, like women's knitting circles. And gamblers. My hands stiffen on the steering wheel, but I make a split-second decision. I want to stop and march in there right now, but that's not wise. I'll drop Alex at home and come back. That's the smart thing to do. Nothing good will come of a confrontation with my dad in the middle of a hand of cards with a crazy Russian man in tow. What's wrong? The light and airy banter is gone. Somehow, Alex noticed my mood shift. It's going to be really hard to get rid of him now. Nothing, I say, forcing a smile. Just thinking of where else we might go. Places that won't cost me a fortune. I glance his way. Maybe a park. People watching can teach you a lot. He shakes his head. No way. You don't like to people watch? Alex puts a hand on my arm. Stop the car, Chris. Right now. What? I glance at him again. Why would I do that? Something's wrong. You're going to tell me what it is. His voice is low and compelling. I find myself pulling off on the shoulder and turning on my hazard lights. Why did I listen to him? Am I going crazy? What happened? He's focused entirely on me, his eyes practically boring into me. Something back there upset you. At that dark brick building? He pays far too close attention. It's nothing, really. Don't worry about it. You stopped the car. If it was nothing, if I was overreacting, you'd have laughed me off. I hate him. What is it? I sigh. My dad has a gambling problem, and he swore he wouldn't gamble anymore, but that's where he goes. You saw his car? He turns as if he can somehow see back there in the dark. He spins back around to face me, clearly frustrated. I nod. You stay here. He opens the car door and starts off down the road. It's a half a mile away, I say. Alex! He keeps walking. I circle the car, close the door, and get back in. It takes me 30 seconds to turn around, and by the time I reach him, he's nearly to the clubhouse. Stop walking so fast and listen, I say. My dad won't care what you say. I don't plan to talk to him. Alex is almost as unreasonable as my father. Stop and listen for a moment. He does freeze, his broad shoulders turning just enough that we can see one another's faces. What? You have no plan here. If you insist on staying with me, at least wait in the car while I go see him. He sets his jaw and shakes his head. Try again. Fine, you can come in with me, but don't say anything, okay? He sighs. Fine. I throw the car into a parking spot and climb out. My hands are shaking. You're upset. You should wait here and let me deal with it, Alex says. I shake my head this time. No, I'll go. He's my dad. A lousy father, he mutters. I don't have the strength to argue with him or the desire, really, but he's the only parent I have. Just stand behind me and try to look menacing. I regret using that word almost the second I say it. I wouldn't have described Alex as menacing until now. He looks downright terrifying, if I'm being honest. He's never scared me, not as a horse and not as a man. But if I didn't know him, he's hugely tall. He's very Russian-looking with his sharp features and black hair, and his eyes are grim. There's no other way to describe him. The phrase he used that first day comes back to me. They'll be much easier to destroy if they come to me first. To destroy. That's not a normal thing to say, but it feels like it fits in this moment. And I won't lie to myself and pretend I don't want someone scary at my back. I've always hated that Dad gambles, but it wasn't until I was an adult that I realized how much it wrecks our lives. After losing so much, almost everything, why would he come here? He promised me not to gamble anymore, and I'm already turning my life inside out to try and fix his mistake. But even so, I know the answer. Gamblers think they're always just one hand away from fixing everything. That's what gets them into this situation to begin with. I'm angry, and I'm scared. The worst people in Daugavpils are likely to be inside. I inhale and exhale slowly, and then I grab the doorknob and yank. Nothing happens, because it's locked tight. Of course, they wouldn't just leave it open. I'm an idiot. But then Alex is there, one hand removing mine from the door and his other giant hand tightening on the knob. It's locked, I say. The knob flies off as if it was made of aluminum foil and not stainless steel. I splutter a bit. I can't help it. You wanted to go inside. A normal person can't do that. How could he yank that off? But there's no time to ask questions. The noise of the door being busted open attracts some attention. And I realize, a little late, that my dad wasn't here to gamble. He wasn't here to break his promise to me. No, he was definitely brought here against his will. His car may have been driven here and parked outside, but I doubt he did that himself either, because he's tied to a chair, clearly getting the crap beaten out of him. And we've just walked into a very large gathering of men who are apparently quite angry at my father. I fumble for my phone, but the man who's closest to me knocks it away and my entire purse along with it. They fly out of my hands and onto the floor. The contents of my purse scatter outward, flying across the dirty tile at strange angles. My lip gloss spins toward the wall. A tampon lands right in front of the angry man who caused the mess. A hair tie flies into the air and lands at my dad's feet. A handful of change clatters and chimes as it lands all over the floor around the group of men. A parking ticket I couldn't find for the life of me last week flutters to my feet. And I count 8 strange men in the room. That's the only useful thing my brain was doing while I watched my personal effects spill out everywhere. Counting the number of men who are gathered around. The men whose plans we just interrupted. 8 men against me and 1 crazy old Russian guy. The odds aren't very good. The one useful thing in my purse other than my phone, which is underneath a chair 3 feet away, was a can of mace. And that spun across the floor and stopped in front of the boot of the tallest, scariest-looking guy in the room. "What's a little girl doing here?" the big man asks. "This is a meeting of men." "She brought me," Alex says. He doesn't sound scared. I turn enough to see him. He doesn't look scared either. So either he's crazy or he knows something I don't. Are the police coming? Does he have a death wish? Maybe he's immune to bullets. Then again, his mysterious earth powers are MIA, so I doubt that, even if he was immune to bullets, that's going to help us much. Not that these guys look like they use guns. The big guy's brandishing a really long, really nasty-looking dagger. He looks like he likes to slice things. I hate those guys the worst. Be honest and fight someone, or have the decency to end things quickly with a gun, right? What kind of person carves on another human with a blade for fun? A sick one. Just let my dad go and we'll all walk out of here, I say. No reason to call the police or get nasty. The big man laughs, but it's an ugly sound, like a pig with bronchitis.
No reason to call the cops. We agree.
I doubt they'd like this, though. I point at my dad. I get why you'd want to remind him if he owes you money, but I think he's motivated.
I'm past reminding, the big man says. I'm really ticked off, actually.
But he can't pay you back if he's dead, I say, and neither can I.
You are?
The big man asks. I'm his daughter, and I own a business. I'm a vet, I say. I can make enough to repay you. How much does he owe? I tamp down on my anger with my dad. Being mad at him won't help us, not right now. But I can channel it like I always do, to brace myself and hopefully survive this.
You can't come up with 60,000 euros,
he says.
If you could have, he'd already have gotten it to me.
If I wasn't surrounded by terrifying men, who are all slowly moving closer, I'd close my eyes and whimper. 60,000? Really? Maybe I should let them carve him up a little. Actually, hand me the knife, I say. I'll help. The big man laughs, but he's also shaking his head.
I'm sorry, but your dad has exhausted his extensions. I have a reputation to uphold.
That reputation is predicated on killing women? Alex sneers.
And old men?
The big man's attention shifts away from me and my dad and falls squarely on the other alpha male in the room. Alex, just leave. This isn't your problem. The last thing I should be doing is dragging Alexander into this. He's had bad enough luck. My dad's gambling has nothing to do with him. And Alex is right. Will they really kill me too? I doubt it. If Alex runs, maybe he can call the police. How can I send him that message without explicitly saying it? Just go, I say again. It's not like you'd call the authorities. You're not the kind of person who would dial 112. I glare at him and widen my eyes, tossing my head at the door.
Oh, I don't think so, the big guy says. You can't leave. Sorry, it's definitely your business now.
Instead of swearing or muttering or shaking like a normal person, Alex smiles.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Before I have time to argue, Alex springs across the room and punches the guy. In the throat. The huge man collapses like a house of cards slammed by a toddler, and the other men all start toward him, finally realizing the threat he poses. I can't do much to keep him alive, but I can tackle the guy closest to me, so I do, leaping on his back like a crazed monkey, scratching at his eyes and face, biting his ear. That pisses him off royally, and he's reaching back around frantically when another guy grabs me and shakes me like a terrier shaking a rat. My teeth rattle. I'm convinced I can hear my brain squishing around in my skull. I definitely see stars, not the good kind. I cry out in pain. I'm not proud of it, but it's a fact. Alex hears me, somehow, in spite of the fact he's fighting like 5 guys, and he roars. He shoves people off him and he throws someone through a window, and then he's here. His hands moving in something very near a blur, and he's the one grabbing me and pulling me to his chest. A force like static electricity rises up inside of me then, and a feeling like a bubble's bursting accompanies it, and then Alex screams. The shout I called a roar before was like the bleating of a sheep compared to the howling of a wolf. It's so loud that several of the men cover their ears. And then the ground opens up and they disappear. I wish I could think of another way to explain it. The literal floor in the crummy little clubhouse rips open, the earth splitting with terrifying creaks and cracks, and the men tumble into gaping black holes. They're just gone. This time, Alex's smile is positively satisfied.
It's back,
he says.
My power's finally back.
Chapter 11. Please tell me those men aren't all dead, I rasp. Alex shrugs.
Who cares? They're terrible people. And who will ever find them again?
I thought I was shaking before, but this time, I'm practically convulsing. They can't be dead, I say. You have to... I splutter. You can't kill them. My eyes are wide, my tone frantic. Alexander, please listen to me. You can't murder people. Not now. Not anymore. His perfect, appallingly beautiful brow furrows.
But they were going to kill your dad.
He points.
Remember?
My dad slumped in the chair, entirely unconscious, one eye swollen to the size of an orange. The skin is a very dark brown, purple, and greenish orange. His lips swollen and still bleeding profusely from a gash near the bottom left. His arm looks broken, and he's covered with bruises and cuts.
They threatened you,
Alex says. We aren't like them, I say. He chuckles.
We should be worse, don't you think? The only thing that scares roaches is a bigger threat. We have to be lions.
I'm not sure that's right, I say.
Chris.
This time it's Alex's voice that's trembling.
They were going to kill you. I can't allow.
I stand up, forcing every ounce of confidence I possess into my voice. You have to bring them back up to the surface, I say, before they're dead. Alex meets my gaze, searching my face for something.
You're serious?
I am, I nod. Really, really serious. He huffs.
Fine.
He turns his hands, palms up. Only nothing happens.
Why?
He swallows slowly and inhales, and then he crouches down low and presses his hands against the now very dirty, very broken up floor. And still, nothing happens. Alex must have been listening every time I swore and saving all those new words for this. Latvian, English, Russian. It's a really impressive mix. If 8 men weren't currently suffocating underground, buried alive, I'd probably be impressed. Think back. How did you make it happen before?
I have no idea.
He shakes his head.
The same way I always do.
Did it feel like static electricity? Like a bubble popping? He turns toward me slowly, his eyes widening.
Yes, it did.
He blinks.
How do you know that?
He steps toward me, his eyes utterly intent. Well, I guess. Before I can sound any dumber, his hand finds my arm, his fingers curling around my wrist.
I think I need you in order to use my magic.
As he says the words, I feel it again. The static buzz, and then the popping sensation. The ground erupts, belching the men outward, spewing them upward, and then leaving them sprawling and crawling across the floor. Most of them are heaving, retching, groaning, coughing, and cursing. One of them is utterly motionless, the big man he hit in the throat. But we don't have time to deal with that. Not now that they're all back. I drag Alex across toward where my dad's still tied. Can you get him free? Alex flicks 2 fingers and the ropes fall off. Wait, how?
I can explain later,
he says.
For now, I think we should go.
He's right. I try to lift my dad, but it's hopeless. He's not a huge man, but I'm a tiny woman. Of course, Alex scoops him up like he's a rag doll and carries him easily.
Keep up,
he barks. I do. I'm nearly through the door when one of the men notices us.
You can't leave. We know where you live.
Alex freezes and spins on his heel. His smile is absolutely terrifying when he says,
I know you. On a molecular level now.
He tilts his head slightly.
You're only alive because she begged for your life. If you touch her, or her despicable father, or if you even think about touching them, I'll bury you so deep that no one will ever find your corpse again. And then I'll do the same thing to your family, your friends, and everyone who shows up at your funeral. Am I clear?
The light isn't great, but it's good enough for me to see when the man wets his pants. Alex takes that as a yes. When we reach the parking lot, I realize that we have my car and my dad's. Alex, I say. He turns to face me. How do you like to drive? He's silent.
I think you should let me drive you home.
I was thinking you could bring my dad's car.
I'll come back for it.
The farm's 3 miles away, I say. He shrugs.
I'll come back for it.
I don't argue with him. I'm too tired. He drives us home. Quite well, actually. He picks my dad up carefully from the back seat and carries him inside. Then he turns to me quietly and says,
Can you come closer?
I take 2 steps until we're only inches away, and he places his hand on my shoulder.
I need your permission for this.
For what?
I can heal your dad, if you want me to.
Heal him? The hope in my voice is absurd.
He's badly injured, and when he wakes up, he'll know just how badly. My earth powers let me heal things. Not entirely, but they can speed things along quite a bit.
His eyes meet mine.
You get angry about things, though, and I want to make sure you're all right with it.
Is there a cost? His smile's sad.
There's always a cost, but this time, the cost is something I can pay.
What does that mean?
It just wears me out, he says. It's all right, I swear. I recover quickly.
I study his face for a moment, sussing out whether his words are truthful. It feels like they are, but I'm tired, and I want to believe him. Do it. Another slight swell of energy, much smaller, and then the same popping sensation, and my dad gasps.
He'll sleep through the night, Alex whispers, and wake up exhausted in the morning.
Another cost? I lift my eyebrows. He shrugs.
That's just the nature of healing. But I guess you could say that.
I notice his arm isn't crooked, and the swelling in his eyes almost gone. It's still purple, but much less angry than before. Thank you. He bobs his head a bit and disappears. I shift my dad a little, then I use a rag to clean him off as well as I can on the sofa. I'm just finishing up when I hear an engine growling outside. My heart races, but it's Alex, in my dad's car. True to his word, he must have jogged the 3 miles back to collect it. That's when it occurs to me. Without me there, if the men had gone after him, he'd have been powerless. I race to the door, but he looks perfectly fine and he's carrying my purse.
I thought you'd want your phone and your other things. I can't say I got every single item, but I got everything I could still find.
It's a miracle he could find anything at all, after the floors opened up and spewed dirt and bodies out all over. Thank you. He doesn't touch me. I'm careful to take the bag without even so much as our fingers brushing, but somehow, having him here makes me feel better. Safer.
I'll head for the barn.
He doesn't even ask for my phone. I think that's what does it. Ever since we saw my dad's car, he's been perfect. It's been all about Alex helping me. He hasn't argued. He hasn't complained. He hasn't done anything but support and help and heal. And almost kill 8 men. He probably did kill 1. But they were bad people. If the police came looking for us, I guess we'll cross that road when we get there. I really hope it doesn't come to that. Can you stay? He freezes. In the house, I mean, I ask. My voice sounds small to me for some reason. Nervous, maybe? Shawn's going out of town. I'm not sure when or if he's even here, and I thought maybe...
I'll stay.
He doesn't say anything else. He helps me move my dad to his room, and when I go, he follows me upstairs, but he doesn't try to come into my room.
Your brother's room is there, right?
He points. I nod.
I'll be in there. Shout if you need me.
Somehow, Knowing he's there, I'm able to shower and go right to sleep. Chapter 12. I was worried the police might show up. Or worse, an even bigger group of gangsters. No matter what powers Alex has, at some point there'll be too many people for him to handle. Or he'll be exposed. I'm not sure which would be worse. Either way, I can't have him killing people to protect my dad and me. That's really not his problem. I told him not to destroy people, and then he had to do it to keep me safe. One thing I completely did not expect was to have a man in black trousers and a white shirt with a delivery logo on his lapel appear first thing the next morning brandishing a letter. "You've been served." He hands me a letter in a big brown envelope. It's a lawsuit against my dad for 60,000 euros and a lot of interest. Apparently, the thugs also know a few lawyers. I'm not entirely sure that Dad's hastily scrawled IOU would be admissible in court, but it would cost money we don't even have to try and fight it. And I know he owes the money. What I don't know is how many other debts are going to keep coming my way. Dad can't seem to stop, and I can't live the rest of my life fighting off his creditors. If he can't keep away from gambling now, when will he ever? Which means that even with Shawn's help, even if we win a bunch of races, it won't do any good. It's just a matter of time. I'm like a hamster in a wheel, running my fastest to try and save a farm that's doomed, simply because it's in his name. I think about what Alex told me the very same day I found out he was a man, not a horse. He said that sometimes people have to sacrifice things they want for things they need. It hits me then, what I have to do. I want the farm. I've always wanted it. It brings me joy. It makes me feel safe, and it has been our family's legacy for countless generations. But I need to be safe. I need to know that when I wake up in the morning, there won't be yet another axe poised above my neck. I need to take hold of my future myself. And to do that, sacrifices must be made. When my dad finally wakes up, I tell him my conclusion. "We have to sell, Liepa." His eyes widen and he straightens up, groaning. He rubs his eyes. "What are you talking about?" "Do you not remember anything about last night?" I frown. I assumed that Alex healing him meant that. But what if the beating damaged his brain? Is that even something Alex could heal? I should have taken Dad to the hospital. "I was sure they broke my arm," Dad says. He stretches and swivels his arm around and around at the shoulder. "I was hoping it was a dream." "Dad," I say, "it wasn't a dream. It was a nightmare. You can't stop." He doesn't ask me what I'm talking about. He doesn't even try to defend himself, but I'm just as angry as if he did try. I shove the paper at him. "They're suing you, but only because I stopped them from killing you last night." He blinks repeatedly. "You what?" "I saw your car," I say. "I thought you were gambling in there. You're lucky I had Alex with me, or I'd have probably died along with you." I've never seen my dad look as crushed as he does in that moment. I'm so angry that I don't even care. I have zero pity for him in this moment. I know Mom said it's like a disease. I know she said you can't help yourself. I shake my head. I don't care. I can't deal with it anymore. Tears well up in my eyes and my throat closes off. I need to say the words, but I can't force them out. "I'll get help," he says. "They have programs." I shake my head. It's too late for that. We have to sell the farm, I say. I'll take my half of whatever's left and buy a new place, but only in my name. Your creditors will take your half. I don't know where you'll live or what you'll do, and Dad? I don't actually care. For the first time since I turned 18, you won't be my problem anymore. "You can't." "But I can," I say. Mom saw to that when she left me her entire share of the farm, and because her parents had to finance the whole thing more than once, she owned 51%. Which means, as much as I hate to do it, I can force the sale. Even saying the words feels like a betrayal. I don't mind betraying Dad. He's clearly had no problems betraying me. But Mom left her share to me so that I could keep the farm safe. She may not have been born to the Liepa family, but I think she loved the land more than Dad. I wanted to leave it to my children. But I may never have any if I stay on this path. It's time to change something. Before I can chicken out, I pick up the phone and call a realtor. I barely have time to meet with both clients I had scheduled for the morning, Ride 5 and Ride Obsidian, before it's time to meet the agent. She's a friend of Mirza's, and she's way less perky than I expected. Actually, she looks downright deadpan as we walk the property. "You don't want to sell the house?" She frowns. "Just all this land?" "I mean, I can sell the house if we have to," I say. "I know it's all one piece of property right now, but ideally I'd like to split it out." "That's a separate legal process," Annette says, "and it takes some time to do." She spins in a circle. "And with the way the property is set up, with the road where it is, and the driveways, the only thing that makes sense is splitting it here." She points. "But that means I'd have to sell the stables." The thought of that hurts. She explains her reasoning for a while longer, showing me the plat lines, and I can't really disagree. "With the living areas, we can actually call the barn a residence, or a business, either one. It should make it a much more attractive prospect. Plus, you'd still have that other barn." She points at the ramshackle old barn. "It only has 12 stalls," I say. "And there's no way all our grooms would be able to stay in the miserable apartment upstairs. I guess we wouldn't need them if we pared down to just 12 horses. In Latvia, you really need one stall per horse because sometimes the weather is just awful." Here's the thing. I stop walking. I grew up here, and for generations before me, Liepas have owned this land. I get a little choked up just thinking about it. I'm not talking about selling it lightly. I know it might be a process to separate the house from the rest of the acreage. But the acreage is substantial. It's close to the second largest city in Latvia, and it's beautiful. I have no doubt someone will want it. "I'm sure you're right." Her half smile's actually the friendliest thing I've seen from her. "But you need to know that it's a lot of work for me, to set up the split process, to help shepherd it through. I'll have to plead my case to the housing officials and the land committee. I won't do it unless you'll agree to the location I chose. And I really don't want to do all that, working on commission, and then not sell the land. You seem unsure, and that makes me nervous." In that moment, I think about what I'm doing. I'd be making Dad sign off on splitting the property, our ancestral land, and then I'd be putting the home and the old barn with 9 acres or so of pastures in my name, and letting a stranger come in and buy the land all around us. Liepaseta. It breaks my heart. But it's the only way to keep it safe, and at least we'll still have the house and the old barn. Plenty of people have just a handful of acres for their horses, so I have to pare things down a bit. Mirza will be upset because I won't be able to keep letting her teach lessons to the local kids. I'll have to adjust my future plans. But at least without a farm to keep offering as collateral, my dad won't be able to keep putting my life in jeopardy. I'm not going to be wishy-washy. Let's get it split. Transferred, I sigh, and sold. Her car's pulling away when stupid freaking obsidian devil hops the fence and comes running over. He tosses his head her direction, and then stares at me expectantly. Obviously, he wants to know who she is. I'm selling the farm. I sound more depressed than I meant to, but it's not like he'll care. I can't keep letting Dad gamble, and if he doesn't own the farm anymore, he won't have anything to offer. I need everyone he knows to hear that he's broke. The huge black demon horse leans his head against my shoulder. It's a gesture of comfort, and I take it, leaning right back against him. If a tear rolls down my cheek, well, I swipe it away immediately. And then he stamps and paws the ground. It almost looks like he's pushing rocks at me, but I don't have the bandwidth to deal with it right now, so I ignore him. "Your stupid horse is loose again," John says, eyeing Obsidian anxiously and a little aggressively. "How does he keep getting out?" I smirk. "You were worried about me clearing 5 feet, remember? He cleared a 7-foot fence to get here." John frowns. "No way. On his own? Without a rider encouraging him?" I shrug. I don't really care whether he believes it. "What's up?" "Are you selling up?" "Yes." "Will I still have a job?" "Unless even more debts come out, yes. I plan to fix up the old barn and keep it in the house." He nods. "But just 12 stalls?" I think about the configuration. If we add a lean-to on the side, we could add 2 or 3 more, and we'll have all the pastures on the east side. Sounds painful. We'll be down to what? 1 groom? I sigh. "You're too good for a father like that," John says. "I've stuck around for you, you know." "We'd have crumbled way back if you'd left." He chuckles. "You'd have figured something out. I know you've been floating my salary from your vet practice most months, but we finally have a winner." I grunt. He has no idea Obsidian can understand him, or he'd never compliment him like that. "You're racing in the King George?" "I should," I say. "It's the last chance for real money before the end of the year, and a new balloon payment's due January 1. "I thought you had an extension." He cuts off. "Isn't that why you're seeing that pompous—" "Shawn isn't pompous," I say. "He's a very good man, but all we've taken so far was a note for the extra money we needed to pay that first note. If we sell the property soon, and if we can scrounge up enough for the January payment, I'd rather not ask for more." "Because you like him?" John's voice is quiet. Why couldn't he have been my dad? He's hardworking, he's smart, he cares about me, I trust him, and he pays attention. I'd like to argue with you, but you're right. The more he does, the harder it is for me to separate whether I feel gratitude or whether I really like him. That horse is the strangest creature I've ever seen. John's staring at Obsidian, and I realize how unnaturally quiet he's been. Because he's been listening. None of this conversation is any of his business. I mean, he did agree to help me out until we've repaid the money I spent on saving him, but it's not like I'm going to make an actual person race or anything. I just need him to hold tight until I can earn the money to pay off the note to Shawn's bank. If we can win some money at the King George, and if we can shave off the land and sell it, I can't help wincing at that thought, then I'll pay the current balloon note off entirely, repay Shawn for the bridge loan we got, and I'll be in the clear. So I should go ahead and enroll him? I sigh. I'm not sure. What excuse can I make to get out of racing him? Who else is running? Do we know yet? 5's ready, John says. No matter who else is running. 5? I assumed he meant Obsidian. I should have known John didn't want me to race on the crazy horse who just broke out of the pasture to come eavesdrop on my conversation. Okay, sign him up. Obsidian whinnies loudly and then snorts. John's staring at him in a very strange way. I can see why you're always talking to him like he understands you. It's almost like he knows we just said we're enrolling 5 times fast, and he wants to race instead. And now, as if he wants John to figure out the truth, he tosses his head and stomps. Then he neighs again. He's clearly not ready, I say. He's a wild card, and I'm not like my dad. I don't bet on wild cards. Obsidian makes a wuffling sound. Did you know, John says, that your boyfriend has called me 3 times to make sure you're not racing on this lunatic? He's worried about you. Obsidian takes issue with that and begins pushing me toward the old barn with his nose. You can't herd me, I swat at him. It's not anywhere near dinner time, John says. What's he doing that for? It's almost like he jumped the fence and came over here to get you. But for what? Horses don't do that kind of thing. Who knows? I ask. You know what? Go ahead and sign 5 up for the race. Obsidian neighs again, even louder this time. Are you sure? John asks. I laugh. He wants a lot of things he can't have. You must be kidding. You give him whatever he wants. John almost looks jealous. Do you really hate him? I tilt my head. Why do you let him push you around? You know horses are pack animals. The more you let him get away with, the worse he'll be. I think he's either the top of the herd or you are, and you keep letting him best you. It's dangerous. Obsidian bends his head toward the ground like he's about to graze, but instead he picks up one of the rocks he was pawing at with his teeth. He lifts his head and bumps my hand. And then he drops a rock into my palm. It's pretty. A strange greenish color. But what the heck do I need a rock for? Is he trying to look even more insane to John? Thanks. I tuck it in my pocket, hoping John won't ask. I have no idea what I'd tell him. A horse is handing me rocks now? Obsidian rubs his big, gorgeous black head against my arm, like a cat might do when it's happy, or when it's marking its person. I've been training horses for my entire life, John says. Mostly they're predictable, but sometimes they surprise me. But in more than 60 years, I've never encountered one that strange. Which is why I can't treat him like all the others. You want to race him at King George? I sigh. I do. I'll admit it. But I feel like this is 5's year, and if we keep Obsidian out of the way, he can probably win it. He's predictable, willing, talented, and he doesn't scare me or anyone else. You could have Finn ride Obsidian again, John says. Obsidian's nostrils flare and he coughs. Horses don't sound good when they cough. Even John can tell that he's expressing his unhappiness with that idea. I swear, I thought you were nuts at first. But he does act like he can understand us. He shakes his head. It's uncanny. I could ride him and Finn could ride 5. It would be like a reversal of Down Royal. John harumphs. I suppose so. Should I phone him and register them both? If Finn agrees, sure. Let's see what happens when we both ride all out. A few minutes around Obsidian, not behaving like a total nut job, and John's ready to let me ride him? Interesting. As we walk back to the old barn, the grooms we pass now so accustomed to seeing Obsidian without a halter that they don't even react, I think about why he came over in the first place. I'm selling the land, I say. I know you overheard and already know. He snorts. I'm sure that's your way of saying I shouldn't do it, but I can't keep bailing my dad out. The only way I can make myself safe is to stop giving him rope to hang me with. We'll have to sell our family land. I just can't seem to say that without choking up. Without anyone to be brave for, this time choking up turns into full-blown tears. Obsidian isn't acting like a lunatic now. He's utterly still, his big horsey head pressing against my face. His huge, velvety soft lips nuzzle my cheek, and he sighs. I know, I'll stop. I'm sorry, it's just that I hiccup. My mom and I love this farm way more than my dad ever did. My mom wasn't even born to this family, but she loved it. The legacy, the history, the security of having land all around us. Obsidian bumps my chin with his nose. I have to sell it, though. As long as my dad owns half of it, as long as I keep paying his debts off, he'll just keep gambling. If it has to go anyway, we may as well use the sale to pay for the big mistake he already made. I slap my forehead. 2. Remember those guys from last night? They're suing us now for the 60 grand. Dad signed some IOU paper, I guess. I start for the old barn again, and Obsidian keeps up. It's kind of strange having a conversation with someone who can't speak, but it's also sort of cathartic. Without being able to talk, he can't argue with me. He presses his head to my side again and then paws at the ground. What? I'm annoyed now. Why is he pawing so much today? When I follow the motion to what he's pawing at, it's more rocks. For the love, stop that. He bends down again and picks them up, dropping 2 or 3 in my hand. They're nice-looking crystals, but since when do horses collect rocks? Yeah, thanks. I can only deal with one crazy thing at once, thank you very much. I drop them in my now very dirty pocket. Look, I know you want to help, and that's why you keep handing me rocks or whatever, but I'm not someone who knows anything about rocks or how to sell them. I know one thing, horses. So the best thing you can do is run your best at the King George. I stop right in front of the barn doors. That is what you're saying, right? You want to race with me? Head bob. That would be great if we can win. It's right around 150 just for the first place purse. Then, of course, if we bet and win. I think about Obsidian leaving, and I know he has to, but the thought makes me really sad. We'd be more than halfway there, to you helping me win back what I spent on you. If I bet a decent amount with 2-to-1 odds, I could get the other 100 grand. Obsidian, Alex, could leave on December 27th. That's really soon. If we're doing that chase in a few weeks, I say, we need to get you in top shape. That means training every day almost. And we really need to figure out how to break this dumb curse so he doesn't need me around. But I'm afraid by the time we do, I'll be the one who needs him, and I'll be out of luck. So I'm relieved when an urgent farm call comes in and I have an excuse to leave. I'll change you later, I promise. By then, I'll have some excuse to dart away. Because spending time with Alex is only going to make it harder when he leaves. Chapter 13. For all her warnings and complaints, Annette's lawyer gets our property split in under 2 weeks. The notice that the house and the old barn and nearly 10 acres of pasture have been separated from the other nearly 2,000 acres arrives 10 days before Christmas. You're really going to put it on the market? Shawn asks. He drove up just as I was checking the mail. I had mentioned my plan, but I don't think he really thought I'd go through with it. I am. As if she could hear me, Annette messages me. Lawyer called. He said papers are done. His cousin runs the stamps office. Well, that's kind of gross, but it's handy too, I guess. No wonder he did it fast. The next letter in the stack is the lawyer's bill. Of course. I took photos last week. Are you ready for me to list it? Actually, I say, the listing's about to go live. Whoa, Shawn says. Are you serious? The holdup on the land transfer was the bank, approving the note split, which they miraculously didn't contest, probably because they can now foreclose on both properties and they'd be easier to sell this way. And of course, the government moves notoriously slowly unless you know someone. Which it appears you do. Well, my lawyer did, I say. I guess that's the same thing. You're sure you want to do this? Shawn's brow furrows. You don't have to. I'll refinance the entire note. Heck, I'll refinance it, and then if you give me a few months of token payments, I can just write it off. As appealing as it would be to wave a magic wand and make Dad's debts disappear, that's not how things work. Or it's not how things should work. You can't just erase the bad things that happen and assume nothing will change. Things always change. And I want to pay the price I know. Money's always cheaper than intangibles. I really appreciate the offer, I say, but I think this is the only path that makes sense. Shawn frowns. which only makes his classic good looks more striking. He really should have posed for professional photos at some point. I'd call his look business mogul meets cologne ad model. Of course, it's always the people who don't need money at all that are gifted with the looks that could pay the bills. The rest of us who would love to be paid to smile are out of luck. No one wants to photograph my snaggletooth and unruly hair.
If you change your mind.
Shawn has been the perfect man to date since showing up out of the blue. Almost too perfect. He's not overbearing or demanding. He comes whenever I have time. Other than business trips back to England, hardly avoidable since he lives and runs a bank there, he's been very attentive as well. It's literally everything I wanted. 10 years ago. Once, when I was young, I remember telling my mom what I wanted for my birthday. A cake, and a bowl of ice cream, a pudding, and a box of candy, and a soda. "Oh," she said with a broad smile, "you want a stomachache for your birthday." I rolled my eyes and shook my head. I knew what I wanted, and her warnings wouldn't change it. I never did get the mountainous pile of refined sugar I wanted, and I complained about it pretty often. But now that I'm looking back, I wonder what would have happened if I had gotten it. Because in college, if you asked me to tell you what my utmost dreams of the future were, I'd have described just what I have right now. An attentive man who's not embarrassed of me, someone who supports me but never tells me what to do, someone who's present and communicates about his schedule to make sure he's around when I need him, but who also takes care of his work and personal matters in a reliable way. He even has a title and social clout. It's a pile of very refined sugar. Very, very refined indeed. Obsidian must have noticed the car because he comes racing toward us so fast that his tail lifts straight up in the back, like the top arch of a rainbow, or the spray of water that shoots out of the hose when you first turn it on. Unlike Shawn, Alex gives me no space. He doesn't respect the things I say. He shoves himself into every situation he feels might be dangerous, alarming, or even somewhat interesting. Whether he's a horse or a human, he's overbearing, interfering, and irritating. And whenever he's not nearby, it feels like something's missing. I hate that it's true, so the second the thought pops into my brain, I tear it to shreds, stomp on it, and light it on fire. Obsidian's a half dozen feet away when Shawn shrieks and hops to the side. I don't bother moving. I know he'll stop before running me over. And he does. A few inches away, he slides in a dirt spray-inducing stop, just in time. His head slams into my shoulder, but not hard enough to sting. "Graceful, Your Royal Highness," I say. "What in the world is going through that beefy brain of yours?"
"How does he keep getting out?"
Shawn asks.
"You need better fences."
I shrug. We stopped locking him into stalls or pastures last week. It's a waste of time and energy.
"So he just roams around like a stray dog?"
Shawn looks both alarmed and confused.
$250,000 horse. Just free ranges?
It seemed better than having him pull a ligament or snap a tendon trying to leap the 7-foot stallion fence again.
"Buying him was the worst mistake of your life," Shawn says.
Really? I lift my eyebrows. For a decade, I've thought it was dating you. Obsidian starts to waffle and cough, and I swear it sounds like the closest thing I've ever heard to a horse laughing.
"What's wrong with him?"
Shawn's a master of avoidance. I swear, he could change the subject while talking to the king himself. Instead of addressing my old hurt feelings, he'd rather talk about the elephant, black human-like stallion, in the room. Don't get me started. I glare at Obsidian and point for all the world, just like I would with a dog. You need to go back to your pasture. Now, please. I'm not going to tell you again. He just tosses his gorgeous black head, his mane shining like a waterfall in full sun.
"That worked well," Shawn says. "But at least he doesn't seem to be a threat to you. Though God knows why not. He scares everyone else half to death."
We did have a groom quit last week, I say. He couldn't handle our free-range stallion. I don't mention that it made my life easier. I'll have to figure out how to let 3 more go when we sell the land.
I'm surprised he's not bothering the mares,
Shawn says. Obsidian makes a choking sound like he inhaled a carrot without chewing it well enough first. It's winter, I say. None of them are in heat.
Duh, sorry.
For someone who spent his life around horses off and on, Shawn sure says dumb things sometimes. It's not like I can really explain that Obsidian wouldn't have much interest in mares. That would sound even crazier than telling John I think the stallion understands me when I ask him questions. I start to walk toward the pasture, hoping that once we reach it, Obsidian will stay put and not try to trail us on another date. Where did you want to go for dinner?
Do you have time to get away? I know the King George hunt is... What?
He starts to count on his fingers, ticking off the days.
Less than 10 days, right?
I think 5 times fast and Obsidian Devil are both ready to run. I'm just bummed we'll have to drive on Christmas Eve and arrive on Christmas Day just to run on the 26th. Even if we leave a day early, I'll still be stuck spending Christmas in a hotel.
Actually, Shawn pulls something out of his pocket. We have seen one another a lot lately, but it seems like something's always getting in the way.
He extends his hand, holding out an envelope.
I talked to your dad and to John. They said they can haul the horses.
The look on his face is almost sly. I take the papers, staring at them in confusion. Haul the horses? I'm not following.
Fly out early and spend Christmas with me. Kempton Park is close to my estate, as you know, and...
My brain goes blank. He's asking me to come home with him? In the 18 months we dated, he never once took me home. I was the girl he was mildly embarrassed to be dating. The Latvian girl. The horse-obsessed breeder who raced her own horses. Jockeys don't fraternize with owners. They certainly don't fraternize with British nobility. Especially the ones who own banks. I've always known that. But now it feels like something has changed.
Dad got sick, Shawn reminds me. It shouldn't have taken something like that for them to realize their priorities were wrong. But they want to meet you now. Truly.
His parents. They want to meet me? I'd be welcome at his fabulous estate as a guest. Or that's what he's saying. In my wildest dreams, I never imagined this day would come, but here we are.
Kristiana.
Shawn steps closer and reaches for my hand with his right, gently lifting my chin with his left.
You are what I want. You've always been what I want.
His head drops toward mine. In all the time we've spent together since he came back into my life, somehow we still haven't kissed. How have we not kissed? At first, things kept interfering, but then, as it went longer and longer, it felt like the kiss had to be epic. Like, throw all the papers and the lamp off a desk, hurl me on top of it, and kiss the life out of me. Or put on fabulous dresses, attend a ball, and dip me for all to see. Then plant one on me. But in this moment, I realize that a kiss isn't about the perfect moment. It's about the perfect person. The one who makes your heart flutter. The one who will keep you safe no matter what. Shawn's head lowers slowly toward mine. Until Obsidian snorts and shoves him sideways. Shawn falls face first into the dirt. He flies back to his feet, eyes flashing, fists clenched.
I'm going to kill that horse.
He's a horse, Shawn.
I hate him, Chris. I really, really hate him.
Obsidian, always as obnoxious as possible, leans toward me and starts to nuzzle my jaw. Then my neck. I shove him off. Knock it off already. Shawn looks ready to pull out a revolver and challenge Obsidian Devil to a duel at dawn. But the never-ridiculous Shawn brushes off his impeccably tailored clothing and straightens.
So, how about it? Ditch the horses with the guys and come with me.
Before I can even say a word, Obsidian grabs the tickets out of my hands and starts chewing. I yank them back, but they're already slobbery and mangled. I can't go with you. I want to go, but I can't even imagine my dad and John trying to handle Obsidian. I wish I could. Honestly, I do. But after the King George, we can sell Obsidian and then I have a buyer, you know. It's Robbie Stanford, whose family owns Dover Stables. His favorite stallion just died. He's looking for a new sire for their chase horses, and he's willing to pay quite well. He offered us $250,000 for High Flyer last month, but I know his budget is all the way up to £300,000. I can't believe he waited to tell me this kind of news. I figured he'd be pressuring me. He actually asked me about Obsidian Devil himself. I told him you've made great strides in the behavior department, which clearly isn't strictly true, but after all his stupid fits, I'm honestly tempted to tell him I'll think about it. Obsidian could use a little fear, but it's someone's life. It's not some kind of game. I can't sell him, Shawn. Not yet, anyway. You've signed up for the King George, I know. But think about this. If you manage to defeat 5 there, while riding this monster, it'll keep 5's handicap lower. For the Grand National, I realize he's right, which will make it more likely that he could win. If I won that, I wouldn't need to sell the land at all. I could pay off the note, the demands of the lawsuit, all of it. It should even cover my taxes on the Ireland winnings, the Grand National winnings, and maybe part of King George. Maybe after I did that, Dad might transfer the farm to me outright. The Grand National's not until April, but the King George money could pay the next balloon payment. Chris, let me assume the loan and change the terms. At least let me do that. I shake my head. Not unless I have no other choice. You're so stubborn. He brushes a stray lock of my hair back and tucks it behind my ear. It's one of the things I love about you. His eyes drop to my mouth again, and I realize he's going to kiss me. Who cares about the perfect time or place? Miraculously, Obsidian doesn't stop us this time. He paws at the ground and snorts, but he doesn't body check Shawn. He doesn't bite anyone. He's actually quite well behaved as Shawn's lips finally meet mine. The little zing that has always accompanied physical interaction with Shawn is still there. His mouth slants over mine with an eager energy that I appreciate. He's always been so forthright and open with physical affection, so different than Brits usually are in social settings. His right hand brushes against my cheek, caressing me openly, but then he finally lets me go. If you can't come for Christmas, if you insist on driving out to England in the middle of the most wonderful holiday of the year, at least I'll have this memory to keep me smiling. I do want to go, I say. It's just not a good time. Thankfully, Shawn doesn't sulk. He never has. Obsidian must have believed I meant what I said when I left him in the old barn because he doesn't crash our date. The time Shawn and I spend together at dinner is even better than our second first kiss. If I spend a little too much time staring at the window, expecting a black horse head to appear, well, that's my fault. Or is it Obsidian's? His craziness is making me act nutty too. When Shawn drops me off, I'm actually disappointed I didn't change my mind and agree to go. Clearly, when he knows it matters, Obsidian can behave himself. Maybe he'd be fine for a few days in the trailer. He's not a big fan of John, but surely he'd behave around my dad. But the second I reach the stairs in the house that lead up to my room, I see him through the picture window on the landing, rearing back and neighing loudly from the hill by the old barn. He didn't race over and ruin the end of my date, and he's not here now screaming outside. But clearly he's ready for me to change him. The poor guy has spent more and more time searching the internet frantically for some kind of clue to exactly what happened to him and why, and less time sleeping. It's not good for his brain. He's starting to worry he won't be able to break the curse, and I don't blame him. I was starting to think maybe he didn't have magic at all before we realized he could use it when he was touching me. We've made no progress there, though, and it's not as if he can carry me around like I'm Thor's hammer. He'll either need to figure out how to access his magic without me, or learn to manage without it. Hiding in my barn is not much better than being buried underground. Alex knows it too. My dad was no help at all when I asked him about it. He did remember there were some old stories about a witch or animal shifters of some kind, but he insisted they were in his grandmother's journals. Journals he has no idea how to find. I change into something more comfortable than the dress I wore to dinner and slide my arms into a heavy coat, and then I jog out to the barn. Obsidian's pacing out front. "You're trashing the ground there." I frown. A dumb beast wouldn't know what he was doing, but you can see it with your own 2 eyes. I point, and he heads inside. We've developed a method that works beautifully. He wanders into a stall. I reach my hand through the hay feeder space to change him, and I don't have to see anything I shouldn't in the process. His clothes are already hanging over the side wall of the stall, so it's really much less personal than it was at first. The first words out of his mouth when he's human surprise me.
"I absolutely hate that stupid British guy."
"You're lucky he didn't flog you."
"You will not fly out to spend Christmas with him."
My hand practically flies to my hip. "You have as much right to tell me where I can go and what I can do as you had to shove him into the dirt." I wish I had a whip. I'd give him the flogging Shawn didn't. Alex is always in a hurry. He never behaves in a slow and measured way like Shawn does, but he's worse today. He's practically slamming his arms and legs into his pants and shirt. It's like he's angry with the clothes for not already being in place, for not effortlessly doing their jobs.
He had that coming to him. Human or horse, that guy's no match for me.
No match for you? I roll my eyes. He could buy you and sell you and buy you again. I realize as I say the words that I did actually buy him, so that joke came out kind of strange. Alex glares at me.
People shouldn't buy people.
Usually it's a phrase that means someone is much better off than you. But in this case, I wave my hands at him. I'm still not used to people who can be horses. Do you really blame me? It's not exactly normal. Alex storms out of the stall, his hands fisted at his side.
Call him and make him come back.
Come back? I ask. I thought you hated him.
I do.
He looks confused, as if I'm the one not making sense. Why do you want Shawn to come back? You just said you hated him, so I'm understandably lost.
I abhor him, he says, but if I punch him, I'll feel better.
You want me to call him and ask him to come over so you can hit him. It's like all men are secretly toddlers who are piloting adult suits. Alex, look. Shawn's important to me, and you need to stop. He spins on his heels and grabs me with both hands, pulling me closer, his fingers tightening around my upper arms.
Important to you? How?
Now it's my turn to ask. How what?
Why do you even like him?
I blink. He's handsome. He's smart. He's rich. He's polite, and he cares about me. What's not to like about Shawn? And he puts up with you, which means he has the patience of a saint.
He's too polite.
His eyes spark like the embers of a fire that are too hot to remain contained.
He's not handsome at all. And who cares if he's rich? Plenty of people are rich.
I laugh. I'm not rich, and neither are you. Hardly anyone is truly rich, at least not in the way Shawn's rich.
I am rich, he says. I practically own an entire state in Russia.
You did own an entire state, you mean. Now, as far as the world knows, you're dead. That means you own nothing. Alex's shoulders droop a bit.
How do you think I owned all of that in the first place?
I try to shake his hands off, but it doesn't work. His grip merely tightens. I don't know. You have earth powers. Maybe you grew and sold a lot of rutabagas? He rolls his eyes.
Rutabagas? No, look.
I slam my hands outward, knocking his away from me. No, you look. Shawn's polite. You may say he's too polite, but I like that he lets me make my own decisions without interference.
You like that, do you?
Alex steps toward me, his dark eyes intent. I back up. He steps toward me again, and I practically trot backward until my back hits the wall of the horse stall behind me. Alex grins.
You don't even know what you like. You say you like that he's polite, but you never look like this when he's around.
Like what? My voice comes out all breathy and unsure, and I hate it. I clear my throat. Like what? This time, at least, I sound solid.
Like you're...
He takes another step, and this time his body's only inches from mine. Heat radiates outward from him, like he has his own personal heater. I'm drawn to it, like a fragile, stupid moth. My heart hammers in my chest, like it did when we burst into that room with the men holding my dad, like it did when I was about to race in Ireland, like it wants to run away with him and never look back. Alex shifts until his broad chest brushes against mine, and an uncontrollable shiver starts from down in my feet and slides all the way up to my head. My entire body trembles like a leaf in a gusty wind. He lifts one hand and brushes the tips of his fingers down the side of my face. Slowly. His progress down my face and then across my shoulder is painfully slow, like he's enjoying the experience of torturing me. And I can't seem to break away from it. I'm not even sure I want to.
You're alive when you're with me, in a way you never are with him.
I hate Alexander in this moment, maybe more than I've ever hated anyone. Why does my body react to his every whim, his every shift? Why, when Shawn is so perfectly offering me everything I ever wanted, am I thinking about him instead? Alex's head lowers by an inch, then half an inch more. I can't tear my eyes away from his perfectly sculpted jaw, square and dusted with black as pitch stubble. His golden skin practically shines. His breathtaking eyes sparkle with mischief. His lips curve into a wry half-smile that I want to smack off his face.
You don't really want to kiss that guy at all. And you don't want him to save your farm, either.
My words feel torn out of me. I don't. I hate that he's making me admit things I don't want to admit, not even to myself. I hate everything about him. How gorgeous he is as a horse. How devastatingly hot he is as a man. I shove my hands against his chest, but no matter how hard I push, he doesn't shift. Not even a hair.
You want to kiss someone powerful.
His eyes are completely confident.
You want to be with someone who knows exactly what he wants and who takes it.
He slams one hand up against the stall behind my head and leans toward me until we're less than an inch away. His hot breath fans over my face when he says, softly,
You want someone who can bury 12 men with the flip of his hand. The man you want to kiss is...
You, I whisper. And then his lips slant downward over mine. He's not gentle. He's not a bit polite. His kiss is savage, just like the man himself. He possesses me, his mouth claiming mine and sealing at his. His hand curls around my face, pulling me impossibly closer and pressing against me like he'll never get enough. And it's still not close enough. I whimper, and his other hand, his free hand, grabs my hip possessively. It's such an electric, bone-searingly intense embrace that I find myself hopping up toward him just to be closer. His hand releases my hip and catches my body, wrapping under my leg to hold me against him. My legs both curl around his waist, and my hands wrap around his face, not letting him stop kissing me even if he wanted to. I squeeze my legs tighter, begging him to somehow bring us closer still. His lips are hot, full, and commanding, just like he behaves all the time. And then I think about the man himself, and everything I've seen, and what I want to do next, and I can't help moaning. He actually makes a sound that's dangerously close to a growl in response. I should hate it. He's so feral that it should scare me, but it doesn't. Instead, it ignites something inside of me I never knew was there in the first place. My hand reaches for the buttons on his shirt, fumbling, nervous, and excited at the same time. Chris? John's voice is like an early morning alarm. Grating, obnoxious, and unwelcome. I may have known him forever, but I want him to go away and never come back. Kristiana! His tone penetrates the fog in my brain, and I realize he must have come into the barn, seen me with Alex, and still interrupted, which means something significant must be wrong. I slam my hands against Alex's chest once, twice, and then a third time, and he finally releases me. His eyes are predatory when he looks around the room. John doesn't bother hiding his dislike. He's been ranting almost since Alex showed up that the man is a drunk who never spends a second training horses. John said directly to Alex that the fact that we're not paying him anything but room and board means that we're being cheated. Badly. Of course, Alex mostly pretended not to understand, but there's no love lost between them. The judgment in his face, in the moment I meet John's gaze, stings. It doesn't help that I have no idea what in the world came over me. Why would I kiss Alexander Volkonsky, cursed horse shifter? The last thing I need is an ancient lunatic who can work magic only when he's touching me. I need to get this curse lifted, get the money I paid to buy him back so I can pay the loan I took out, and then get him gone. I'm still not sure what magical things he can even do, other than healing people and sometimes burying them alive. He keeps asking to practice, but the thought of following him around while he's touching me and moving dirt? Now that I'm actually thinking about touching him, my thoughts turn inappropriate, which is just another reason to avoid him as much as possible. What's wrong, John? I force the words out and make myself focus on them. John's eyes shift, worry replacing disapproval. It's 5. My heart sinks. What happened? I'm not sure, he says. He must have done something in his stall, because he's dead lame on his front left. Luckily, I know a great vet. Chapter 14. Dad jokes sometimes that the only reason we can afford to breed and race horses is that I'm a vet. His point is that it's not the horses that ruin you, it's paying for their care and treatment. It simultaneously pokes fun at both horse people and vets. Dad likes jokes, especially ones that make fun of me. Or horses. The reality is that even vets can't really afford the idiocy of horses. No one can. But in this case, being lame isn't Five's fault. He didn't do anything stupid or goofy. You poor guy. I pat his neck. Hopefully it'll blow in the next day or so. You think? Because, oh, there's no way he'll be able to race in a week, I say. I wonder if we could transfer his entry fee. To whom? John frowns. I paid for him and the demon already. Isn't his name Obsidian Devil? Alex uses a very stilted, very irritating Russian accent when he speaks English around John. It's painful. I'm sorry. Why do you care what I call him? John asks. He's a pain in the rear end, just like you. So a demon. I was thinking, I interject forcefully, that maybe we could try entering about face in the hurdle. 5 times Fast's little brother isn't quite as promising as he was, but he's talented. He might win us a little prize money, and then Obsidian won't have to travel alone. He and I know that he won't act strangely traveling without another horse, but no one else will understand. We may as well take another horse that might actually serve a purpose. I can phone in the morning and check, John says. But who would ride him? I can ride both, I say. Different times. Duh, John says. And I should have realized it was just an abscess, too. It's been a long few weeks, I say. You probably need some time off. Says the woman who's forcing me to take a work trip during Christmas. John loves Christmas. It's a popular holiday in Latvia, though we call it Ziemassvētki, which roughly translates to something a little closer to winter holiday or something along those lines. But we hang ornaments on trees, and we put little nativity scenes out everywhere. If our gifts aren't as involved or as extravagant as in the United States, or even in most of Europe, well, Latvia hasn't ever been a terribly affluent nation. We focus a little more on the religious components. Even so, I wasn't shocked by the British celebrations when I was there for school. They weren't too different from my own. At least we celebrate the same day, not January 7th like the Russians do. You should go home, I say. We can drop you off on our way, and I'm sure Dad and I can manage without you for one hunt. In fact, Shawn might be able to loan me a guy or two for help. John's too important, Alex says. My jaw nearly dangles open. Is he really saying that he wants John to come with us? Not need men from Shawn, Alex says again. His fake broken English is really bad. We may need to practice it. I understand the importance of slowly weaning him into understanding our conversations. After all, if we keep lying, the odds of us being caught just grow. But he needs to learn to be more convincing. He sounds like he's auditioning to play the role of a mob boss. For once, I agree with him. John's lip curls. I hate that. Your family would love to see you, I say. And if I think you can spare me, I'll head out to say hello after the race. I'm definitely not leaving you with just this guy to help manage the big black crazy. Oh, Alex can't go with us, I say. John's expression of utter and complete exasperation is actually pretty hilarious. He's the trainer, no? Or that's what he claims to be. But he's not going to attend the race for the horse he's training. He's more about the method and the experiences, I say, not the actual race. He sounds like a new age snake oil salesman. The experience? What does that even mean? Alex opens his mouth to tell John off, I'm sure, but my longtime family friend was speaking way too fast for anyone to believe a new student of English might understand. Well, I've wrapped 5. I think it's time to go to bed. I fake a yawn. John and Alex both yawn too, and that has me yawning for real. Yawns are stupid. One day we'll discover the truth behind why we do it and how they spread. And it's definitely something strange and possibly magical. I mean, if Alex can suck people into the ground, maybe yawns are some kind of glitch in the fabric of our world that we all just collectively ignore. I'm heading back to the house. I walk you, Alex says. John lunges forward and grabs his arm. Oh, no, you don't, lover boy. You can stay right here with me while the pretty lady heads home. I'll let you go once she's safe. Alex shoots me a pointed look that says, get me out of here before you have to watch me rip his arm off and feed it to him. But really, I know he's a little scared of John. The old trainer's like a second father to me, and I'd kill Alex if he did anything harmful. Which means, for once, Alexander is the one in trouble. He should be begging for my help. Plus, John's right. Loverboy should stay there while I get some sleep. So I abandon him with nothing more than a little wave. Night. Alex's jaw drops as I walk away. I realize as I reach my room that it's the first night he hasn't had access to the internet while in his human form. I finally got the internet to extend out to the barn so I don't have to leave him my phone, but I didn't take a laptop or an iPad or anything out there. He's going to be so bored. Maybe he'll actually sleep for once, instead of staying up all night like a vampire. For some reason, that thought makes me smile. I've never been someone who thought vampires were hot. Sucking blood? Deadly cold skin? Hard pass. But now I have a supernatural creature in my barn, and he's pressing me against the wall and kissing me. I refuse to think about what might have happened if John hadn't come to tell me the terrible news about 5. I mean, abscesses aren't that bad, but it's awful timing. The abscess, not John saving me from myself. That was excellent timing. Practically miraculous. Alex is hot, sure. He's commanding. He has powers, and he is a man who is also a horse, which is kind of what I was begging the universe to give me. But he's not the good things about a horse. Patient, submissive, and supportive. No, he makes me feel things. Too many things. And he's always pushing to get his way. He argues, he digs, he presses. When I disagree, he jumps ridiculously tall fences and chases me down, forcing my hand. Buying him was the worst mistake I've ever made. I can't regret helping free a person from being stuck in the form of a horse forever. And I know it sucks he was cursed and all, but there's not much more I can do. Once I have the money to repay the loan I took out from Shawn to pay that first balloon payment, once I don't need him as collateral, I'll kick him out and be done with the whole mess. Until then, I just need to focus on what matters, which is not kissing him, not wrecking my future with Shawn, which is looking brighter by the day, and not throwing away everything I want for one hot moment of rippling abs and burning skin. Of course, now I'm thinking of touching the body I've seen way too many times. A body I can absolutely envision any second of the day. I shake my head and stand up to change into pajamas, and practically have a heart attack, because Alexander waves at me through my second-floor window. What on earth are you doing? I used to be great at climbing trees, he practically shouts. Turns out, it's harder when you're much heavier. I think this branch might break. Can you let me in? For the love of all that's... I'm going to kill him. Or maybe I'll just let him fall and break his neck, and then it's not my fault. You are not coming inside my room. I fold my arms. Go back to the barn. You forgot to give me a laptop, he says. I have stuff to do. I think about closing my curtains, but knowing him, he'll just crash through the window and ruin everything. I snatch my iPad off my desk and stomp to the window. Then I slide the glass open 1.5 inches and poke the end of my iPad outside. Are you serious? He scowls. What if I drop it when I'm falling to my death? You'll have a split second to pity me. I'll have gotten rid of a real nuisance, but I'll be out one very expensive piece of technology. Alex's mouth turns upward on the right side. A nuisance? I hate how confident he is. A normal guy would be a mass of insecurities. You did seem bothered earlier. Maybe there's been a translation discrepancy. Which is ridiculous. He's as fluent as I am. I try not to think about all the ways in which we are bizarrely connected. It just makes me feel bad for sending him away so severely. But I really can't afford to let him in my bedroom. He's practically irresistible in a dirty, rundown, spider-infested barn. What on earth would happen if he came in my warm, cozy, clean bedroom right now? My panties would set on fire, that's what. You have to go. I wiggle the iPad a bit. You have 5 seconds before I rescind my offer. 5, 4. He reaches for the iPad, but then at the last second, his hand shifts and shoves the window open. Before I can even object, he's hopping through the opening and into my room, along with a blast of frosty winter air. Thanks. He hasn't even touched the iPad, which is now dangling from his fingers. Did you lie? I ask. Did you even come here because you couldn't get online? He grabs the iPad and tosses it back on my desk. You know why I came here. He steps toward me, his eyes scanning my face. No. I shake my head, and this time I'm not going to back up like a little rabbit fleeing a fox. No, we are not doing that again. That? His smile widens. Why not? That was one of the best things I've ever done. And I have a lot of ideas for ways to improve that I can only practice with your help. No, I say as emphatically as I can imagine. I pull out my I'm an unhappy horse trainer voice and really put some energy behind it. Alex, you have to go. Say that again. He practically purrs. No, I say. He laughs. Not no. Say my name again. I choke. The door is there. I duck sideways and point. He ignores me, forcing me to do what I swore I wouldn't. I back up, and he stalks me again, kicking my heart into high gear. After just a few steps, my butt hits the top of my nightstand. It really sucks to be so small sometimes, and there's nowhere else to go. You're a Neanderthal, I say. He blinks. I'm not sure what that is. Is it good or bad? I don't want you here, I say. Your cheeks are flushed. Your pupils are dilated. Your breathing is heavy. His eyes drop to my lips. My research tells me that means you are interested. Or scared, I say. It's a fear response. He laughs again, and this time, something pulls deep inside of me at the sound. Stop, I say. Get out. You're protesting too much, he says. No, in this day and age, protesting a lot literally means get the hell out. He pauses for a second, and the first note of uncertainty I've seen enters his tone. You want to kiss me. I'm getting nowhere lying about that. I do. His grin is black. But no matter what kind of reaction my body may have around you, my brain makes the decisions for my life, and you're not part of my future. He freezes at that, and then he blinks. Shawn wants to... He swears under his breath. Not that guy again. Yes, I say. That guy. Again. He and I were in love before, and... You don't love him now. He practically roars. And if you so much as... As what? If I so much as do what? Kiss him? Fall for him? Marry him? I ball my hand into a fist and punch Alex as hard as I can in the midsection, which is a big mistake. My hand feels like I just hit a brick wall. Ow. Why did you do that? He sighs. Kristiana, Shawn isn't right for you. He's... Oh, I know. You've said. It's not that he's just small and weak and lets you push him around. He's going to let you sell your family land. I told him to let me, I say. It's my decision. You can't sell it. Alex says that like he knows anything about my life or this modern world. You know who says things like that? Dramatic things? Absolutes like, you can't sell it? I point. Nobility. Entitled rich brats. People who have never lived in the real world because people like me? People who understand how things work and what life is about? I shrug. You think I don't know how the world works? His eyes flash. Maybe you did, but your world and my world aren't the same. It hits me then what might get through to him. You're the one who convinced me to sell it. I did no such thing, he says. You said that we have to sacrifice what we want for what we need sometimes. You said you couldn't help save all those people because if you did, you might lose your ability to protect your people. A muscle in Alex's jaw pops. My dad helped those two families, you know. He stepped in and helped them when they asked, when I was just a boy. And then when he was weakened from helping with their favor, one of Russia's enemies killed him. There's true pain in his face, and I realize that I'm throwing his words back at him, but it's not the win I wanted. It just reminded him of an old pain. The difference between your situation and mine? You have friends who want to help you not make the sacrifice. You have other options. You're just doing this to protect your pride. And if I've learned anything in my life, it's that pride serves no one. It just ruins lives and leads us to make bad decisions. Fury rises inside me. You don't know anything about my life. I'm sorry about your dad, but do you think I wanted my mother to die? Did I want my dad to fall into a bottle and start gambling all the time just to feel alive? I didn't want any of it, but that's what I got. My brother might have held things here together, but he hated our life even more than I did, so he left, ran away to America, and never looked back. They may have failed you, but you have options, Alexander says. You should let other people help you. I told Shawn he can't give me the money or buy my land for one very important reason. Alex raises his eyebrows expectantly. Because we aren't equal right now, I say. It's not that he's hugely rich and I'm poor. I've never been caught up on that. Before, when we were in school, he had everything, but at least I had my farm. He had intelligence and health and plans for the future. He left me, even then. He wanted our relationship to work less than I did, clearly. But now he's back, saying he never got over me, and I'm excited to hear that. But I'm in trouble. My dad's put the family farm in peril, and if I let him save me, what am I then? A Disney princess? My lip curls, and my head shakes, and my hands tighten into fists at my side. I will never be a Disney princess. I'm more than that. I work hard, and I do whatever it takes to fight for my happy ending. You aren't weak because you let someone else help, he says. And Shawn's not the only one who can help. Oh? Who else did you have in mind? You? He shrugs. Do you really think you can help me? Of course I do. You have no money. I hold up one finger. You have no identification or paperwork. Then another. No home. I throw up all my fingers and wiggle them. You can't control your magic, and we've located absolutely zero answers about your curse, your family, or your friends. You pick fights. You push me around. Alex, I'm not trying to hurt you, but you bring nothing to the table other than trouble. What am I missing? He did save my dad's life, and mine, and he is the key to winning the purse at the King George in a few days. I'm too mad to acknowledge any of that, though. Probably most importantly, you never listen to me, not to anything I say. You think you know better than I do, but you don't know anything about my life or the modern world. You don't fit in. You have no place here, and that's why you have nothing to offer me. So please just go back to the barn and leave me alone. To my surprise, after staring at me for a moment, he listens. He heads back out the window and disappears into the night. He didn't even bother taking my iPad with him. Chapter 15. About Face may be several years behind 5 times fast, but he's still fun to ride. We clear the course I set up to mimic the upcoming hurdle with plenty of energy and focus. I pat his neck. Nice work, boy. Really nice. The prize money for the novice hurdle isn't quite as good as the champion chase, but at least I won't need to pay Finn. I can ride About Face and Obsidian myself. My dad won't be pleased, but he hasn't griped or sniped at all. Not since Alex had to save us from his latest issues. After I'm done with About Face, I pass him off to a groom and saddle Obsidian up. Alex may be upset at me, but at least when he's in his horse form, he behaves. Obsidian takes every single fence beautifully, in sync with me in every way. I'm not sure I've been on a horse that was more ready for a race than he is. Why can't the man be half as perfect as the horse? It's a little hard for me as we ride back toward the main farm. This will all be gone soon, I say. I mean, relatively soon. Obsidian slows to a walk and turns his head back to look at me. I hope it's gone, I say. The more I think about it, selling it is really the only way. But I'm going to miss it a lot, too. I mean, I grew up riding around in all these woods and hills. When he stops entirely, I slide off his back. I walk toward the edge of the cleared path. Obsidian stays close. So close, we're touching. It's nice, actually, because his huge body blocks the wind, and as always, heat rolls off of him, keeping me warm. I breathe in and out, trying to find gratitude for the time I had with Liepa, so I'm not wallowing in sorrow that she'll soon belong to someone else instead. Obsidian paws at the ground, at another pile of rocks he's found. What? I ask. I know you're obsessed with rocks, but I don't care about them. I left the ones you found before in that green bucket in the old barn. If they were on the path, I'd clear them for you. I don't want them bruising your feet, but these are way over here by the trees. I glanced down at them. It's a large pile of green rocks. Dozens and dozens of them. Some of them are actually pretty sparkly in a bizarre way. I mean, they're strange rocks. They kind of look like limestone or something, but then there are huge chunks of what looks almost like green glass stuck on the limestone in blobs. And there are also chunks of orangey and yellow resin-looking rocks as well. They're kind of cool, really, I say. But look, you don't need rocks, and neither do I. You're not 12. You're too old for rock collections. He snorts and turns away from me. I feel like I'm ruining all his hopes and dreams, especially after my rude assessment of his future last night. I know I was kind of harsh yesterday, and I know since you woke up, life has sucked. I can't even imagine how hard it must be to lose everything you knew and everyone you loved. But you have to face reality. You and I can't find anything on this curse. No one has come to attack you, and it's not very clear whether you'll ever be able to shift or access your magic again, at least not without holding my hand. He bumps my shoulder playfully and trots along ahead of me. No, I say. As I mentioned yesterday, you can't hold my hand forever. I have to think about my future, and so do you. Realistically, you and I don't work. I can't adopt you like a dog. Some homeless Russian man who can't accept that his glory days are past. He stops moving, his eyes looking somehow more hurt while in a horse head than they did even as a man. Once we win this race, I'm going to have enough to pay the next balloon note. I won't have paid Shawn back yet, but I doubt he'll notify anyone that my collateral went missing. I've given it a lot of thought, and I think it'll be time for you to go. He's utterly and completely still, like midnight over a lake, like an onyx statue in a museum, like the beginning of an exam in a difficult class. No movement, no snorting or pawing, no reaction at all. I hope that means he's processing what I've said. Let's head back, I say. He doesn't argue, but he also doesn't walk close to me, not anymore. Great. Now the horse and the man are both pouting. I'm honestly deep in my bones, trying to do the right thing. So no matter how bad I feel about hurting his feelings, no matter how uncomfortable it makes me, I don't take any of my words back. It'll be best for both of us if we can go our separate ways. Fairy tales aren't all they're cracked up to be. I mean, powers and shifting and whatnot exists, but so do curses. And being buried in the earth and stuck as a horse forever. I like things safe, simple, and predictable. I want that life back. But when I go to bed that night, I think about Alex's face when I shifted him back to human and left a laptop on the dirty old table. He stared at me like I'd given up, like I quit. Liepas aren't quitters. We just know when we've already lost. I need to explain that to him. I need to make sure he understands that what I'm doing is what's best for both of us. I wish I didn't care, but I know that I won't be able to sleep until I have cleared that up. Only when I get to the barn, he's not there. I wander around a bit. I call for him over and over, and I wait for an hour before falling asleep, my head on my arms, slumped over the table. A strange noise wakes me up, but once my mind clears from sleep, I can't for the life of me recall what the noise was. I stretch, check to confirm there's still no sign of Alex, and reluctantly return to my bedroom. I hope he's all right, but at the end of the day, he's a grown man. If he's decided he can go where he wants without telling me about it, well, that's what I told him to do, isn't it? The next day goes almost the same way. Alex is back, but he doesn't offer an explanation as to where he was, so I don't tell him I even know he was gone. I shift him into obsidian. We do a light workout, no jumps today. I want him to rest for the race. And then later in the day, I shift him back into a man. This time, I change him before I even go to do my house calls. He may as well have some normal daylight hours as a human, especially if he's about to be human full time. When I return a few hours later to check on him, he's gone again. I know it's for the best, but it hurts a little bit. It's probably because he felt like a baby bird to me when we first met. He hadn't been in the world for so long, and he needed my guidance so much. And now, he doesn't seem to need me at all. He's learned to fly. The next day goes almost the same way, and then it's time to leave. John and my dad are much more stressed about the whole thing than I am. I'm legitimately worried about Edwards, as John grills him about what he needs to do for the horses while we're gone. It's fine, I say eventually. Edwards has been doing this for years. He knows as much as you do. John's fits almost make up for Obsidian Devil's abnormally calm behavior. He doesn't snort, paw, whinny, or snap at anyone, and he lets John load him into the trailer. He's like a different horse, John says. We work for months. No, more like years to truly break a horse. A broke horse is a good thing. It means they're calm, they trust their rider, and they want to please you. It means you can rely on them to behave the way that you order them to behave. It makes them safe, and it makes them valuable. Humans, unlike horses, shouldn't be broken. They need spirit and resolve and confidence. They need to have faith in their own decisions and their own desires. Looking at the way Obsidian is behaving, John and my dad think it's a miracle, but I worry that I broke him. I meant well, at least. I was trying to help us both live the best lives we could. I keep telling myself that, all the way to England. We're a full day early thanks to my unease. I just drive and drive and drive. I decide to text Shawn. I'm sure you're busy. It is Christmas Eve, but we're here early. I don't have to wait more than 10 seconds. Come see me. 1 second later, he texts again. Actually, I'll come get you. I laugh. I need to get Obsidian and About Face out on the track to acclimate them. Give me 3 hours. See you then. I should have asked for 5 hours. I could have taken a nap, and maybe these bags under my eyes wouldn't have looked so awful. Oh well, done is done. Obsidian, of course, is perfect when we go out. He dives forward a bit, and we're a little out of sync, but the other horses and the people milling around don't spook him. It's nice to have a horse who isn't the usual jumpy mess that herd animals always are in new chaotic places. About Face is another story. He's athletic and lean like 5, and he's tall too, but he's never been to a race, and he's jumpy as a kangaroo in a dingo conservatory. Luckily, I haven't forgotten how to manage a real horse, and we work until his spook's gone. The sun has set already, so early, when I put About Face away and prepare to leave. Dad and John have already headed for the tavern a half block down the way. It's close enough to our hotel that they can just walk home. They left as soon as I finished with About Face. It's been a long few days. I don't blame them. But I'm the only one around when Obsidian neighs and kicks the stall. What? I ask. He tosses his head. Is something wrong? He screams. Horse screams are awful, and one of the grooms comes running over. He's fine, I say. I'm going to close up his stall, though. I think he needs less stimulation. Sure, the man says. Once the door is closed, I change him, holding up a saddle pad to preserve some semblance of decency. What? I need to stay human for a while. You're kidding me. I glance around. You need to stay a horse here. It's critical. He frowns. You can close the stall. Who will go against your command? My dad, for one, I say. He's with John. They'll both be drunk inside of an hour. I roll my eyes. Why do you need to be human? Didn't you say I have to get used to it? He glances sideways. I've got some things to do. Like what? I put a hand on my hip. You've made it clear you're not interested, he says. But there are other women here. He arches one eyebrow. They might feel differently. I'm sure they will. For some reason, A strong flash of irritation pulses through me. For the past few weeks, he's been rude to every single female he meets other than me. Now he's moved on and wants to hook up with someone? Men are disgusting pigs. Fine, do whatever you want, but make sure Dad and John don't see you. I spin around on my heel, leaving him to freeze to death naked in the stall. It would serve him right if he did.
Hey.
I don't turn back when I respond. What?
At least bring me some clothes.
This time I can't help it. I pivot on my heel. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you'd require clothing for a booty call while you were here. I'm fresh out of men's clubbing attire. He's suppressing a smile, I can tell. I hate that I didn't stop my outburst.
I brought a bag. It's in the back of the trailer, under the tack. If you would just go get it, you can drop it in the stall and be on your way.
After telling the grooms not to come into your stall no matter what, I guess?
Yes, after that.
I'm fuming by the time I finally lug his enormous bag. What's in there, rocks? All the way to the racing stable and chuck it at his feet. Have fun. I hate how amused he looks as I snarl and leave. I can't stop thinking about it as I get ready to meet Shawn and his family, but I really need to. I have to focus. Meeting his family's a big deal. I need to put my best foot forward. I didn't even get this far last time. His parents rejected me without once meeting me. If I'd planned to meet them today, I'd have agonized over what I would wear for hours and hours. As it is, I slide into my nicest pair of riding breeches, no holes at all, and only one tiny stain just below the knee that my boots will cover, and a button-down white shirt. It's plain, but that's who I am. Plain but hard-working, and if they hate it, well, I guess that'll be the end of that. I unhitch the truck from the trailer and climb inside, bracing myself to follow my phone's GPS to Shawn's family's ancestral home. It's only 6 miles away. I could practically run there. I guess I'd never realized quite how close he lived to Kempton Park. The racetrack's located on the west side of London, out in the suburbs a bit, but the whole area is pretty consistently full of people and businesses. Compared to Latvia, it looks like urban sprawl. Of course, having completed uni here, it's not as stressful to navigate as it was when I first came. But then, from one minute to the next, the surrounding area transforms. It's like a huge park springs up in the middle of the city, and as I turn into the drive the GPS tells me to take, there's nothing but a blanket of trees, from fragrant Leland cypress to horse chestnuts with their bizarrely spiky conker seeds still clinging to branches here and there, to towering oaks that look naked and bare against the winter landscape. As I approach the estate, it's clear that someone has taken great care to cultivate plants that thrive even in the winter. No snow blankets the ground yet, thankfully for our race in 2 days, and the winter ryegrass they must have planted is bright green, in carefully manicured rows. I wonder how many people must work here full-time on the grounds to keep things. And then, my mind goes blank, because Shawn's house comes into view. Calling it a house seems inadequate somehow, like comparing a pair of Steve Madden pumps to a pair of Valentinos. It's utterly absurd. I knew that Shawn McDermott was heir to the Earldom of Coventry, but I had no idea what the home that went with that title would look like. I remember Shawn describing it to me when we were in school. I told him about my home, the bright shutters, the long porch, an American-style home in Latvia. It had begun simply, but when Mom moved in, she changed a lot of little things to make it look like the houses she was used to back in the United States. Shawn told me about his house a few weeks into dating, saying it was old, out of date, and that while his mother would say it was neoclassical, designed by the late and great Charles Parker in the mid-17th century, he wished that he could level it and build something that wasn't overlarge and drafty. I had, stupidly, pictured a plantation-style home with tall ceilings and a lot of windows. I thought it might be twice the size of my family's home, or even 3 times that size. I was very, very wrong. This place? would absolutely work as the setting of any Regency-era romance television series, right down to the terribly tall windows every 15 feet along the front and the carefully manicured hedges. The circular drive's paved now, but I can imagine how it looked for the past few centuries, with dukes, earls, and princes circling round in their carriages. The homes made up of entirely white and gray stone, 3 stories high, lined with so many picture windows that I finally stopped counting. I'm spinning out a little bit, made worse when a man in a ridiculously formal tuxedo comes to take the keys to my truck the second I shift into park. He just shot out of the 2 vast double doors. Is he a butler? A driver? Another man is standing at the top of the stairs, also in a tuxedo. How many people work for Shawn? This is so much worse than I expected.
Wait, Shawn says. He's beaming at me as he jogs down the front steps.
Thankfully, he's not wearing a tuxedo or even a suit. Just his normal slacks and a polo shirt with a wool coat on top and a nice billowy gray scarf blowing behind him. He could be on the cover of Horse and Rider or Town and Country without shifting a single hair.
Mother's arguing with Ursula again. We'll just head down to the stables for a moment while they argue about the cheese soufflé.
He had me at stables. When he smiles that broad smile of his, I can't help grinning back. The stables?
I knew you'd want to see them right away.
He pauses.
I hope they'll meet with your approval.
A little thrill runs through me at the thought that he wants me to approve, because he wants me to consider this as a possible future home. When we turn the corner, one of the most beautiful gates I've ever seen comes into view. It's made of some kind of black metal, titanium, and it's shaped into a large arch, clearly made to mimic a horseshoe. The opening must be 10 feet tall, easily tall enough for a horse with a rider to pass underneath, and it's probably 2 horses wide. Once we're close enough, I notice that it frames the view of the barn perfectly. Of course, it's one of the most staggeringly stunning barns I've ever seen. Even the house didn't take me aback like this does. My stables back at home are top of the line. I still thank my grandparents at least twice a year for their generous gift, because nothing makes me happier than knowing our horses are safe and well cared for. Plus, well-designed stables decrease my workload by a metric ton. It's one of the reasons that selling them makes me feel so sick. Even so, as we walk toward the massive stables at the edge of the property, I can't help feeling a little envious. I forced myself to memorize all the strange British names for things before we left, so I know this is called the Argan Estate. At home, we just name our homes after our family surname. Liepa becomes Liepaseta. But in England, they have more names than we have poor relatives. Shawn McDermott's father, James McDermott, is the Earl of Coventry, Lord of Argan Manor, Lord of the Hampers Mill Estate in Sussex, and owner of the Forsyth House in London. Having a London house when their family estate is already so close probably seems bizarre now. But I suppose it would have been a long ride to make on horseback every day during the season, 1 billion years ago when they bought or inherited all these places. The stables are made of the same white and gray stone used for the main house, so clearly this was either created to match or built at the same time. It's not 3 stories high, but it's easily 20 feet tall, which leaves plenty of room for a hayloft. As we stride easily inside, I peer back and forth, poleaxed. There's no hayloft. Of course not. Instead, there's a very high planked wood ceiling. Instead of being covered in cobwebs like our barn perpetually is, it has the most pristine, most beautiful light fixtures I've ever laid eyes upon. Blown glass orbs, cascading crystals that catch and scatter the light. And against the walls, huge fans that I imagine really circulate a lot of air when the summer heat hits. In the center of the aisle, there's a life-sized bronze statue of a horse and rider, clearing a beautifully arranged floral obstacle. It's tall, but the width is what shocks me the most. They had to make the hall, nearly 25 feet across, into dead space, just to make sure there's room on either side of the statue for horses to easily move around. I've never seen such a shocking waste of barn space in my life, but it's visually stunning, and that was clearly the goal. The stalls, instead of forming rows as they usually do, are shaped into giant wedges that open around the statue. They look massive, with narrow 8-foot fronts, widening to 30 or 40 feet across the back. If you have a horse that's supposed to be on stall rest, what do you do? Those stalls are far too big. Shawn's grin is diabolical. I should have known you'd be thinking of the logistics. Mum's very impressed that you're a practicing large animal vet. I doubt she'd be as impressed if she knew that half of my calls involve sticking my arm up a horse's. Shawn's face looks so alarmed that I cut off mid-sentence. When we do meet my parents, less talk about oiling, colicking horses? He swallows. Or, you know what? Talk about it all you like. It's the side of horses they've always ignored. But it's real, and it matters. He's trying. I'll give him that. It's fine. I'll be much more circumspect around your parents, I promise. And about the stalls. We only have these 10 that are configured this way, and we use them for our prize horses, mostly. Then, when guests come to visit, they can ooh and ah about the beauty of our stables. He waves for me to follow him. After we round the bend, there are 3 more rows of stalls. The typical 12 by 12 stalls, with plenty of horses in those as well. The floors are made of interlocking brick. The walls, ceilings, and floors are all so clean I would eat off of them. They must have a professional cleaning staff just for the stable. All the walls and trim are a combination of dark-stained hardwood and shiny bright chrome. I've been so distracted by the appearance that I almost forgot the part that matters. How many stalls do you have? 46, he says. But we only have 18 horses here right now. No one's paying attention to it now that you're not riding? He frowns. How do you know I'm not riding? His parents aren't here. No one I know is either. I decide to be bold, and I slide my hand through his. Then I lift it up. No calluses. He rolls his eyes. I wear gloves. Even so, you'd have some here if you rode more than once a week. I stroke the tips of his fingers. He freezes in place. I knew bringing you here was the right move. You brighten the entire estate. His eyes are wistful, yearning. It's enough to distract me, even from the perfection of the stables. The real question is, he says softly, his eyes intent, will you, Kristiana Liepa, ever in your life? My heart starts to race in my chest. What's this real question he's about to ask? It feels significant. Ever leave this stable now that I've brought you here? Because even if they don't work out the drama with the cheese soufflés, I swear, my mum always manages to put together an amazing menu for Christmas Eve. Why do I feel relieved that he didn't propose? Probably because it would have been way too early. Of course he wouldn't do that. I haven't met his parents. We've only just kissed again this time around. Of course, I say. I'm actually starving. This stable isn't going anywhere. I can traipse back and poke around more later. Just promise me this, he says. What? You won't steal any of my horses. He's grinning. I can't make any promises I may not keep. The conversation stays easy and light the entire walk back to the house. It's much farther than the distance separating my house from my baby's, but I suppose it's something you can get used to. A little extra exercise isn't so bad. I hope we haven't kept his mother and father waiting. All the flirtatious joking about me staying in the barn aside, I really want them to like me. If they're already annoyed at how late I am when we walk through those doors, it would be a real shame. Before we can even walk up the steps, a bright red sports car roars down the private drive. It's a beautiful car, but it almost looks like it's trying too hard. The shaping around the front headlights reminds me of huge nostrils or something. Who's that? I ask. Were you expecting someone else? For a split second, I'm terribly nervous he's invited more than one girl. But Shawn's brow furrows. No. And I don't think I know anyone who drives a McLaren 720. My friend Abbott was looking at one, but he bought a Ferrari instead. Ah, to have such friends. I've never even heard of a McLaren, and I certainly don't know what the model numbers mean. The car rolls to a stop in front of us, but the windows are tinted. Shawn's squinting, and his butler, whose tuxedo actually has tails, I notice from here, comes sprinting out the front door as if he may be needed to take a bullet or something. The driver must have retired after taking my truck. Hello? He's huffing a bit, but as the car door opens, he bows to welcome the new guest. And who might you be, sir? When the driver stands up, I realize that I know him. His black hair is cut and combed differently than it was, and he's wearing what looks a lot like designer clothing. But the man who's smiling at Shawn and me is definitely Alexander Volkonsky. Chapter 16. What are you doing here? I can't help hissing. I'm just so shocked. How did he even know where Shawn lives? Your father gave me the address, Alex says. He can speak English. Shawn glances between Alex and me the same way I'd stare at my dad if I found out he was running a cable of alien-worshipping masseuses. Why is Alex speaking English all of a sudden? And then it hits me. I asked him the question in English. I can't really be upset with him for responding in the same language that I initiated the conversation in. I learned, Alex says. Then he smiles. How did you get a car? I ask. Alex jingles the key fob. Oh, this? Isn't he working for the board in the hopes of making a name for himself? Shawn asks. John told me he was sitting this race out, because his training methods haven't been working well. I practically choke. Alex's eyes widen and then his lips twist. This is not going well. But I really do want to know where he got a car. I have a sneaking suspicion he buried the real owner 6 feet under. Or, knowing Alex, more. 10, 15 feet. Can someone tell me what's going on? Shawn asks. I feel like we've stepped out of the real world and into some kind of twilight zone. Here you all are. A woman who must be in her early 60s but doesn't look a day over 50 steps out the front door and onto the top step. Dinner's ready, and unlike me, soufflés aren't very forgiving. So you did get the cheese soufflé worked out? Shawn says. That's great. The woman's gestures are smooth and fluid, and she looks entirely at ease. She's wearing a lovely gray business suit and a string of black pearls with sensible black pumps. She makes me look like a stable hand. It's clear she's the lady of this gargantuan house, and if that wasn't enough to clue me into her identity, she has the exact same sky blue eyes as Shawn. Well, it won't be made with Gruyere, but we have to be a little flexible with newer staff sometimes. The woman brushes her right hand over her absolutely perfectly coiffed hair, smoothing non-existent flyaways toward her beautiful dark bun. Mother will be in shortly. Shawn's voice is tight but firm. As if she didn't hear him, she turns toward me and descends the stairs. This must be Kristiana. She beams, and I can't tell whether it's forced or genuine. I suppose that's how you know if someone is quite practiced with their smiles. You can't really be sure either way. I have heard nothing but your name for months now. Come, Mother, Shawn says. What? She asks. Shawn smiles. It's been far longer than that. I'm sure they're exaggerating, but it's nice to hear all the same. You must be Shawn's beautiful mother. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The pleasure is entirely mine. She holds out her hand. I hear your family hails from America? My mother's family, I say, yes. My father's from Latvia, and we live there still. You don't say. Lady McDermott narrows her eyes at Shawn. You didn't mention that when you said you were opening a branch there. He shrugs sheepishly, an expression I've never before seen on his face.
Well, it did make good business sense, too.
Finding the right woman is the most important thing you'll ever do, Lady McDermott says. I'm the last person who would argue with you for doing whatever it takes to succeed there. Alex clears his throat. And who is this? She asks.
This is...
Shawn pauses.
Actually, I can't recall his name. I usually just call him the crazy Russian trainer.
His mother's eyes widen and she turns toward me slowly. He brought your car? I shake my head. It's not my car. I'm actually legitimately worried that the constables will round the bend any moment, sirens blaring. I'm not quite sure.
The last few months have been rough,
Alex says. His English accent sounds exactly like mine. American, like my mother's was.
You see, we had some family.
He clears his throat.
Some family drama, you could say. My closest relative recently passed, leaving the paperwork in total disarray. Instead of coming to me, as it should have, the family land, titles, estate, and businesses all, well, they languished.
Oh, that's terrible, Lady McDermott says.
You should come inside. You can eat with us and tell us all about it.
But what about the meal, I ask. Will there be enough food? She waves her hand at me airily. Oh, yes. They always make another plate or two, just in case someone requests more or there's an issue with the existing food. A hair, too much salt, that sort of thing. An extra plate or two? Who are these people?
I'd love to join you for dinner. Thank you for extending the invite.
For all the world, Alexander looks just like a vampire who recently secured a coveted invite into the home of someone delicious. It makes me exceedingly nervous. Actually, I say, he was just dropping something off. He needs to get back and make sure our horse, Obsidian Devil, is doing fine for the race that's only 2 days away.
I just saw him, Alex says. He looked perfect, and I do have to eat.
I scowl at him, but he just smiles.
Sure, Shawn says. I'd love to hear more about this family drama as well, now we come to it.
He also wants to know why Alexander can speak flawless English, I'm sure. Even geniuses couldn't pick it up that fast, which means that either Alex lied to me about it or we both lied to Shawn. I honestly don't know which one will upset poor Shawn more. I feel sort of sick about it. I'd like to defend myself because it's not like I'm lying because I want to. But then I think about how I kissed Alex not too long ago and how much I enjoyed it. That makes me hate myself and want to run away and hide.
Thank you so much for welcoming me, Alex says.
The second Shawn's mother turns to go inside, Shawn reaches to take my arm and lead me in behind her. All I want to do is kick Alexander as hard as I can, but I'm stuck pretending like none of this is news to me, and I'm not worried that we're leading a criminal into Shawn's gorgeous estate. I need to find the ladies' room, I say.
Oh, of course.
Shawn points around the corner.
Actually, I need to go too, Alex says. To the ladies' room?
Shawn smirks. Toddlers, piloting adult suits, I swear.
The washroom. Isn't that what the ladies' room means?
I can't tell whether Alex is genuinely confused or whether he's acting. Either way, it pisses me off even more.
Sure,
Shawn says.
But
Shawn's mother has stopped as well. There's another one just around.
I'll just follow her and wait until she's done,
Alex says. Somehow no one even acts like what he's saying is strange. Isaac will wait here and guide you to the dining room when you're ready, Lady McDermott says. Thank you, I say. I'll just be a moment. The second they're out of sight, I try to kick Alex, but he dodges me with irritating ease.
Someone's in a very bad mood,
he says in English, and he's grinning. Grinning. Like this is all some kind of joke. Please tell me you didn't steal that car, I say in Latvian. I didn't steal that car, he says almost rotely, as if he's merely following my instructions. At least he isn't still speaking English. I try to kick him again, but this time, instead of dodging me, he sidesteps and snags both my arms, encircling my wrists with his hands. Are you just saying that, or is it actually true? You told me to say I hadn't stolen it, he says. You should make up your mind. Alexander Volkonsky, I say. If I had any idea you would follow me, I didn't follow you, he says. Obviously. I didn't have this car yet when you left. I had to go and pick it up. It's not like it's hard to look up the residence of His Eminence, Lord McDribble. I can't help spluttering. First off, do not mock him. You mocked me when I said I was a prince. He looks utterly calm. I try to shove him away, but his hands are stronger than metal cuffs. The police could come to arrest you at any time. You have no idea what kind of evidence they have now, and You're worried about me. He smiles. DNA evidence. Is that the evidence you mean? Because that's actually what got me the car in the first place. If you'd taken the time to explain what kind of scientific advancements... Alex, I hiss, let me go. I need to get back to the dinner, and you need to go ditch that car somewhere. His thumbs stroke the inside of my wrist in a shockingly intimate gesture I was not prepared to deal with. I love that you're worried about me. His grin almost distracts me. Combined with the fluttering sensation spreading through my body, I need to escape. Right now. Alexander, you're not listening to me. I didn't steal the car, all right? And I came here because I didn't want you to be stuck alone, eating dinner with people who look at you as though you're spoiled meat. Spoiled meat? I stomp on his foot, something he can't evade or sidestep. He barely even flinches, and he doesn't let go of my hand. If you don't tell me what's going on right now, you'll what? He smiles. You'll call the police? You'll tell Shawn and his family that I can turn into a horse and that I actually am the same being as Obsidian Devil? My jaw drops open and dangles that way, idiotically. You told me that Shawn was a better option for your future than I am, right? You said that he's a better man. I blink. He finally releases me and steps back a few inches. He has money. He lifts one finger. He's kind. He holds up another. And he's refined. He lifts a third finger and waits expectantly. You have lost your mind. I'll explain how I got the car at dinner, and everything I say will be true, or at least mostly true. Family drama? I ask. One of my relatives survived, he says. That's the good news. Whoa. So there may be more horsemen running around? I ask. Well, he was an illegitimate cousin, but we did share half our DNA. I doubt he had any magical skill, but apparently it's enough for the Russian government. What are you talking about? DNA is wonderful stuff. It turns out, after my half-cousin's grandson passed away just over a year ago, leaving no heirs, the entire family estate just sat. You're kidding. I'll tell you the rest at dinner. But how? You didn't think I spent the entire night for the last several weeks reading about movie stars and digging through the same tired articles speculating about the Russian Revolution, did you? It's like I don't know him at all. I assumed you slept part of the time. Did you know horses can sleep in the pasture day or night, standing or lying down? He shrugs. I spent more time sleeping as a horse than anything else, which let me stay up all night as a human. We've been standing here far too long, I say. We need to go. Yes. If we dally longer, Shawn might suspect that something strange is going on between us. Alex steps closer again. I duck under his arm and practically sprint back to Isaac, who definitely noticed that something was off about the two of us, even though we spoke in a language he couldn't understand. At least the dining room is close, just down a hall and to the left, and the first course is already prepared.
I'm James.
Shawn's father stands when I arrive, Alex on my heels. Lord McDermott is much shorter than I imagined he'd be, barely the same height as his stately wife, and quite stout. Shawn must take all his looks from his mother's side.
Lord James McDermott,
Alexander says from behind me,
Earl of Coventry, Lord of the beautiful Argan Manor.
Even though I've been around him consistently for weeks and weeks now, it feels like I know nothing about him.
I apologize profusely for crashing your dinner tonight.
Alex is still talking. Why is he talking? And in such flawless English.
I needed to bring Chris some news about the horse we're running in the King George, Obsidian Devil, and then your lovely wife invited me to stay. You're the unconventional Russian trainer, Lord McDermott says. The one who has been dealing with family drama.
When he smiles, he looks a lot more like Shawn than I'd have thought possible.
How did you learn English so quickly? Shawn asks. Last I saw you, it was Russian or nothing.
Alex's grin is a little sheepish.
I learned English as a child, but it was quite rusty, and I struggled quite a lot with the various accents. It was less that I learned it over the past 6 weeks, and more that I was able to brush it off and clean it up quickly by practicing with Chris every day.
Every day? Shawn frowns. Darling, Lady McDermott says, why don't we all sit down? If we don't eat soon, the cook and I will both kill you. Lady McDermott's tone is light, and I'm sure she's trying to diffuse the situation like all British nobility are trained to do. But when she glances my way, I can't argue with Alex's assessment. She may not be arguing with her son about bringing me here, but I'm not sure that means she's really pleased he and I are dating. I follow their lead, waiting for them to take their spots. Then I take the chair to the left of Shawn. Alex, unfortunately, takes the seat directly across from me. No matter. I'm not going to let him ruin tonight. Regardless of what he says or does, he's just the crazy Russian trainer we found to manage a difficult horse. I focus instead on the food. The tiny ramekins in front of us have something that's perfectly golden inside. The argument-inducing cheese soufflés, I'm guessing. Lady McDermott lifts her fork and looks around the table. Her way of encouraging us to follow her lead, and I don't need much prompting. The soufflés are even better than I imagined they might be, but Shawn's mother keeps talking about the noticeable lack of Gruyere. It must be hard to live life with such high standards. Now then, Lady McDermott finally says. Alexander, did you say your name is? Why don't you tell us about this family drama?
I'm not sure what Chris has told you.
He's staring at Shawn. Shawn's eyes widen.
Nothing.
I swallow. Alex frowns, a reaction that I know is fake, and glances my way.
You didn't tell them why you're helping me? That your friend begged you to lend a hand? Without your help, I'd never have gotten here.
I wish he'd just say where here is. I should be happy he's adapting so well, but really, I'm just more annoyed by the minute. Right, I say, but I don't like to brag. I widen my eyes at him pointedly.
A very commendable trait.
Alex turns back toward Shawn. I wish it was because he wanted to spin a good story, but I'm terribly afraid it's because he likes to taunt him.
You see, I was a prince in Russia.
You and half of Europe. Shawn chuckles. I take a sip of the very excellent wine Lady McDermott paired with the soufflés to stifle my unladylike snort. Shawn McDermott, his mother says. That's not how I taught you to behave.
It's true, Mother, that there are quite a few displaced former royals from Russia living in hovels across Europe, muttering about the good old days.
Admittedly, my people have had a difficult run, Alex says.
But back in 2007, many aristocrats were either regifted their estates by the government, crumbling and slovenly though they had become, or they bought them back. Such was the case with my relative, and he got lucky.
Now we're all listening. I can't help finishing off my glass of wine. Luckily, the serving people notice and refill it right away.
My family's property is rich with what you call crude oil reserves.
among other things. Shawn drops his fork. A few years ago, my nearest relative died, leaving no heir. Or so the government thought. But? Shawn asks. With the help of a competent lawyer here in England, I was able to submit DNA evidence that proves that I'm the last heir to the Volkonsky family fortune, including the land that was regranted and the accumulated funds from the exportation of the oil they've been drilling for on it. Is he kidding? The Russian government is in the process of transferring the property and estate back to me. Back? I cough. Rather, of transferring it to me, he says. As you can see, English still trips me up on occasion. Of course, the truth is more ridiculous, so they've really got no choice but to accept this is legitimate. It's not like they're more likely to think that he speaks the same languages as me because I'm the one who broke his curse. Or halfway broke the curse. They're certainly not going to guess that he still can't use his powers or shift without being in physical contact with me, or that every time I touch him, I want to rip his clothes off. I take another big swallow of wine. It's so good that it should be savored, but this isn't a savoring type of conversation. Will you be heading back to Russia right away, then? Shawn sounds almost absurdly hopeful. Before Alex even has a chance to answer, Lord McDermott asks, It sounds like it's quite a windfall for you. Does it come with a house, did you say? Alex's lips twist and he shrugs. I believe there's an ancestral palace, though what shape it's in is anyone's guess. I hear it was used as a children's home. I'm not in a huge hurry to rush back. After all she's done to help me reclaim my birthright, I can't leave Chris while she needs me. He turns toward me and flashes a bright, warm smile. I kick him under the table and this time he can't dodge. Infuriatingly, he still doesn't give any sign that he even felt it. I'm beginning to wonder whether he suffers from chronic insensitivity to pain. What a wild story, Lady McDermott says. It's been quite a week, he says. But the bank that holds my late cousin's assets moves much faster than the government itself. They've already released control of his accounts to me. Oh? Shawn wipes his perfectly clean mouth with a napkin. Is that how you bought that car? Of course. Finally having the money to do whatever I need to do is a real relief. Alex turns and looks pointedly at me. Apparently women don't like you unless you're rich. I had no idea. Shawn is many things, but unintelligent is not one of them. It's very clear from the flare of his nostrils that he knows Alexander is referring to me. Somehow, stupid Alex managed to insult me and infuriate Shawn at the same time. I want to stab him with my fork. But since I'm holding a spoon, and even if I had a fork, it would only make matters worse, I drink more wine. Since I weigh almost nothing and rarely drink, downing my second glass might have been too much. I feel a little lightheaded. Did Kristiana pay for this solicitor? Who handled all this for you? Shawn asks. Were you imposing on her for a job? And borrowing money from her as well? Certainly not, Alex says. That would have been too much. He lowers his voice and leans forward almost an imperceptible amount. And as you know, she doesn't have any extra money to loan me even if she wanted to. The conspiratorial smile he flashes at Shawn makes my blood boil. Luckily, Alex says, I had in my possession a number of flawless stones. Demantoid garnets, mostly, that collectors of rare stones will give their left arm to find. Have you ever heard of them? Even though they're garnets, they're green, Lord McDermott says, right? And they're usually found in Russia. Alex smiles. Exactly. They were given to me by my father, and to him from his father. We've kept them this entire time, knowing that they would help us prove our claim. In fact, they're the exact type of stone that was prized by the Tsars of Russia for almost 100 years. The stones he kept kicking at me on runs, and in the pasture, were green. Were they these garnets? Where did he get them from? You don't say, Lord McDermott says. They're recognized by their horsetail inclusions, aren't they? Judging from his earnest expression, Alexander appears to actually like Shawn's father, or perhaps he's just impressed by his knowledge. They don't all have horsetail inclusions. It's not a requirement. But some of the more beautifully formed inclusions can raise the value of the stone, which runs contrary to the general rules for other gems, where any inclusions lower their worth. My dad's a bit of a rock hound, Shawn says. It's become more and more of an active hobby as he's gotten older, and now that he's retired, it really keeps him busy. I still come to the bank every now and again, Lord McDermott says. I'm not totally retired. More like every never and whenever. Lady McDermott's eyes crinkle. He spends all day out with the horses, or inside poring over his rock collection. Speaking of rocks, do you still happen to have any of these demantoid garnets? Lord McDermott asks. I'd love to see them. I recently sold most of what I had, but I saved a few. He shifts a bit so he can reach his hand into his pocket, and then pulls it out and lays his palm flat. In spite of myself, I can't help leaning forward. There were a few I couldn't bring myself to part with. He shifts, and 2 large green stones roll toward me, sparkling in the light from the sconces set in the walls behind us. Whoa, Lord McDermott says, his cheeks coloring. How large are those? It's extremely rare to see any over a few carats, isn't it? He reaches toward Alex's hand tentatively. Most of the stones are under a carat, Alexander says, his posture quite relaxed. These are both just above 2 carats, and one is essentially flawless, while the other is full of the signature horsetail inclusions. It's not lost on me that he's holding rare, Russian-discovered gemstones that have horsetail inclusions. It's a little strange, but I suppose now that I know the Russian czars were secretly magical horse shifters, it makes sense they'd appreciate gems that had something that looked like a horse's tail inside them. It's hard, but I force myself not to reach over and snatch them from his hand. That would look strange to everyone here. Even from where I'm sitting, I can tell there's no way those are the same rocks he was kicking around back in Latvia. So where did he get them? I can't ask him now, clearly, but I really want to know. I saw him the first time he shifted, and there's no way he was hiding those gems anywhere on his person. Lord McDermott studies the stones as if they're priceless, oohing and awing over them enough that I worry Shawn might shout at his own father. But eventually, the last course is served, and Lady McDermott and Shawn and I change the subject, ignoring Alex and Lord McDermott's fixation on rocks. But the Alexandrite that's coming out of Sri Lanka and Brazil is fairly impressive, Lord McDermott says. There's no way it can compete with the pieces found in Russia, Alex says. After all, it was named for Tsar Alexander. It was discovered there. I'm not sure, Lord McDermott says. I recently heard... Dad, even Alexander must be tired of hearing what you heard. Shawn looks like he's getting a headache from gritting his teeth. I know I am. It's getting late, I say. I probably better head back. Because if I have to hear one more thing about the difference in value between Alexandrite and the stupid demantoid garnets, I'm going to throw a toddler-esque temper tantrum right here. I'm sure you'll have to be up early to find time on the track with the demon, Shawn says. Yes, I say, I will. I also know it's Christmas Eve, and I don't want to interfere with your family traditions. I'm not sure quite what the protocol is for me to leave a dinner party, but I can't wait all night to try and figure it out. I push away from the table and stand up, and the men all shove to their feet as if that was some kind of command by a general. Lady McDermott, at least, stands slowly and calmly. Shawn, you need to drive her home. I think she's had a bit too much wine. The room's spinning just a bit, but I'm sure it's not that bad. It's probably from standing too quickly. I'm fine. I grab my purse from the back of the chair and turn to head out the door. And I stumble and practically eat the carpet. Shawn helps me to my feet, but by the time we reach the door, Alexander has taken my other arm. I'll drive her. I haven't had a drop. That can't be, I noticed, Lady McDermott says. I almost asked you whether you don't drink for any particular reason. Alex shrugs. Never been a big fan of anything but vodka, if I'm being honest. Drinking anything else always feels like a waste of time. Shawn's nose scrunches. Vodka? He shudders. It burns like fire when you swallow it. That's how you know it's strong enough to do what it's supposed to do, Alex says. A true Russian man. Lord McDermott claps Alex on his shoulder with his left hand. He has circled around the table and holds out his other hand to Alexander. There's clearly something clasped inside of it. In order to take it, Alex would have to let go of me. I wonder whether Lord McDermott is fumbly or sly. You can keep that one, Alex says. Consider it a gift from a newly discovered Russian prince for another Rockhound's collection. Oh, I couldn't possibly keep it, Lord McDermott says. I insist, Alexander says, tightening his hold on my arm. Then I should get you something in return. Lord McDermott beams. Dad, another time, perhaps. Chris needs to get home. Shawn tries to tug me away from Alexander, but it doesn't work. Alec begins to pull the other way. I'm suddenly reminded of these horrible firecrackers my maternal grandfather used to bring over from America. Gustav loved them. A popper in the center with gunpowder in it and a string coming out from the other side. You'd tie each side to something, and when it was pulled apart, bang. I don't want to go bang. Stop, I say. You can't both have an arm. I can totally just drive myself. I slur a little bit at the end, which is embarrassing. Judging from Lady McDermott's face, I may not have been speaking English either. It's silly for anyone but me to take her home, Alex says. We're going to the same place, after all. No. I shake my arm again. You're going to sleep in a stall, and I'm sleeping in a bed. Shawn laughs. I imagine that even the strange Russian will sleep in a bed, sweetheart. I can take her from here, Alex says. In fact, I insist. She's my girlfriend, and I should take her home. Shawn is glaring at Alex, who is staring right back. I hate everything about this. I try to stomp on both their feet and only succeed in doing a partial version of the splits. There's also a kind of ripping sound I don't want to think about too hard. Things get a little bleary for a moment, and then I realize I'm being carried. By Alex. Oh. My own voice sounds strange, a little airy and light. You won. When he chuckles, I feel the movement in his chest against my face. I like when you carry me. I think he's smiling. Me too. You're not taking me to sleep on shavings, right? No, we're definitely going to the hotel. You need a bed. So do you, when you're not a horse. Shh, Alex whispers. Your wannabe boyfriend is following us, and even though we're speaking Russian, I'm not sure what he may pick up. He can't speak a word of Russian, I laugh. Not a word. I tap Alexander on the nose. Good heavens, Shawn says. She never drinks. I didn't even think to tell the waitstaff not to refill her wine glass. Alex freezes, and I blink and look around. We've reached the front door. I really will take it from here. Shawn looks prepared to argue. Let's not make a scene, Alex says. No matter what I may say or do, you know it's you she came to see. That calms Shawn down, and he helps tuck me into the passenger side of Alex's new car. The car is loud, I shout, once the engine roars to life. I'll phone you tomorrow, Shawn says as he closes the door. I lean against the door and press my lips to the glass. Then I blow him a raspberry. I thought he would think it was sweet, but Shawn looks horrified. Just drive, I mumble. Alex obliges, speeding away from Argan Manor Way way too fast. My stomach does not like that, I say, closing and opening my eyes slowly.
Hang in there, Zechonak. I'll get you there soon.
Rabbit? I'm not a rabbit. But I'm too tired to argue with him. Besides, I kind of like that word. Zechonak. I've heard people use it, but no one ever has for me. I think I drift off because seconds later the car's stopping, and a blink later, Alexander's opening the door. A split second after that, I'm shoving my purse at him. You get the key.
The what?
The key to the room. I can't find it. I practically dump the entire contents of my purse on the ground. Alec retrieves most of it and blessedly finds my key.
But where do we take this?
He looks at the blank card with the hotel name written on it in befuddlement. It makes me laugh.
What's funny?
My room is number 305, on the 3rd floor. Room 5. I remember because that was the first 3 numbers in my phone number in college. 305. But my phone wasn't on the 3rd floor in college. I lean closer to him and blink a few times until I can focus. It was on the 4th. Alex helps me reach the 3rd floor, and he even figures out how to open the door. But then he tries to leave. Wait. I grab his lapels.
I need to go back to the barn, he says. I've been gone too long.
No, I say, suddenly desperately sad at the thought that he won't be with me. I need you to stay. He blinks.
Stay?
He peers past me.
On that single bed?
I shove his chest, his very solid, very nice chest. You're not a horse right now. You should sleep on a bed. And I'm tired. Too tired to take you to the barn.
I'll go there and sleep in the stall. I can make up something if someone shows up, he says. I'll come back and grab you in the morning.
No, I say.
Trust me, Zechonak. In the morning you'll remember how mad at me you are. You'll be glad I didn't stick around. Or I will.
His words remind me that I am upset with him. I cannot believe you just showed up like that.
You're not mad I came. You're upset that I'm not helpless anymore.
He makes no sense, and I'm still standing in the doorway, alone. Why would I want you to be helpless? I sigh. Either go or stay. Stop standing there talking to me. My head hurts.
You're wrong.
Alexander leans toward me. My heart races.
You're scared at the thought of being with anyone. And when you thought of me as poor, when I was nothing but a lost mess, you could hold me at arm's length.
I was telling you to come inside, so... I duck inside and start to pull the door closed behind me. I have the sudden feeling like a predator's coming for me. Alexander's hand slams against the doorframe, blocking my attempt to close it, and he inches closer to me still.
Now, you don't have a reason to run. And that scares you, most of all.
I don't run away from people, I hiss. Shawn left me back then, for the record. All the woozy, warm feelings I had before are gone. Does that mean I'm suddenly sober?
I've always said that he's a moron, Alex says, but that doesn't mean you aren't one too.
Now he's really pissing me off. I open the door wide so I can really lay into him. You think you know everything, but you don't. Whether you have a car or not, you're still the same guy who didn't know coffee could be made from a tube, and... He scrunches his nose.
I still maintain it can't. What you believe passes for coffee these days is a travesty.
You couldn't use a cell phone or even buckle your seatbelt.
I learned all of that within 24 hours of being freed by you.
He's not wrong about that. I'm not exactly sure why I'm so mad, but I am. Spitting mad. Just get out. I try to slam the door again and almost mash his hand. Before, I wanted him to stay, and he wanted to go. Now I want him to go, and he's blocking the door. I read something last week that I think you should hear. Anger is what they call a masking emotion. His smile makes his face so handsome it hurts me to look at it. Who cares? I ask. It's always a cover for something else. So right now, you're angry with me to keep from thinking about what you really feel. Maybe you should think about that, Zaychunuk. I hate how much I like hearing him use a pet name for me. I hate how it makes me quiver inside. Stop calling me that. You focus on you. His half smile is almost sexier than his full smile. It's not like you know what you want or how you feel. Oh, but I do. You can't even tell me why you really came tonight, Mr. Masking Emotions. Oh, but I can. Why? Do you really hate Shawn that much? He's not that bad a guy, and I don't need your help. I'm a big girl. He laughs then, throwing back his head and really making some noise. That's rich. He eyes me from my toes to my head. You're the smallest woman I know. Shut up, I say. No matter what size I am, I don't need you to keep me safe. I didn't come tonight to keep you safe. His words are soft. Good, because I had things to do tonight, actually. But the thought of you spending the evening with Shawn, or maybe even spending the night with him. That same muscle in his jaw works and he inhales sharply. I picked up my car early and skipped out on a meeting I should have taken because I wanted to kill him, but I figured making him look bad might be a decent alternative. Well, that backfired, I say. Oh? Because I like Shawn more than ever after the way he acted tonight, and I dislike you more than ever, too. His eyes flash. Well, you know what they say. Who's they? I hate this new Alex. I miss the one who was a ball of never-ending questions. Love and hate aren't opposites. His voice drops just a hair. There's only a razor-thin line between them. Well, then I must practically love you, I say, because I can't think of anyone I hate more. Chapter 17. Alexander finally leaves, but when he does, he's smiling. Something about me saying I hated him made him happy. At least one thing hasn't changed. He's still insane. By the time I wake up, Shawn's left me a few text messages. My truck is in the parking lot, and he left the keys with the front desk. He went by to check on Obsidian, but the attendants told him that they hadn't seen me and they had strict orders to leave his stall entirely alone. The orders were from a crazy rich Russian man, which means Alexander bribed them. I wish it didn't, but it makes me like him more. He paid the grooms at Kempton Park to let me sleep in after I drank too much. If that's not a man worth his weight in gold, I don't know what is. Even so, when I arrive, I'm irrationally angry with him again. He tries to talk to me about last night now that I'm totally sober, but it makes me feel twitchy and terse. Shawn's a nice guy, Alex finally admits. I almost take the bait, but I can sense there's something more coming. Don't you think so? He quirks one eyebrow. I think that you're trying to trick me, I say. And I think that we need everyone around here to see Obsidian soon, or they're going to start to wonder whether he's real. Alexander circles the stall toward me. I back up just as fast. We still have some things to talk about, he says. I notice shavings in his hair. That makes me think about him sleeping in here all night long as a human, instead of staying with me like I asked him to. And then I feel angry, a masking emotion. That makes me even more angry. So the second he gets close enough, I change him. At this rate, even with his secret bag, he's not going to have any clothes left for very long. It's a good thing I changed him, though, because seconds later, Shawn's tapping on the stall wall. Chris, I brought breakfast. I don't groan. I'm happy to see him. Let me get the halter on Obsidian first, and kick his shredded clothing into the corner under the shavings.
Is everything okay? Is that demon acting up?
Obsidian's pawing at the ground, agitated either by the sound of Shawn's voice or by my quick change. Time to show them all what you've got, I whisper. Then I slide the halter over his nose and buckle it in place. No more fits, all right? And no kicking or biting Shawn either.
You're still talking to him like he understands you.
The smirk on Shawn's face annoys me. Sometimes, I admit. Obsidian Devil bumps me and slides his face right alongside mine, nuzzling my neck. With any horse, with 5, for instance, I'd think it was cute. I'd probably grin and rub his nose. But knowing it's Alex kind of weirds me out. If he did that as a person, I'd be disgusted. That's a lie. The thought of Alex nuzzling my neck with his mouth? It sends a big-time shiver up my spine and makes me want to bite my lip.
Listen, I know you had no way of knowing he'd come by last night, Shawn says, but I hate that Russian guy.
I know you do, I say, but
just listen for a second,
he says. That's fair.
I get why you hired him. John hates this horse. He glares. I hate him too. Actually, no one but you likes him. And then this guy shows up, and he's pathetic, and he needs work, and he's willing to help. I open my mouth, but Shawn presses a finger to it. Obsidian bumps and rubs my face even more. I swat him away. You have a big heart, Chris. That's one of the things I love about you.
Obsidian snorts. It flings snot on my shoulder. I shove him this time, hard.
But I need you to really hear me this time. I know you like your projects, and I know you like to help people, but I mean this. I hate the idea of him working with you, for you, whatever, and it makes me uncomfortable. And now that he's rich, he doesn't need you.
What are you saying?
Fire him, Shawn says, or lay him off, or call it whatever you want. He clearly doesn't need your money, and you don't need him either. You have me, for whatever you need.
He waves at Obsidian.
Besides, that horse will do anything for you.
I'll think about it, I say. Shawn steps closer.
I know you, and that means no. And I need you to say yes.
But He does it again, pressing his hand to my mouth.
No buts.
He smiles.
Say yes.
I'll talk to him and...
He's strange, Shawn says. And did you hear what he said last night? He said women only like men if they're rich. He was talking about you when he said that.
His right hand balls into a fist.
He meant that you'd like him now that he's got money. He said it like it was the only thing keeping you with me instead of him. Tell me you got that subtext.
I'm not an idiot, I say, but I think this is more complicated than you're making it out to be. I wish you'd trust me to manage my own life and my own affairs.
I do, Shawn says. But I also think that if we're going to be together again, we should respect the things that the other person needs.
He leans in closer, his breath against my face.
I love you, Chris. I never stopped loving you, and I want you with me all the time. If you can't get rid of that guy, I might go nuts.
He's right. He's not issuing ultimatums. He's telling me how he feels, and I should be listening. In fact, what he's saying isn't even incongruent with what I'd already decided. Alexander needs to go. Soon. I just wish I could explain exactly what was going on to Shawn. Since it would put another person's life and future at risk, I still don't feel like I can. I hear what you're saying, and I'm taking it seriously, I say. I swear. He smiles then, slowly. Thank you. And I have something I brought for you as well. He reaches in his pocket and pulls out a box. My heart goes crazy. Is he about to propose? The box isn't super small, but it's not huge either. And how should I know what an engagement ring box looks like? But when he opens it, he's not down on one knee. And it's a necklace. A diamond necklace, with a single, huge heartstone set in white gold. The stone must be several carats because it's bigger than the end of my thumb. Merry Christmas, he says. I didn't bring anything for you, I say. I was too busy planning for the hunt. He shakes his head. Of course you didn't. He stands, still holding out the necklace. I hadn't planned anything this elaborate either, but Mother noticed you didn't really have any jewelry on, and I agreed with her that I should do something to change that. It should make me giddy with joy. The guy I've been dating is giving me something stunning, something that sends a clear signal that I matter to him. Only the way he said that kind of feels judgmental. Like I was found lacking somehow and they need to fix me up. Also, I was relieved that he didn't seem to care as much what his parents thought, but his back and forth with them isn't very reassuring. I told Mom I'd go pick something out right away, but it's Christmas Day, so obviously nothing's open. Dad actually suggested I use one of his special stones. He just had it set like this. I'm not sure what to say about that. He brought me a necklace his dad had put in a pendant for his mom. Do you like it? Shawn's still holding it out toward me. I'm a horrible, rude troll. I grab the box and clutch it against my chest. I love it, I say. But the reason I don't wear much jewelry is that I'm always outside, getting dirty and muddy. What if I wore it and then lost it? Do you think you might? Even if you tuck it inside your shirt? He frowns. Maybe you should just wear it for special occasions then. In fact, Mum wanted to see if you could come for dinner again tonight. She's having a few people over. Just extended family, really. And she'd love it if you could come too. Oh, I say. Preferably without accompaniment this time. And now I feel like I'm being scolded. I didn't bring Alex last time. I certainly didn't want him there. Shawn and I should be on the same side, but instead, Alexander's like a wedge between us. For sure, I'll come, I say, and I won't bring anyone along, I promise. As I say that, I remember with slight surprise that Obsidian hasn't made a peep in a little too long. I glance over my shoulder, and he's watching us. Intently. A little too intently. Shawn has no idea Alexander's here, and it feels almost disloyal of me that I haven't told him. But if I do tell him, I put Alexander at risk. I have no idea whom he might tell or what might snowball from that. Ugh. Just, ugh. I'm really looking forward to spending Christmas Eve with you, he says. Like the one we spent together years and years ago. He smiles. Do you remember? Dad and Gustav had the flu back home, so I had to stay at school. At the last minute, Shawn stayed too. It was probably the nicest few days we shared in the entire time we were together. No one else was around, and he focused entirely on me. I do. I love you, Chris. I inhale slowly, and as I exhale, I start to lean toward him. At least I can reassure him that I care about him too, and that I'm in this. Shawn relaxes as I soften, and I think he's about to kiss me, when Obsidian bites his shoulder. Shawn balls up his fist, ready to sock Obsidian on the nose. I wouldn't blame him at all. He's just a horse. He's just a horse. He's chanting under his breath. But he shouldn't behave like that. I slap Obsidian Devil's neck as hard as I can. Unfortunately, I know just how little a slap from me really bothers him. I'm going to cast my vote that Alexander and the demon here both go. Shawn scowls. But this should tell you how much I despise him. Sack that trainer first. Oh, the irony of him telling me that he wants them both gone. Noted, I say. But for now, I ought to get him out there and get familiar with the course for tomorrow. Right. Shawn straightens his shoulder and levels his best angry stare at Obsidian. If you even think about acting around my sweet Chris the way you act around me. He holds up one finger and points. I'll bring a rifle and shoot you in the head. Don't think I won't. I'd gladly write her a check for €500,000 to buy your corpse, if I think that's what it'll take to keep her safe. When I saw the movie Tangled, like all horse people, I kind of hated how they made the white horse into such a human-like character. Horses have their own personalities. They don't need to be just like humans. But I swear, Obsidian's glaring at Shawn in the exact same way that white horse glared at the thief guy. You better head out before you get bitten again, I say, and then I pointedly fasten the diamond pendant around my neck right in front of Obsidian. In case he's not getting the point, I want him to see that Shawn and I are fine. I may not have officially called him my boyfriend, and I may not have been able to bring myself to say I love you back, yet. But we are doing really well. There's no room for him to pry us apart as some kind of weird joke. Once I'm done with the pendant, Obsidian starts pawing the ground of the stall until the shavings are gone, and then he keeps right on going, dragging his hoof across the rubber mats. I ignore him. He whinnies and whickers and tries nuzzling my arm. I slap him. He tosses his head when I try to bridle him and snaps at my fingers to show me he's serious. I know you want me to change you back into human form. I know you want to talk to me. I pause. But I don't want to hear what you have to say. I fume. You came to my boyfriend's house last night because you were jealous. Not to help me, and not because you were worried about me. I remember what you said. You wrecked my night for you. You were being selfish. I'm delighted you've gotten your life back on track. I think it's great you found some rocks, though I do want to know where the heck they came from. I'm happy that, once again, your DNA has landed you in the top 0.25% of the world's wealthiest people, or whatever. But I'm about done letting your whims wreck my life. Now that you're fine? I make a decision in that moment, one I can't come back from. I want you to leave after tomorrow's race. It's a little hypocritical of me. I do know that. I mean, I should send him home today if that's how I feel. Certainly, Shawn would want me to if he knew Obsidian was Alex, and that Alex was Obsidian. If he knew the truth, I have no idea what he'd do to Alex, but I know how he'd feel about them being the same being. But with 5 unable to race well, I kind of need Obsidian's help to win so I can pay the next loan payment. I've scraped together all the money I could in the hopes I might avoid either selling the family farm or begging Shawn for more money. But once I've won tomorrow, then he can go without damaging me. Doesn't that mean I'm selfish too? Am I just as bad as I was accusing him of being? The difference is that, as far as I know, one more day with me won't cause him harm. He knew that causing a disturbance with Shawn would be damaging to me. If, once you get back to Russia, you figure something out about the curse, you can come back and talk to me about it. I'll be happy to do whatever I can to help with that, even in the future. It's not like he doesn't know where I live. His eyes flash, and he throws his head. He lets out an almost startling neigh. Even so, I shake my head. No, I'll change you tomorrow. You can yell at me then, after the race. You can plead your case or whatever. I know you have money now. You even have a car. You don't need me anymore for any of those things. So, I'm going to tell Shawn I sold you to Alex. The irony makes me laugh. And then I'm going to leave you here, I sigh, no matter what you say. He's still not happy, but Obsidian settles down after that and lets me lead him outside. I saddle him up, and when I'm about to swing onto his back, my phone rings. It's my real estate agent. Calling on Christmas Day.
"You've got an offer,"
she says. You're kidding. Has anyone even seen the property?
"We've had 2 showings while you've been gone," she says. "It must be from one of them. And the offer is good. It's actually 10% above asking, which is almost unheard of right now. But there's one strange thing."
Of course there is. It is my life we're talking about. What?
"I'm not sure who the offer's from."
I'm sorry?
"It's through an intermediary. One of the terms of the offer is that you can't know anything about the buyer."
But they'll become my neighbor, I say. I'm keeping the house and the old barn, plus a few of the pastures. They'll be right across a fence line. Won't I eventually find out?
"I think it's likely to be someone you don't like." She's quiet for a moment. "I mean, who else would keep it a secret?"
Shawn might.
"Do you have any enemies?"
Ricketts comes to mind immediately. If he keeps tabs on my dad, he might even have noticed that our land went up for sale. I'm sure he'd be delighted to lord it over my dad that he impoverished him. He might even put up a mansion 100 yards from our house to rub Dad's face in it. Ugh. I mean, not really, I lie. I have no idea what to do about it. It's probably Shawn, right? He's the only person I know with money who might actually want to buy it.
"I'll forward the offer along to you for your review. The terms say you have 72 hours to decide."
But it's Christmas. Surely it's 72 hours from, say, New Year's Day?
"It's all very strange, but I think you should strongly consider it. That's a lot of money, and the earnest money isn't bad either. It's also not a contingent offer, which means if they, for some reason, can't come up with financing for the sales price, you can keep the deposit."
Isn't that usually only a stipulation someone who knew they were good for the money would agree to?
Usually, yes.
I hang up. And then I stand utterly still, staring at my shiny black boots until Obsidian bumps my hand. I nearly drop my phone. Careful, I snap. It's been a very weird day, and it only seems to be getting stranger. The forecast called for a sunny, albeit cold, and clear weekend. While we're breezing the track, it starts to drizzle, and for some reason, I'm not even surprised. Chapter 18. Obsidian Devil lives up to his name, acting up badly when I refuse to turn him after our workout. I know you want to be human, but when I change you, you do things I can't deal with right now. I think about how he carried me to my room, how he brushed my hair back gently, and how he made my heart flutter and my stomach flip-flop. That's the real reason I can't change him. It confuses me. But his tantrum has my dad and John both worried.
"Do you think he'll injure his legs?"
My dad's eyes are wide.
"I've never heard him kick the stall that much. I'm worried he might break the wood."
"Shawn said Alexander's here somewhere," John says.
"Maybe he can calm him down?"
I stifle my laugh.
"If we can't calm him down, we may need to sedate him," Dad says. "If we don't, he really might hurt himself."
He's taken to throwing himself against the wall of the stall, and the grooms are looking at us sideways. I know the truth. Even if he hurts himself, he can heal any injury that will heal on its own with time. Hopefully, the moron won't do any real damage. He's not a real horse, and therefore he has a little more sense. But I guess with men there's no way to know for sure. Give me a moment. When I duck back into the stall, he's waiting expectantly. That's when I realize I don't have his bag, which is probably still in his new car. And if I change him now, he'll be standing there naked. Aside from the fact that he'll be awfully cold, I don't think it's a great idea for me either. I'm going to change you right now, I say. Most people call it smiling when a horse throws its top lip up, baring its teeth. Some of them do it after getting molasses treats. It's definitely a funny image, and I get why they call it that. But until that moment, I didn't know what a horse really looked like when it was smiling. It's like his whole body shivers, and his lips shake, and he looks undeniably pleased. "You need clothes first," I say reasonably. He paws at the corner of the stall, and I shake my head. Those are shredded. But he's not unearthing his destroyed clothes. He's unburying his car key. I snatch it and dash past a surprised John and my dad. "Where are you going?" John asks. "And how do you get him to stop flipping out?" Dad chases after me for a moment, but since he's pretty out of shape, I'm not surprised when he stops well before the parking lot. It allows me to snag Alexander's bag without much trouble, and I have the whole walk back to think up some kind of plausible story. "I'm going to need you both to leave," I say. "The thing is, Alexander has a strange way of doing things, and he didn't want you to know he was coming. He's meeting with some people, and he'll be leaving us soon, but he's also found a buyer for obsidian. The whole thing could be wrapped up quickly." I don't mention the offer on the farm. Hopefully, by tomorrow, we won't need it. "Okay," John says. "Why didn't you do this before?" Dad asks. "It's a long story," I say, "but I need you two to buy some things. Strange things. Alexander says that when Obsidian really has a bad day, the only thing that works to calm him down is a couple of beers." John and my dad exchange glances. "And you know the treats I used to make? Those help too." I've done some web searching, and I discovered that the ingredients for some homemade horse treats I learned at camp 2 decades back will be difficult to locate in the UK. Tracking the ingredients down should actually take them most of the day, given that it's Christmas Day and most places are closed. Once I explain what I'm planning, they both calm down. My request that they spend the day traipsing halfway across London to find an imported variety of beer doesn't seem strange to them, apparently. Probably because they're horse people. That's kind of our thing. Strange requests to mollify uber-expensive animals that are no longer necessary for anything essential. But that we love beyond all reason. Once they leave, I gird up my logic and reason and prepare to duel with Alexander Volkonsky. I'm going to have to change him eventually. It may as well be quickly, right now, before I leave for another dinner at Shawn's mansion. I duck into the stall and observe my ancient magician. He's standing totally still, and if a horse could make puppy eyes, well, he'd be making them. Don't give me that. I don't believe it for a nanosecond. I arch one eyebrow. "I'm going to make you human for 5 minutes, and then you go right back. Don't even think about following me to Shawn's house again." He snorts. "Is that a yes?" I glare. "Bob your head, or I'm going right back out this door." He exhales, and then he bobs his head. "Fine. Now behave when I change you, and don't make me regret this." I walk toward him and place my hand on his neck. "I want you to be human again," I say simply. It still amazes me that it's all it takes. Obviously, it's because it's really his power, not mine, and I'm just somehow able to release what he can already do. Even so, it's miraculous, which is why I watch for too long and end up with an eyeful. It's not because I wanted to see anything. I turn away too late, but at least I'm quick about it when I do. "You don't have to turn around," he says boldly. "I'm not shy." "That's the problem," I practically hiss. "You're not nearly shy enough. I have a boyfriend." "Oh, I don't think so. I've heard you dance around the word, and I've heard him say 'I love you' a few times without response from you. If I'm not mistaken, the two of you haven't." I throw my hand out, palm toward him. "Stop." "Look, I need to explain a few things." He clears his throat. "I have clothes on now. You can turn around." "I do, but I really shouldn't have." Trousers are not the same as clothes, I say as grumpily as I can muster, but I don't turn back around. I can't help staring as much as I can. After all, starting tomorrow, I won't be able to see all that rich golden skin, those rippling muscles, the swollen shoulders and burly arms. I don't even have any photos of him. The thought makes me kind of sad, but taking any now would be beyond obvious. He clears his throat again. You okay? I snap my eyes up to meet his. Your time is ticking. Ah, yes. He snorts, and it sounds just like when Obsidian does it. First off, I just want to say that while you are angry with me for things like biting your dumb wannabe boyfriend, consider the things I could have done and didn't. What are you saying? I was in horse form, but I was standing right next to you. I could have leaned against your arm, and while we were in contact, I could have sucked him down into the earth, for instance. My jaw drops. I didn't do that, he says. Nor did I use my powers to prematurely age him. I blink. We haven't really gone over what I can do, but I can accelerate the growth process of things like plants and people. It's tied to my ability to heal, but it also means I could have done some real damage. I'd like you to at least acknowledge that I exercised some restraint. I think about the men he buried alive, and I want to argue that leaving a huge bruise on Shawn's arm isn't really exercising restraint. But to him, I think it actually may have been. Fine, I say. Now what else? You asked, sort of, how I got those stones. I shrug. Care to follow me outside? He throws up his hands. I'll be quick. I know you have a date tonight, and I wouldn't dream of interfering. When I arch one eyebrow, he grins sheepishly. Not again, anyway. I gesture for the door, and then I follow him out. We don't go far, a few dozen yards past the parking lot. Then he stops, glances around, and satisfied that no one is close, he hunches down toward the ground. Then he reaches his hand back toward me. What? He rolls his eyes. I have to be touching you. Is this some kind of trick? He shakes his head. Not at all, I promise. I shuffle just close enough for our fingers to touch, and then I stop. He compresses his lips but doesn't argue. His fingers take mine, and then he turns toward the ground. He swears under his breath, and then he exhales gustily. You know, anywhere else on Earth would be better for this demonstration. I'm not sure whether it's the vast number of people who have lived here for so long that they picked it clean, or whether it's just not a great area for gems, but it feels like there's nothing valuable here for miles and miles. What are we doing? He turns his eyes heavenward. Give me another moment. I shift a bit closer, and he clamps down on my fingers and digs his free hand into the sloppy dirt. It's not exactly the best time to be out here, given the recent rain. There. He heaves out a breath he'd been holding and stands, his hand totally covered in mud. He's beaming for some reason. I drop my hand from his. What am I looking at exactly? Stupid England and its incessant rain. He walks toward the closest building and hunts around until he finds a spigot. Then he rinses his hand, revealing something amazing. A glistening piece of amber. And it's not just that. There are two people walking a horse about 20 feet away, but once they're past, he holds out his hand again, motioning for me to take it. It's been much more than 5 minutes, I say. I didn't agree to that time limit, he says. Are you kidding me right now? I'm so mad I could punch him. He frowns. I mean, I did bob my head, but if I could have spoken, I'd have said I needed 10 to 15 at least. Just do it. I offer my hand. He takes it immediately. And I pretend I feel nothing when he touches me. No rush of adrenaline that makes my heart soar. No butterflies chasing one another around in my stomach. No sinking sensation deep down at the bottom of my belly that makes me want to drag him closer and kiss him. Hard. None of that. Okay, now watch. Yes, I should watch. That will keep me from staring at his gorgeous mouth, at his... Oh, he is doing something. I focus on the rough-hewn amber, marveling as he reshapes it effortlessly in front of me. Part of my power is that I can sense the inside of the stones and the gems. So in addition to pulling them to me from most anywhere, as long as it's not too far away, I can also shape them, removing the imperfections and faceting the edges. He hands me a stunning, fiery reddish-orange stone, faceted and sparkling in the rare burst of sunlight. In the very center, there's a fossil of a tiny butterfly, caught in the prime of its life and frozen in time forever. If we were anywhere but this sorry lump of rock they call Britain, I'd give you something decent. He sighs. But listen, I found those demantoid garnets on your land, and I shake my head. They're yours. I'd never have found them. Don't even think about feeling guilty. You even tried to talk to me about them, and I shut you down. Chris. His voice is different than I'm used to hearing. Gruffer, maybe? Rough around the edges. I turn to meet his eyes. What? Shawn likes you. I believe that he truly does, in his way. But he has parents who are very involved. And no matter what you do, no matter what you say or how you change, you'll never be what they want you to be. They'll always be there, making you feel bad about yourself. I shake my head. Alex, this is... Come with me to Russia, Zechonak. He says, I have no parents to tell you what to do, and from what I can tell, my old home is still palatial, but it's a huge pile of moldering rock. You can remodel it however you want, or we can level it and build something new. I don't care what colors or materials you pick, or how big it is, or how many stalls you put in the barn I'll build for you. My throat closes off. My eyes well with tears. Even though I know this isn't real, it still affects me. He's saying he'll give me anything and everything I could ever want. But I'd be like that butterfly. I know the real reason he wants me to leave with him. It's not that he can't look away from me like I can't keep my eyes off of him. It's because I'm the only way he can use his stupid magic. Without me, he can't do any of the things he wants to do. Which means I'll always be the thing he needs, but not the thing he wants. At least I know Shawn wants me. Alexander, I say, I can't. His eyes fall then. Why not? Do you really prefer him to me? Is it because of the past, or because I'm Russian? Because I'm a horse? I can't do this, I say. I told you what I want. And I haven't changed my mind. You really want me to leave tomorrow? I know we haven't cracked the curse, but I need to live my life. And it's time you face the truth. You're going to have to live yours, without your magical powers. Trust me when I say it may be harder, but you'll get used to it. It's still worth living. He swallows slowly and nods his head, his eyes deep and intense. Okay. He doesn't fight me when I turn him back into a horse. I almost wish he would. Because this quiet, enduring thing he's doing is almost the worst thing he's done yet. Chapter 19. The tiny group of extended family Shawn said his mom invited? Yeah, it's like 20 people. I suppose I can't blame her. I mean, it is Christmas, but it drags on, and I find myself wishing over and over that I had someone for whom I could pretend I was drunk. Then they could toss me over their shoulder and carry me out of here. All the guests compliment me on my necklace, and I realize that Shawn or his father or both have told them it was his gift to me. Several of them say things like, "Oh, how lovely for you," or "You must be so delighted to have something so valuable." Like I'm a puppy with a blinged-up collar, and I should be eternally grateful for the largesse of the McDermotts. The whole thing starts to piss me off. I know it's probably not something I'll have to deal with forever, and I'm sure if Shawn heard it, he'd shut them down, but it annoys me all the same. Finally, about an hour after I really needed to leave to get enough sleep for tomorrow's race, I make my way to Shawn's side and tap his arm. I called an Uber. I need to head out front to meet it. His eyes widen. "An Uber?" He laughs. "You're so funny, all the time." "I really did," I say. His aunt's eyes dart sideways toward Shawn in horror. In for a penny, in for a pound. I really do need to go, or I'll get charged an extra fee for making them wait. Then I might not be able to make my credit card bill payment this month. I widen my eyes, compress my lips, and meet the aunt's gaze solemnly, as if she might commiserate with me. The sad thing is that, while I'm hamming it up, I didn't need to stretch to come up with that. I doubt they even fully comprehend what I'm saying, and I'm quite sure his aunt has never taken an Uber in her life. Actually, I doubt Shawn has either. I've heard him mention that he has a driver. "I'll see you in the morning." Before he can argue with me, I'm darting out the door and shooting toward the front entrance. Down the hall, they're butlers arguing with my Uber driver. It doesn't appear to be going well. "I assure you, sir, that no one in this residence would dream of—" "Hey there," I wave. "Thanks for getting here so fast." I almost make it into the back of the Kia Sedona before Shawn hurtles through the front doors. I suppress my groan. "Really, Shawn, I'm fine. I'll see you tomorrow." "I can drive you," he says. "Or—" "If you suggest that your driver take me home," I say, I might scream. At least Shawn knows his limits. He doesn't argue anymore. He just waves goodbye. And I spend the entire ride back to Kempton Park thinking about how different we are. Though that may not be the biggest issue. I mean, Alexander is Russian. He's about a gazillion years older than I am, and he can turn into a horse. I doubt we could be more different. But I haven't been put in the same situations with him. We've never dated. And he only likes me because he wants to take me home in his pocket and pull me out whenever things go wrong. It's hard to remember that sometimes. Like all night long when I dream of long, hard rides and sweating skin. I wake up feeling very exhausted and remarkably bothered. I'm proud of myself for not showing any of that when I reach the stables. Without a mention about last night or the drama or my doubts, I saddle Obsidian Devil calmly and walk him out to the birdcage so we'll be there for the build-up, parade, and regirthing. Finn's there with a large horse I've seen at least once before, and he's having trouble keeping him still. Racehorses aren't known for being calm on the ground, but I'm worried he might run over Finn before he even swings up into the saddle. I flog my brain to try and place whose mount it is. Is that? "Flaming Shot," he says. "I rode him last season, in the champion hurdle at Cheltenham." "Ah, right. The day before the cup." Finn nods. As we approach, his large gray whinnies a loud hello. Obsidian snorts and paws at the ground. "Are you going to be able to control your boy?" Finn shakes his head a bit. It's a little bit ironic he's asking, since Obsidian is standing utterly calm and his horse is throwing a fit. "I don't envy your ride today," Finn continues. "If I'm being honest, I hate riding stallions for hunts, but he's the worst I've ever had to deal with." I shrug and run a hand over his nose. There are just 8 horses in today's race. Plus, I've had him almost 2 months. He'll be a totally different horse this time, trust me. "They're saying it'll be a tight race. My mom's here, and she put a $5 on both of us to win." He laughs. "She said she'll buy me ice cream to cheer me up if I lose." "Your own mom's betting against you?" I whistle. That must hurt. "I told her you were the only horse here that might take me." I shiver. "But ice cream? It's barely above freezing and wet outside. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but there's something wrong with your mom, Finn." He shrugs. "That's why, no matter how much I liked you back when we were in school, we never would have worked. You just don't have the same passion for ice cream that McGee's do. Finn's just being ridiculous. There's no way he ever liked me back then. Before I can mock him for teasing me, Flaming Shot shifts and starts to veer sideways, so Finn walks him in a big circle. I take a moment to check out our competition now that we're nose to nose. Brigadier General, a large bay gelding, is actually favored to win, but I heard that Flaming Shot was ranked just behind him. I can see why they favor Brigadier, but he doesn't do well on heavy ground. If I remember right from last year, Flaming Shot will have the edge on him there. Leggy horses tend to run better in the sloppy races. Heavyweights like Brigadier General sink too much with each stride. He may have recently picked up both the Sodexo Gold and the Bet Victor, but this will be his first significant challenge. Brigadier's jockey is as mean as a badger. I try never to talk to Rex McComb. It seems fitting that Ricketts would have hired him as one of his permanent stable jockeys. Brigadier's only 7, just like 5 times fast. He's shiny and sleek, and if I wasn't racing against him, I'd put a 5 on him. Except if I won, it would mean that Ricketts won. That's extra incentive for me to try hard, as if I needed any more. Apex, a chestnut gelding with 3 white socks and a blaze, keeps tossing his head and shying, and I wonder whether Paddy Farland can handle him. He won the King George last year on Apex, so they'll be a hard pair to beat, but Apex looks off today. Or maybe that's just wishful thinking. Down on my luck is a leggy, dappled roan, but I've seen him run before, and although they look strange, his gangly legs work just fine, especially when the ground's soggy like today. It's a lucky draw for a mudlark like him, especially since the weather was supposed to be sunny and dry. His jockey, Anthony Felt, knows what he's doing, and his trainer has been talking for months about his improvement this season. Stay behind me is a ride-in, and other than feeling like the patchy-looking sorrel is a little out of his element, I don't know much about him. The owner, Hertzman Farms, was a major player for years, but I thought they'd kind of given up on steeplechase in favor of flat. Maybe they're reprioritizing. In It to Win It and Earl Grey are here again. Now I know that Earl Grey starts out quick but isn't a stayer, so I'm not worried. In It to Win It did quite well last time, coming in 3rd place, but was always a length behind 5 and me. I'm not too worried about either of them facing off against Obsidian Devil at full throttle. I haven't heard from Patrick, In It to Win Its owner, since I smoked his horse at Down Royal, so I didn't even know he'd be here. I feel a little guilty about that. I should have reached out to him, since I beat him, but I've been too busy. Someone makes whistling sounds, and I turn to see Shawn standing on the sidelines waving. I smile at him, and he blows me a kiss. Obsidian bumps my arm. I turn to face him, and he's shining like onyx. I try to see him as I did the very first time, lining up for the race at Down Royal, except this time, he's my horse. I'm riding him as his owner. The other jockeys and owners are looking at him, well-behaved, massive, powerful, and shiny, and they're thinking, that gorgeous monster's going to destroy my horse. A rush of exhilaration pumps through me. For the very first time in my life, I'm absolutely sure I'll win. When I bet every last euro I had on Obsidian, I didn't feel sick like I did at Down Royal. I felt confident. So even though he's been a pain, and even though I'm both sad and relieved that he's leaving, at least we'll have this race to look back on. I look around for my dad and finally spot him coming from the direction of the betting booth. At least I know he didn't have much to wager, and I'm pretty sure he bet on the winner this time. When it's time to regirth, I don't even bother tightening the straps. All horses breathe in to make sure they have some extra room in their girth when you put on the saddle. A tight saddle's uncomfortable, after all. Eventually, they let it out and the saddle can be tightened. Obsidian knows a loose saddle might hurt me, so he never does that. I've never had to retighten it. Not once. Finn snorts at me. Not even gonna check it, huh? He's just the perfect horse for you every time. Doesn't even try for a more comfortable ride. He rolls his eyes. Stop. I already retightened it, I lie. Can't fault me for getting ready a bit early on an important day like today. Finn pats Flaming Shot's neck. At least he seems less frenetic than he was earlier. Your horses are always well behaved, I'll give you that. Even the maniac you brought. After the regirth, we mount up and walk in a circle. This time, Obsidian stands completely still, like he's carved from granite. What's your secret? Finn asks. Why do they always love you so much? I shrug. I use carrot-scented shampoo. Obsidian snorts. I roll in manure? I smile. And for my coup d'etat, I have fingernails, so I give the best butt scratches. Finn wrinkles his nose. I know you're kidding, but there must be something, he says. Butterscotch? Coffee? Peppermint-flavored beer? What do you give them that makes them love you so? Obsidian bares his teeth at Finn and shifts sideways. Flaming Shot practically bounces away, almost unseating my friend. Even now, it feels like he's mad at me for giving you a hard time. Finn shakes his head. I still feel like that horse threw the race at Down Royal so you could win. He waves at me with one hand, shifting the reins a bit and startling Flaming Shot. I know that sounds crazy, so you don't need to mock me, all right? Luckily, before I have time to say much else, they call for the tape. It's still drizzling, just like it was at the Grand National when Mom raced, and when Mom died from her fall. I'm usually uneasy when it's raining because of that, but today I feel as solid as I've ever felt. My horse is a partner, not a liability, and I know he's got the skill and power to win. We all shift in an unruly mass toward the tape, the jockeys barely containing our horses, our hearts hammering almost as much as theirs. We're all ready to go. The ground's heavy and chunks of it fly up from the horse's hooves as we trot ahead. My hands are clammy in my gloves, and I shudder. Now that we've come down to it, even knowing I'm on Obsidian, even knowing it's not Aintree and I'm not my mother, part of me wants to back out, to turn Obsidian around and trot him right off the track. He glances back and whinnies at me, as if to say, I'm here. You're not alone. Strangely, it helps. I breathe in and out deeply. The tape drops and we're off. I rise to posting easily, and Obsidian's familiar, pounding run calms my staccato heartbeat. I hold Obsidian back and he tugs, trying to surge forward, but I want to see the other horses, how they run, how they move, and the way they maneuver. The only chance to do that is to be behind them on the first jump. It's a plain fence that's straight, no ditch. Obsidian's literally chomping at the bit, but he listens to me and hangs back. Flaming Shot pulls ahead quickly with Brigadier General less than a length behind him. Down on My Luck and Apex are neck and neck just behind, with In It to Win It and Earl Grey just barely ahead of us. Apex pulls left, and Brigadier holds back before the jump, almost like he dreads the fences. Obsidian sails over the obstacle, his hooves not even brushing the spruce branches laid out on top. Not that very many are still in place by the time we finally clear it. As we come up on the open ditch, our second jump, I let Obsidian go. He flies over it and tears up the turf, chunks of sod pelting the ground behind us, one of them even flying forward to hit my helmet. We pass In It to Win It and Earl Grey before we reach the third jump, which we take going into a right curve. Kempton's a right-turning triangle track, and I worry for a moment that Obsidian took the jump too fast, but his stride doesn't falter, and we swing tightly around the curve, passing Apex and pulling even with Down on My Luck. He runs alongside Down for a moment, but just after the fourth fence, we pull ahead of him too. Only Flaming Shot and Brigadier General are ahead of us as we sail over the second open ditch. I pull back on Obsidian a bit, and we cruise along, gaining very slowly on the two front runners. I watch them carefully as we approach. Flaming Shot sailing over his jumps, barely brushing the top of the sixth fence. Finn's a talented rider, probably even better than I am, and Flaming Shot's clearly in his element, running on boggy ground. I glance up around the curve. After the sixth, there's a long straight. This is our window. Let's do this. Obsidian's hooves are churning already, but when I urge him to speed up, he shoots ahead like a rocket, plowing past Brigadier General, who shies right as we pass him. We pull up neck and neck with Flaming Shot as we go over the seventh jump. Obsidian bobs his head at Finn, who startles at being acknowledged by a horse, but he regains his focus and turns back to the course and his mount. We pound along, staying neck and neck through fences 8 and 9 and into the open stretch that follows. I glance at Finn for a moment. If there was anyone I could ever tell, anyone who would believe me and keep his mouth shut, it's him. I meet his eye once, and then I ask Obsidian to make his move. As fast as we've been going all along, I've never really asked Obsidian to pull out all the stops. We sail over the 10th fence, and I swear we're defying gravity over the first open ditch in the second circuit. I glance behind us just before the second jump, and I see that we're 5 or 6 lengths ahead, and Brigadier trails Flaming Shot by almost as much. This race was supposed to be a close one, but we've blown the other Grade 1 horses, including last year's champion, out of the water. It's a good thing Obsidian isn't going to the Grand National, because today's race will earn him a steep handicap. Thankfully, it'll also earn me a big pile of money. All we have to do is maintain our monstrous lead through the end. Only Obsidian stumbles. I very nearly topple over his ears, barely hanging on. What was that? I gasp. Obsidian rights himself, never really stopping, but slowing alarmingly before he picks up speed again. I don't dare look back, but I can hear how close the other riders have drawn. We're still going to pull it off, but then he stumbles again, this time harder, like there's something wrong with his front right hoof. I was already nervous, so I was holding on tighter than usual. That means I don't come close to falling, but it's happened too near the finish line. Finn passed us just after the second stumble, and we don't have time to recover. We lose to Flaming Shot by a nose. In the 2 months I've had him, I've never felt Obsidian stumble like that. In fact, I didn't think he could. While everyone cheers and shouts for Finn and Flaming Shot, I hop off Obsidian immediately. Are you all right? I stare him in the eyes. He bobs his head. Are you sure? He tosses his head toward the stands. I turn to look where he's pointing, but my dad and Shawn aren't there. Actually, I don't see anyone I recognize. Did something happen? He bobs his head. But what? I won't know until I manage to get him alone and I can change him. Ugh, what a mess. It hits me then, how bad it really is. I was counting on the prize money. I needed it, not only to repay the balloon note, but to pay taxes on the winnings I used to buy Obsidian Devil. And on top of that, I bet every single euro I had left. And I just lost all of that too. I'm dead broke, and I'm sure my dad is as well. At this point, I'm out of options. I'm going to have to sell all the land and just pray that our new neighbor isn't the villain I worry he might be. Maybe it's Shawn. I've always thought that might be a possibility, but as I ponder that chance, for some reason it doesn't make me feel any better. It makes me feel worse. And I don't want to explore what that means, but I'm terribly afraid it's because I've just realized that my only option may be the one I don't want. Chapter 20. Shawn doesn't even seem upset. Hey, look, you took a horse no one could control and almost made him a champion. He winces hearing how that sounds. It wasn't on you. I think there's something wrong with his leg, maybe. And that insane trainer wasn't even there. I looked everywhere. Maybe he's drunk and passed out. I don't know. Shawn. He holds up a hand. No, it's fine. I'll stop talking about it. Not the time. It's hard to believe that just happened, I say. I mean, we had it. Please don't worry about it. And on the bright side, I bet I can get the bank to release him as collateral now. He winks, as if it would take more than a simple call from him at any point. Have you thought about selling him to a friend? I still think we could make that work. Maybe not for quite as much, though. Maybe we still could. It's not like he wants to run him. He wants to use him as a stud for his program, and clearly the horse can clear a fence. Plus, he loves black as a color. It's like he can't stop talking. Does he think it'll cheer me up? It's just depressing me more. Shawn, I say quietly, it's fine. I'll be all right. Luckily, my dad and John show up to distract him. The three of them are like drunk frat boys, encouraging each other, and I'm kind of sick of hearing it. none of them really get it. And I still feel like Obsidian has something to tell me. But when I look down, I have a new text from my real estate agent. She's checking in again to see if I've made a decision about the deal. It's the day after Christmas, but I don't blame her. The offer is time sensitive and it's a lot of money. As soon as I get Obsidian into his stall, I pick up my phone and call her. It's not like I could change him right now anyway. Literally anyone could walk through that stall at any moment. It's too risky. She picks up on the third ring, and I tell her we'll take the offer. I need it to close as soon as it possibly can, I say. Between the taxes on the sale of the land, which will be brutal, and on my winnings from Down Royal to 2 different countries, I'm not going to have much left over. But I should still be able to repay Shawn and the balloon note, and then all of this will be behind me. If I'm lucky, I'll have a bit left to replenish my business account from the hits it's taken recently. Obsidian begins pacing, and I know he wants me to change him, but I can't. Not yet. I'm sorry, I say. We just lost a big, high-profile race, and there's no telling who might come in here, and no plausible reason to tell them why you're not here. As predicted, Shawn's head pops over the edge of the stall less than 5 minutes later. I know you need to clean up, regroup, whatever. But since you're close, I want to see you, obviously. Before I can even open my mouth, he plows ahead. Let me take you to dinner. You've been amazing, putting up with my house, my parents, and the worst parts of my life. Let me remind you what the good parts are. It's the smart thing to do. It's really the only thing to do. Even if I don't think he's the guy for me, I don't think I can afford to upset him right now. What does that make me? Am I a prostitute? Oh no, I am. Am I? I nod numbly. Sure. Text me when you're ready, and I'll be right over. My dad and John come by to cheerlead as well, but I send them away just as quickly. And then, between what seems like one moment and the next, things become quiet. The horses have mostly been led away or fed their dinner and left for the night. When Obsidian bumps my shoulder, I nod. Yeah, it's time. I'm frankly surprised he wasn't making himself much more obnoxious. This time, when I change him, I have clothing already waiting. He changes without any fuss or jokes. When I turn to face him, he's fully dressed and wearing the long wool overcoat I found in the boot of his car. What happened? I ask. He shrugs. I thought at the time that maybe someone had tampered with the track, but that was crazy. I guess I just stumbled. Not to mention it was our second time around. If someone had done something dicey, we'd have noticed on that first pass. I'd been thinking about it too. Wet weather is dangerous, and the faster you're moving, the less control you have. I'm sure for someone like Obsidian, someone powerful and talented and strong, that's a hard thing to admit, even to yourself. I'm just glad you're all right, I lie. You're disappointed, he says. I'm sorry about that. I feel really bad. I know you needed that money. I shrug. It's fine. Shawn will take care of it. I hate myself for saying that, but it's the right thing to do. Other than staying close to me to have access to his powers, he has no reason to want me. I'm poor. I'm not young or fresh. I'm average looking, and I'm not that smart. Plus, I owe a bundle of money to pretty much everyone, and I'm about to lose my family land. For a split second, I contemplate calling my brother again. I dismiss it right away. Even if he changed his mind, which seems really unlikely, help from him would be worse than help from Shawn. If I can't let almost my boyfriend, pay my debt, how could I let the brother who abandoned us do it? No. We'll still have the house, the old barn, and a few small pastures. It's enough. I owe you an apology, Alex says. After we lost, instead of trying to barge my way over and force you to do something, I sat back and listened for a moment. This should be interesting. And when I started doing that, it made me think. I know this sounds idiotic, but for the first time since meeting you, I thought back to the moment we met, at a race like this one. And I thought about what that was like for you. What you gave up for me to save me. And then how your sacrifice became even worse when you found out I wasn't really a horse at all. It's taken him 8 weeks to get there, but I'm glad that he's learning to think about things from another person's viewpoint. That's some real adult behavior. He may be over 100, but he hasn't really acted very mature. Until now. I'm sorry, Kristiana. I'm sorry for further wrecking a life that was already hard. I'm sorry for being another burden to you. I'm sorry for interfering with your relationship with... He chokes up here and clears his throat. With your relationship. He coughs again. It's fine. No, he says. It's not fine. For my entire life, I've seen what I wanted and then I've taken it. End of story. Except with you, I don't want that story to end. He freezes then and shakes his head. What I mean is, I don't want to hurt you. Not any more than I already have. He shuffles a bit and looks down at his hands. It may be the first time I've seen him look nervous. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I'm sorry for everything, and I'll do as you asked and leave, and I hope that one day you'll forgive me. It's one of the nicest apologies I've ever heard, and it makes me feel a little better. It's been a rough few weeks, but very few of my difficulties were caused by you, and almost none of them were caused on purpose. I think Shawn will move past it, for what it's worth. He says, once I'm gone, I doubt he'll look back much on what I've done. He doesn't seem to be that kind of guy. He's not. I'm lucky about that, at least. You're right. And now it's my turn. Turn? Alec's brow furrows. For what? You made a very nice apology. Now you have to listen to my answer. You don't have to give me an... I reach out and take his hand. I forgive you, Alexander Volkonsky. I forgive you for being rude, for being pushy, for biting people, and for arguing with me all the time. I forgive you for costing me $250,000 to save and then for losing that race with a stumble. I forgive you for that, and for anything and everything else. All that you've done and all that you will do. A weird sort of shivery, twitchy, buzzy kind of sensation begins, starting at the base of my neck and traveling up my body and down at the same time, and then exploding out my extremities. My entire body bows and then constricts, and I cry out and collapse against the shavings piled up in the stall. And then the insane feeling is just gone. Chris, Alex says, are you all right? He crouches next to me, but before he can touch me, he freezes. His eyes widen. His mouth drops open, and he inhales slowly. What? I force myself into a seated position and look around. The lights are still on outside. No one else is crying out or making a sound. Even the horses on either side of us seem calm enough, judging by the lack of pawing, neighing, or whinnying. It's gone, Alex says. For the first time since that night when everything went black in 1917, the curse is gone, and I sense my powers. I just lost a race with the highest stakes I've ever had, and now I'm out of options. So why does what just happened upset me more than that? The answer's horrifying, but in this moment, I have to face the truth. I'm desperate for Alexander to stay. Had he needed me to use his powers, he would have pressed to stick around. He probably would have continued trying to convince me to go with him to Russia, too. Because he needed me. He needed me. Without me, he didn't have access to his magic. He felt vulnerable. He was afraid. He has enemies that could come for him at any time, and he wanted me around in case they showed. I knew all of that. But at the same time, I also thought maybe we shared something special. A bond. That's good news, I force myself to say. Isn't it? He swallows slowly, his eyes intent on my face. Is it? Of course, I say. I was going to send you away either way, but now you don't even need my help anymore. He nods. It's true that I don't. You can go home, and I can too. Neither of us need to worry or fret or stress. Aren't you the least bit curious why the curse suddenly just lifted? Alex glances around the stall. I mean, 2 months of riding and shifting, and intermittent instances of me using my power and nothing. And then today, bam. It is kind of strange. Maybe it was on some kind of bizarro timer, or it could have been linked to some kind of life force, like a tree, and someone cut it down. At that moment, he looks unconvinced. Does it really matter? I ask. Why? He stares at me. I mean, it's not like you want to stay with me now, right? I hate myself for asking. The wobble in my voice is even worse than the words. It feels like even a kindergartner would be able to tell that I'm hoping he'll say yes. Desperately hoping that he still wants me now, even though he doesn't need me. I hate myself for it. Kristiana. His voice is low and it does something to me. The same thing it always does. Heat in my stomach. Butterflies in my chest. My heart beating wildly. Yeah. You told me yourself. The corner of his full lips turns up. You said I had to go, as soon as the race was past. But I thought we'd win, I want to cry out. I thought I'd be better without you. I thought I'd be relieved to watch you walk away. I never imagined it would feel like this. I never thought I'd be centimeters, no, millimeters, from collapsing in a heap and completely losing it. But that's my answer. The answer I hoped I wouldn't find, but I kind of knew was there. The brilliant, powerful, absurdly handsome horse shifter was always far too good for me. And now he doesn't need me at all. And he's going to do exactly what I made him swear to do. He's going to leave me. And he's not the one who's broken. It's me. It was me all along. Chapter 21. Just as they said they would, the buyer remains anonymous from start to finish. They provide the earnest money. They have a third party sign on their behalf, and now all that remains is for me to show up and sign for myself. My dad insists on going with me, even though we had the entire property transferred into my name. I'm going for moral support, he says. But I know it's because he's worried this buyer will be there, ready to attack or mock or do who knows what, and he doesn't want me to be alone if that happens. Since it's probably his fault if the person does something. I spent a lot of time hoping it was Shawn, which is ridiculous because I've basically been avoiding him since we left Kempton Park. It was almost necessary, actually. Even after all his pressure to let Alexander go and sell Obsidian, he was upset about how I handled it. I don't understand how you could just decide he had laminitis and sell him off like that, he said. For pennies. To the guy you laid off. It wasn't pennies, I countered. Did you feel guilty about letting him go? He sighed. He was rich, Chris. If he wanted that stallion, he could have paid for him. Alex did offer to repay me for the money I spent on buying him, but that felt wrong, somehow. I made all the decisions I made, and I just couldn't take it. I did get some prize money for the races on both About Face, who won second place as well, and for Obsidian. Second place is called Reserve Champion. The purse isn't as big, but it's not nothing. It's just not enough to make much of a difference. Which is why I specifically had to ask Shawn to remove Obsidian Devil as collateral, since I didn't have him anymore. I had to fabricate the sale papers showing that I sold him for 20 grand. 250 to 20 in 2 months is pretty brutal, And maybe I shouldn't have had the sale made out to Alexander Volkonsky, but it just seemed easier. That way no one could appear later claiming that they were short one stallion.
It's going to be hard to justify the huge loss, since I was jumping like a kangaroo at that race, he said. A race that was broadcast internationally. He didn't look like he was close to laminitis.
The whole thing with Obsidian Devil was set up to make me a loser from the start, but at least I'm finally through with all that.
Don't get me wrong, Shawn finally said. I'm delighted he's gone, along with that snake of a trainer, but my friend would have paid so much for him, even just as a stud. That money would have helped you a lot, I'm sure.
But the real reason he was upset was that I wouldn't take money from him either.
I know you spent all your funds on that race. You were so sure you'd win. He shook his head. It wasn't prudent.
I really thought it was, but turns out, like always, Shawn was right. Now that I'm standing in front of the door to the title company, my hope has reached a fever pitch. The only person who could have bought this land that might be good for me is Shawn. And at the same time, if he did that, I'm really stuck. Because if he's such a good person that he'd do that for me in spite of me telling him not to, if he knows me well enough to know I'd always insist that he not help, while secretly hoping that he would, well, it's substantial evidence of his love for one, and beyond that, it shows how solid he is in his belief that he and I belong together. Meanwhile, I grow more unsteady about a future with him every day. When Alex left, I thought his memory would fade, but every horse I ride reminds me he's not Obsidian. Even 5 is no substitute. And every time I see a dark-haired, broad-shouldered man, my heart leaps. None of them are him, of course. He was only here while he needed me. It makes sense. A prince with magical powers who can shift into the most gorgeous stallion I've ever seen, and he even managed to regain his land and wealth. We're not evenly matched. We never were. In fact, when I think about it, I still wonder why Shawn likes me. He offers to give me the money for the loans and taxes daily. He's done that since the beginning, and if I asked him to, he'd pay the current buyer double just to cancel the contract, and then he'd pay off the note. I know he would. But now my time has come, and there's no stay of execution waiting for me. Shawn's not there with a big smile and a check in his hand. Even though I'm here to sign the final papers, there's still absolutely no evidence of who that buyer really is. Fine. I also kind of hoped that maybe my brother Gustav would come through at the last minute, or that my parents would have checked in and noticed that I was struggling. But no, nothing like that. The buyer stays anonymous, and my land and my stables are all gone, with the swirl of a pen. None of it matters as much as I thought it would. Even selling most of my horses and helping my dear friend Mirza find another barn at which to teach, and cleaning up the old barn for the horses we're keeping. None of it hurts as much as the ache that's become omnipresent. The ache from Alex being gone. After Shawn left me so many years ago, I vowed that I'd never stand by and watch as someone I loved abandoned me. If I ever felt about someone the way I'd felt about Shawn, I swore I would burn the world down and keep them by my side. But the way I feel about Alex, the way I mourn his absence, the way I pine for his memory, and the way I dream of the future I wish we'd had, is like a torch compared to the candle I held for Shawn. And still, I let him go. Why? I didn't confess my feelings. I didn't beg him to take me. I was too stupid to agree to go with him when I still had a compelling reason. Maybe, given enough time, he'd have fallen for me. Probably not, but who knows? You see ugly girls with hot guys all the time, right? My dad frowns.
Are you talking to me?
No, I say. I was talking to Mirza.
Oh, she's here?
He spins around, examining every inch of the office we're sitting in, waiting for copies of the final papers. Dad, I roll my eyes. I'm kidding. Yes, I was talking to you.
About ugly guys?
He opens his mouth to say something and then closes it again.
I don't understand.
No. I drop my head on my hands. Not ugly guys, I mumble. Ugly girls.
What girls are you talking about?
Never mind, I say. That's sort of my mantra over the next few weeks. I work through my backlog of teeth floats, lameness checks, vaccinations, Coggins tests, and wolf teeth removals, working harder than I ever have as a vet. And when I'm not growing my formerly flailing veterinary practice, I'm working with John on 5 times fast. He's really coming along since the time off with his abscess, John says. I think he has a real shot. Not that it matters anymore. £1 million would be amazing if we won, but even if I got it, I have no idea who I'd even petition about buying our land back. I focus on working and training every second I can, because when I'm not doing those things, I'm usually crying. One dreary day in early March, Shawn surprises me by just stopping by. I went from seeing him a few times a week before Christmas to just once a week since. It's been hard enough to force my smiles and make small talk just the one time. Today's visit wasn't on the calendar. I pull about face up short. Hey, what are you doing here? Did I forget something? He shakes his head. No, I just decided to drop by. Oh. About face dances sideways and I tighten my reins, reminding him to stand still. The young ones always have too much energy for their own good.
This will only take a minute. Are you almost done?
Done?
On the horse?
I pat the big sorrel's neck. This is Five's brother. About face, remember? Shawn blinks.
Oh, okay.
He's never cared as much as I do about horses, but I thought he'd recall my star pony's little brother, especially since he saw me take reserve, second place, on the hurdle with About Face the day after my epic fail on Obsidian. To answer your question, I can cool him down now. Give me 10 minutes.
I'll wait by the big tree near the barn.
We stopped calling it the old barn because now it's our only barn. I wonder about the reason for his visit the entire time I'm cooling About Face down. When I hand him off to John, I've narrowed the possibilities down to 2. He's either proposing or he's dumping me. You don't propose out of the blue like this, by saying, it'll only take a minute, right? So maybe I've narrowed it down to 1. When I reach the big tree, I'm a little tense. What's going on? That sounds a little more aggressive than I intended, but I can't change that now. Shawn stands up and turns to face me, rubbing his gloved hands down the front of his slacks to smooth the wrinkles. Are you all right? Are your parents? He runs a hand over his face.
No, nothing like that. We're all fine. I'm sorry for being so cryptic.
Okay. He points at the barn.
It's super windy. Want to talk inside?
I do not want to chat with him where Alex pushed me against the wall and kissed me, but I can't tell him that, so I just say, sure. After we duck inside, I shove back all the memories that I usually pause to appreciate. Shawn looks edgy, nervous, even worse than me.
I need to get back for a meeting, but I just woke up today and had to see you.
What? He turns so that we're staring right at one another. It's super strange.
I always need to see you.
I swallow. You're standing in front of me.
No. What I mean is, every single day, I have this burning desire to see you. I yearn for you. Is that the right word? Maybe. Seeing you brings me joy. It makes me happy. And I know that might sound pathetic, but it's true.
A proposal? Is that actually happening?
And I realized, as I looked at my calendar, that it feels like you don't care whether you see me or not. You schedule me in, like you'd set up your hair appointment or a visit to see the dentist.
Oh, it's a breakup after all.
I want to ask you something, Chris, and I need an honest answer.
He drops down on one knee, and he pulls a box from the inside pocket of his beautiful wool jacket. He flips the box open. It's a gorgeous, deep blue sapphire. Huge, of course, with very large, very sparkly diamonds set on either side. If you hate this ring, you can pick anything you want. 12 rings, I don't care. I have no idea what to say. My question is this. Do you long to see me? Ever? And if so, then will you just marry me already? His eyes look full to the brim with sorrow, not hopeful and excited. He sighs then, long and slow. And Chris, if you don't long to see me, then let me go. It's the weirdest and quite possibly the saddest proposal of all time. I open my mouth to talk, but he cuts me off. Again. I know this might seem strange. He stands up, but he's still holding the box open. I should explain. I know it's my fault we're in this spot. When I was younger, I let my parents dictate to me, pick the right girl for me. I was too stupid to see that they had no idea what would make me happy. I was too weak to fight for you then, but I've come to the conclusion that I can fight anyone and everyone in the world for you. Except you. Shawn has always been very, very bright, and what he says hits me as exceptionally profound. That's what I've been doing. I've been fighting myself for him, trying to force myself to love him. But it will never work, because I love Alexander. I'm sorry, I say. I think you're right. I think the feelings I have for you are leftovers. I sigh. If what we had then wasn't so special, neither of us would want to find it again so badly. I reach forward and gently close the box. But I think we're both fighting too hard for something that isn't ever going to be the same. Shawn looks like he wants to argue with me. Maybe he wants to tell me that he's not fighting and that being with me again is easy. But he's pragmatic enough to know that he has his answer, even if it's not the one he wants. He hops up and hugs me abruptly, holding me tighter and longer than he ever has, and when he pulls back, a single tear rolls down his cheek. Then he gets in his car and leaves. It's such a British breakup. That thought makes me laugh, and then I start to cry. Because I should love him. It would be so easy. Even if his family's annoying, and even if we fight over where to live or how many children to have, life with Shawn would be effortless, relatively speaking. He's supportive and kind and sensible, and he works hard. But I can't change how I feel. And what I want is a bullheaded, superlicious, brash, powerful, breathtakingly handsome Russian shapeshifter who doesn't happen to want me. And that's why I can't stop crying. Chapter 22. Certified letters are never good news. In fact, I can't think of a single time in my entire life I've gotten a certified letter that it wasn't bad news. I've had more than my share of bad news the past 12 months, and I'm not keen on dealing with anything else. I stare at the letter addressed to Kristiana Liepa for way too long without opening it. But finally, I march into my dad's bedroom where he's still asleep and poke him awake. Dad? What? He sits up and rubs his eyes. Be honest. He blinks. About what? Did you gamble again? Is someone also suing me for the house? He splutters. Milo, what are you saying? This! I thrust the letter at him. He rubs his eyes and squints. Who's it from? A law office in England. Which is why I'm so suspicious. He and John spent a lot of time out when we were there a few months back. Could he have snuck off? Don't you think it is more likely that it has to do with Shawn? Why would Shawn send me a certified letter? He shrugs. I can't even afford to hire a lawyer, but even if I could, I've been good.
I swear.
Will you open it for me? Dad meets my eye.
Are you sure you want me to? What if it is from Shawn? It could be personal.
Like his bank is suing me for selling Obsidian Devil? It's honestly the only thing I can think of that might come to me from there. I looked it up. They can come after me personally for losses on assets pledged as collateral. I just didn't think they could do it now that we've paid off the note. But who knows? My English is decent, but it's much harder when I'm reading it instead of speaking. Plus, when half the words are bizarre legal ones based in Latin roots, the laws are confusing enough to make me nervous. My hands shake as I open the letter. But it's not from Shawn. It's from Alexander. Or his lawyer, anyway. Dear Miss Liepa, I read. Enclosed, please find the documents required to deed the 1,911-acre tract of land and large horse barn adjacent to your homestead back into your name. I almost dropped the letter.
What?
Dad stands up, dragging half his blankets off the bed in the process. My client, one Alexander Volkonsky, has purchased the land on your behalf. It took some time to process the deed, given that he's a Russian citizen, but he wished us to transfer it back into your name at the earliest possible date. Should you have questions or concerns, you may contact me, or you may reach out to my client directly at your convenience. I can't believe what I'm seeing. For all those weeks, I suspected that Shawn might have bought my land, and that there may be some kind of giant surprise waiting for me. He certainly offered to do it often enough. But Alexander knew me well enough to know I wouldn't accept money. And he just bullheadedly, brashly, rudely bought it in secret, and then gifted it back to me. I can't accept a gift like this, of course. Now, more than any other time in my life, I have a burning desire to win the Grand National so that I can repay him. I'd need to do that in person, obviously, which means I'd need to travel to Russia and see him face to face. I buckle down over the weeks that remain, working harder than ever. I've never been more determined to win a race in my life, even if it is the one race that scares me more than any other. My mother was determined to be the first woman to win the Grand National many years ago. We all went to cheer her on, and we all saw when she lost her balance, fell, and struck the support beam on the canal turn. She died in the hospital 2 days later. And I've never been able to make myself actually race in the Grand National. A woman did win a few years back, but I still think Mom would be proud of me for conquering her demons and mine. At least, I'm proud when I call up and register, and when I put my check in the mail, with a shaking hand, to run the hardest course in the Grade 1 steeplechase circuit. My desire to win that prize and take it to Alexander carries me all the way to Liverpool. But looking at the track, all the fear comes back. I have 3 days to get used to being here, to breeze the course, and to shore up my confidence before I'm due to race. I spend the first night drinking far too much. Which makes me think about the last time I was drunk. Alexander got me back to the hotel room. It makes perfect sense for me to call him now. But how can I? I don't have his phone number. Does he even have a phone number? Something in the recesses of my brain surfaces. That lawyer's letter. It said if I had questions, I could reach his client directly. At the time, I wondered if it was some kind of message. Was Alexander asking me to call him? Of course he was. How did I miss that before? I was an idiot. I call the barn and talk to Edwards. With a little bit of explanation, he combs through the house and finds that stupid letter, and then he reads me the numbers. It takes a few tries, but I finally get it written on my arm, and then I dial it. The numbers are weird. Like, to call Latvia, it's 371, but to call Russia, it's just one number, 7. Like calling America, 1. Why does England, which is just as fancy as America and Russia, maybe fancier, have 2 numbers, 44? None of it makes any sense. But when I get a voicemail, it is the middle of the night, isn't it? I start to talk. Alexander, it's me. You know me. I can change you into a horse. And you gave me an orange rock with a dead butterfly. Anyway, I'm about to race, and then I'll be rich and I'll come give you your money. Or if I'm not rich, I'll probably be dead. That thought makes me sad, so I start to cry. And I can't seem to stop crying. Because he left me. And now I'm here, but he's not. I almost wish you could just stumble again, because now I have to ride 5. And I love him, and I think he's great. But a lot of horses are great, and there are so many of them in the Grand National that I could totally get jostled. I mean, I've never fallen off a horse before, but everyone does something for the first time. Something hits me then. Like this. It's my first time calling you, and from a hotel phone too. I had to press a lot of things to dial out, and I think the receptionist is mad at me because she called my room 801 and not even by my name. I swear under my breath. Oh no. I think calling from a hotel's really expensive. I swear again. I should have used my cell phone, but it's roaming, so maybe that costs a lot too, and I have to save my money to pay you back. Bollocks. I should hang up. And then I do. Once I've told him how I feel, I realize how tired I am, and I curl up around my phone and go to sleep. Chapter 23. The next morning, there's a tapping at my door. Go away, I mumble. I groggily check my phone to see the time. I don't have to be up for another hour. The tapping continues. I'm going to kill whatever housekeeper won't leave off and let me sleep off my hangover. John and Dad said they'd feed 5, but the tapping's so bad that I can't sleep through it. Actually, it's transformed into something more like banging at this point. I shove myself up in bed, realize my hair's sticking out several inches away from my head in multiple directions, and decide I don't care. Nor does it matter that I'm wearing a ratty old shirt that Alexander ripped in one change or another, and that I sewed up again. Very badly. He took all his nice clothes when he left, and it's all I've got to remind me of him. Well, this shirt and a lump of amber. Not exactly very impressive mementos of our time together, but you work with what you have. I don't know who you are, I mutter, but you're currently wrecking my morning at 7 a.m., and I am not pleased. I slide the chain off the track and flip the lock. I haven't gotten truly drunk in a very, very long time, and if you have a problem with my Frankenstein-inspired nightshirt, you can... I whip the door open with a snarl and freeze. Alexander Volkonsky's standing in front of my door, wearing black pants and a charcoal sweater. His hair's grown out a little longer again, long enough to fall across his face again, but it doesn't quite block his flashing golden eyes. Are you comparing my shirt to Dr. Frankenstein or to his monster? He lifts both his eyebrows. Because the doctor was just sad, but I feel like the monster was misunderstood. I haven't even read the book, so I have no idea what I was saying, and I have no idea what he's doing here. Part of me thinks this is all some kind of dream. Are you going to invite me in, Zechonok? I think about my trashed hotel room and shake my head. No, I'm not. That's pretty rude. An old friend shows up, a friend you haven't seen in months, and whom you've barely called, and... Barely called? Why is my voice so high-pitched and squeaky? I force it down. When did I call you? Alexander's head tilts sideways. You called me last night. You don't remember? Last night's a big old blur, but I probe it, hard. And I vaguely remember crying and... Did I call Edwards? I close my eyes and wonder whether, instead of a dream, this could possibly be a nightmare. I open just one eye. Nope. Sinfully handsome Russian prince still standing there. About that. I wince. The thing is, I had a lot to drink last night and... Chris. I can't meet his eyes. I really didn't mean whatever I said. No? His voice is so querulous, and I can't help myself. I look up. No, I say. Not a word of it. He leans against the doorframe, his face both cocky and curious at the very same time.
What exactly are you imagining you might have said?
I swallow. I always say things like that when I'm drunk. I mean, I haven't been drunk much.
You were drunk on Christmas Eve,
he says. I roll my eyes. Barely. I mean, too drunk to drive, but not really drunk. Not so much that I don't recall what I said.
What do you usually say to men when you're drunk?
He leans toward me a bit. It's too much. Too early. I know how I look in the morning, and I can see how he looks, and they're not a match. Adonis and a hedge witch do not fit. The point is that whatever I did say, it wasn't true.
Even if you said you loved me?
I didn't realize someone could swagger with their tone, but now I know, and it's dangerous. Also, I want to crawl behind the door and die. Did I really drunk call him and tell him I loved him? I'm a walking cliché. Especially that. He bites his lip to keep from beaming.
I knew it.
Wait. I'm so lost. Knew what?
You barely said anything at all, other than warning me that you were worried you might die if you rode 5 times fast in the Grand National instead of me.
I roll my eyes. It's not that I really think I might die, it's just that
I looked it up.
All the mockery in his tone and expression is gone. He frowns.
Your mother passed away after a fall in the Grand National.
My nod's tight.
I'm so sorry. You never mentioned it before.
I shrug.
So I'm here.
He reaches for my hand. I shy back, scooting away from him as fast as I can without losing sight of him. There's no telling what he might do if I'm not watching. I don't need comforting. It happened a long time ago. He uses my retreat to advance through the door, shutting it behind him with an evil gleam in his eye.
But you've never raced in the Grand National before. I looked that up too.
You managed to dig up a lot of information for someone who spent all night on a red-eye flight. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. Wait, I called you really late. He smirks.
They have internet on airplanes, you know, and you're kind of stuck on there with nothing else to do.
They had a flight from Russia in the middle of the night? I cross my arms. He shrugs. Well, I'm sorry you flew all the way here, but I'm just fine, and I really don't need any help.
I'm glad you're fine.
He glances around the room and then casually, almost too casually, says,
I don't see Shawn here lending a hand.
So there are some things you couldn't find the answers to on the internet? I can't help my self-satisfied grin. A muscle in his jaw pulses in a very satisfying way.
Is he here as your boyfriend? I mean, I assume he is somewhere.
I look down at my feet. Not as my boyfriend.
So, you're getting married?
Something about his choked tone has my eyes shooting upward, and for the first time, his confidence looks shaken. No, I say.
You already are married?
Now he looks stricken. We broke up, I whisper.
You.
And then he's crashing into me, his arms wrapping around my waist and crushing me to him. Once our bodies are in contact from our knees all the way upward, one hand lifts my chin, and his mouth claims mine. He's not a gentle, considerate kisser. Alexander Volkonsky only knows one way to act. He possesses, takes, and conquers. And it's glorious. Kissing him, being claimed by him, is every single thing I remembered. His body's so large, so strong, and so unyielding that I melt against him. He pulls back for a moment and then another, simply breathing next to me, staring at my face, until I whimper, and he practically snarls.
Not being near you has been torture.
His voice is ragged.
Even when I played my last card, nothing.
Your last. Realization dawns. Do you mean the land?
The land that you were desperate to save?
He exhales, his breath warming my entire body and heating me up in places I didn't realize had gone cold.
The land you didn't want someone else to give you.
Because I wanted you to give it to me, I whisper. And he kisses me again, even more passionately than before. His hands drag upward, from my lower back to my shoulders, bringing me closer, closer, and impossibly closer still, until I can't tell where he stops and I begin. Somehow, it's still not close enough. It might never be enough.
The worst thing about leaving,
he breathes against my ear,
was knowing that he was right here with you, by your side. But I knew I couldn't win you by simply taking what I wanted. No. Like breaking a horse, you had to come to me.
And my drunk call? That's what he was waiting for? I should have gotten hammered long before last night.
Oh, yes, he says, you should have.
I'm glad you flew all night, I say. I've missed you for a very long time, since the day you left.
But you sent me away.
He blinks, his grip on my shoulders loosening.
You made me go.
Because you didn't really want me, I say. As soon as you didn't need me to let you use your magic, you stopped fighting about taking me with you. His eyebrows draw together, making a tiny number 11 above his nose.
No, that's not it.
Why did you leave then?
That day, when I stumbled.
He releases me entirely and drops to a seat on the edge of my bed. He closes his eyes.
I thought they were there. I was certain of it. The ground became terribly hot beneath my hooves, and I turned to look at the stands, and I saw Mikhail. That's why I stumbled. The second time I saw Boris. You weren't physically touching me, thanks to the saddle, your boots, and your gloves. I couldn't have done a thing to keep you safe. I was powerless and vulnerable.
Wait, Mikhail and Boris? Is that...
Boris Yurovsky and Mikhail Kurikin,
he says.
I'd been waiting for them to find me since the day I woke up, but the day had finally come. When they didn't come after me initially, I panicked a bit. What if they waited until it was just me and you? What if I couldn't keep you safe? I had no idea how many of them there were.
Did they find you? I can't believe I sent him away to deal with that alone.
When the curse was broken that very day, I saw it as a sign. I needed to get away from you and deal with my past. I needed to be clear of all that before I could risk being with you.
He shakes his head.
You'd been through enough.
And? He shrugs.
I must have been mistaken. If there's one thing they'd surely take note of, it was me moving back into my ancestral home. If it really was them, if they're still alive, they'd have come for me. They never did.
It's been months now. A shiver shoots up my spine, but not a good one, an ominous one.
Even when I was back in Russia, I couldn't find the Romanovs or the Kilkovs either. I searched every lead I could find.
He shrugs.
I'm sorry I stayed away so long. I needed to make sure you'd be safe with me, and I thought I'd give you time to realize that you cared for me.
I knew that all along.
I've been terrified that my desire to keep you safe might have made enough space for that stupid British moron to squeeze in.
I didn't have enough room in my heart for anyone but you. I clap a hand over my mouth. But it's too late. Alex has never smiled quite this big. Not once.
Say it again.
You.
Ha.
He stands up and begins to advance on me again.
Did I mention that I love seeing you wearing nothing but my shirt?
The inside of my stomach drops out. My body begins to tremble and I back up slowly. What did you want me to say exactly? I bat my eyes at him, wondering if it's actually cute or whether I look idiotic.
You said you felt a certain way about me.
His sideways grin is cockier than I've ever seen it. Why don't you tell me how you feel, and then we'll see what I want to say in return.
Kristiana Liepa, he says, from the moment you climbed up on me and rode me.
That sounds really dirty.
Oh, I should hope so.
I roll my eyes. Start over. He laughs.
Fine. From the moment I set my horsey eye on you that day at Down Royal until today, I have felt almost exactly the same. There's no one else in the world I'd rather be with. And that's why I was already in England when I got your message. I had lost patience with waiting on you, and I was going to be here for your race.
He was already here? I was out drinking, wallowing, thinking about racing on the track where my mom died alone, and wishing he was here with me. And he was already here? We're both idiots, I say.
But we both figured it out, in the end.
His eyes darken a bit and his gaze intensifies.
When you're willing to do absolutely anything for someone, when you're willing to kill anyone.
Kill anyone? I can't help giggling. You're really bad at this. You shouldn't talk about killing people when you're supposed to be telling me you love me.
Who says?
He frowns.
I think it would be sexy, knowing you'd do anything for me.
I wouldn't kill someone for you, I say. His mouth drops open.
No?
I shrug. And I won't ever have to. It's my turn to smile. I think that's what I love most about you, Alexander Volkonsky. You may be old, and you may be pushy, and you may sometimes act like a horse's rear end. But when it matters, I know you'll literally bury people alive to keep me safe. And that's a very good feeling. This time, he does not release me for any reason. Chapter 24. Alex really wasn't kidding when he said he came to make sure I felt as safe as I possibly could. Apparently, that includes bribing officials to allow us to change our farm's entry from 5 times fast to Obsidian Devil. But I sold him. I'm still staring at the slip that says, I'm riding Obsidian Devil in the Grand National tomorrow. I mean, I have papers that say I did. He shrugs.
I guess you bought him back.
Shawn will know something's up, I say. Alec lifts one eyebrow.
Is that going to be a problem?
I shrug. Probably not. I mean, I suppose he could also believe I bought you back again.
Is he here?
No idea, I say. I haven't talked to him since we broke up. I mean, we weren't officially together, but you know.
Actually, breakups and whatnot are pretty modern,
he says.
In my time, your parents kind of pointed and said, you're marrying her, and you just did it.
I have trouble believing that. Are you serious?
I mean, they'd point and they'd say that. The just did it part might have been a stretch, even then.
Did they ever tell you to marry someone?
My parents died when I was 11, he says, so no.
How did I not know that? I have a lot of things to learn about you, old man. He scowls at me.
Keep calling me that, and we'll see how much I share.
I guess we'll see, I say, because I have no intention of giving up my favorite nickname. No one else in the world knows how old you really are.
True enough,
he says. I hope you've stayed in decent shape. Have you spent any time as a horse lately? We're running the biggest race in the entire circuit tomorrow, so you'd better be ready.
I spent some time as a horse, he says. I'm sure we'll do fine.
Assuming you don't trip and fall and ruin everything again, I tease.
Yes, assuming that.
He reaches his hand into his pocket.
But even if you don't win the purse, trust me when I say, you can buy and do anything you want from here on out.
He pulls his hand out, and he's clearly holding something. He shakes his hand a little, clearly telling me to hold mine out too. What? I extend my hand and flip my palm over.
Here.
He drops an entire handful of gemstones into my palm. Deep red, a gorgeous cerulean blue, a rich, vibrant green, and several enormous diamonds. I can barely believe I'm staring at them.
I couldn't have your nicest gemstone be a gift from that guy.
Oh, please, my nicest.
And don't say that worthless piece of amber is more valuable, because it's not.
To me it is, I say.
Well, now you have some things for me that are indisputably more valuable, and there's plenty more where that came from.
The next 24 hours pass in a bit of a blur. The most notable moments being our practice ride. I'd forgotten what a joy it is to ride Obsidian, and the way he completely soothed John's and my dad's concerns about his absence and Obsidian Devil's last-minute substitution. You never handled my dad that well before, I say, and I don't think you ever even tried to get along with John.
First of all, he says, I had no idea what to do or say when you first turned me human again. And secondly, I wasn't trying yet.
He winks.
But now I'll do whatever it takes to make anyone you care about listen to me.
Just listen? I arch one eyebrow. He casts his eyes heavenward.
And like me, if that matters to you.
The day of the race, I'm in Obsidian's stall, running my hand down his sleek, shiny neck, when John bangs on the wall of the stall. Kristiana Liepa, you'd better be dressed. You're due for a weigh-in 10 minutes. Although I told them that Alexander's also back, they weren't delighted. John's still listed as the official trainer for Obsidian Devil on our paperwork. He's taking his role seriously, it seems. I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I'll head over right now. I'll saddle His Royal Highness while you're gone. John walks into the stall while I walk out. I get changed and jog over to the way out. It only takes a moment, and then I walk across to the handicap center with my ticket. John meets me there with Obsidian. We take his weights and get the designated amount slid into the compartments on the saddle that were made for this. It feels even heavier than usual, but that's probably just because of my nerves.
You ready?
John asks me. Well, let's see. My hands are shaking, my stomach's churning, and I feel like running into the smallest corner I can find and curling into a ball.
That's all fine as long as you don't puke. You've got to be within 4 ounces of your current weight for the weigh-in after the race.
Very reassuring. Thanks, John. He chucks me on the shoulder.
You've got this.
Obsidian bumps my hip, and I absently rub his forehead. I see Finn a moment before I hear him. Even with the Backstreet Boy in weight you're carrying over your saddle, you're going to be fine. Finn leads his horse. Some like it hot, next to me. He's a 9-year-old, 2-time veteran of the Grand National, and he looks as calm as Finn. Of course you're not worried. You've ridden in this melee a dozen times and only been unseated once. Betcher's Brook is a sadistic beast. He grins. But I reiterate, you will be fine. You're the second best jockey I know. I grin. Narcissist. Obsidian snaps at him, but it's half-hearted, and Finn smiles this time. Your horse is a real pain, you know. I told my mom to bet on me, but she liked Obsidian Devil at King George, and she insisted on putting 50 quid on you again. You better not let her down a second time. Or I won't get ice cream after this. I'd love to take you for ice cream. Finn's look is a little too intense, but my hands aren't shaking anymore, and my stomach isn't so queasy. Finn's a good friend. I heard about you and Shawn, he says. I meant to say something, but at first it seemed too soon, and then it just seemed too late. So, I'm sorry. Obsidian's ears perk up and he turns to me. He bumps my arm. 2 minutes until the parade, then the girth check, and then we're off.
We better mount.
Finn repositions his reins. Good luck, I say. If we don't win, I'd rather it be you who beats us. This is weird timing, I know, but can we talk after the race? Finn looks nervous, almost. It might be sort of crazy after the race, I say, but maybe we can grab drinks once things settle down, before I head back home?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Finn's holding my gaze a little too long. Obsidian whinnies and tugs. I pat his neck. It's all right, boy. We have time. Finn shakes his head and swings up onto Some Like It Hot. He circles around to line up for the parade, and I swing up too. Obsidian keeps turning back to look at me, for all the world like he's angry about something. We're about to race. We can talk about whatever is wrong later. Obsidian keeps laying his ears flat against his head during the parade. The onlookers are pointing, and I can hear the announcer jabbering about how the devil and I don't look good, how we're having another off day. I'll show them an off day. The other jockeys dismount for the final regirth, but I don't want to deal with Obsidian trying to send me messages in the sand or whatever. When I'm standing, it's easier for me to pretend he's a normal horse. Plus, unlike most horses, I know his girth's plenty tight already. Even so, with so many horses in an enclosed area, there's some shifting and general unrest. Earl Grey jostles me on the left, and Obsidian almost bumps into Brigadier General on the right. His jockey, Rex McComb, turns around and leans right up against me, grabbing my leg with one hand. Watch out, tramp. Get your hand off her, Finn says. He brings Some Like It Hot around, angling to press in between Rex and me. Brigadier General shies away and slams into me pretty hard. Finally, Rex steps back and remounts, and I have to pull Obsidian back before he has time to retaliate. I can't have him doing anything stupid. Not today, even if Rex is a tosser. Finn and the other jockeys all remount, finally, muttering and glaring at me and Rex. The horses are quite wound up, having passed the crowds in the stands and circled around almost to the first jump. The last thing they needed was an altercation between jockeys. Here we are, the announcer yells through the loudspeaker. John Smith's Grand National. Then the tape drops, and we all surge forward. I give Obsidian his head because I want us to push past some of the chaos. We hurtle toward the first fence, pounding across Melling Road, just a length behind Brigadier General and Some Like It Hot. This course has a longer approach to that first fence than any other race on the steeplechase circuit. My biggest concern with that first obstacle is that we may overjump it. It's not a huge fence, but there's a big drop on the back end. Overjumping it would put us at risk of bowling over or stumbling through that drop. And we're both keyed up and overexcited. Obsidian leans back into his hawk slightly, and then he sails over, not even brushing the spruce branches. I brace myself for the drop at the back end, but Obsidian lands so lightly, I can hardly believe it. Once we're past, I urge him around the inside and we pass a bay, a chestnut, and a dapple, just before closing in on the second fence. Usually I know all the other riders, and in theory I've studied them all for today, but 44 pairs is too many for me to remember them all by name. This next hurdle's larger than the first, and there's a big ditch in front. This one requires a little more momentum because it needs a big horizontal launch. He picks up speed just a bit, and then launches, landing lightly yet again. He recovers beautifully as well. I pull back on the reins a little as we race through, so Obsidian knows we should hold our position in the lineup until the ditch on 4, just like I told him I would. I plan to pull ahead some on 5, since it's an easy fence, but we end up shifting sharply left after a gray and a roan go down in a heap, and my heart rate spikes. Obsidian springs quickly, and we move clear of another horse sprawling out from the cluster just in time. We pass 2 horses while going over fence 5, but I notice Obsidian's hooves graze the spruce on this one. He can clearly feel the extra weight, and I worry. Obsidian and I practiced plenty, but the King George wasn't a weighted event, and we haven't trained in months. Is he too out of shape to hang in there? I make out the flash of Finn's colors just ahead of us as we approach the worst jump of the course, Betcher's Brook. It's one of the biggest fences, and it has a massive, nearly 7-foot drop on the back end. Clearing it for the first time in a massive bunch of horses at racing speed? I get why people compare it to jumping off the edge of the world. Obsidian sails over the front end easily, but with the drop behind, his head goes down hard. As he and I slam into the turf, chunks of the track fly every direction. Obsidian rights himself quickly and springs forward, correcting the speed of his gallop and rebalancing my weight. Before I've had time to even go over adjustments I'll make our next time around, we're up and over Foynaven, which is a small fence. It has, however, claimed its share of horses, coming as it does right between Betchers and the canal. We swing toward the canal turn with a little more speed than I'd have chosen, but I'm not entirely in control when I'm riding Obsidian. It's one of the blessings, and it's a drawback in some ways. The canal's a huge fence in its own right, but it comes just before a sharp left turn, and it rivals Betchers for the sheer number of jockeys it's unseated over the years, including my mother. There's a horse on either side of us as we bound toward it. I can barely breathe as we're forced into the canal turn, straight on, which will force Obsidian to pivot 90 degrees upon landing. It's exactly how my mom hit it. My hands tremble. The neurons in my brain all fire at the same time. Danger, danger, danger. But when I freeze, Obsidian takes over, pulling ahead of the other two horses beside us far enough to pivot without colliding with either of them. I'm not piloting him at all, but I manage to stay in the saddle as Obsidian rights our path. Finn swings wide to avoid losing his balance and falling off up ahead, and we pass him quickly thereafter. As if he can sense how much I want to be away from the canal, Obsidian puts on a burst of speed, passing Brigadier on the gap leading up to Valentine. He eases up a bit once we're past, and we clear the large fence beautifully, pulling ahead of a dark gray in the process. A smile creeps back onto my face, the tension and anxiety that had built up leading up to the canal finally dissipating. We may have been seated near the bottom, but now we're out in front. The crowd goes wild as we clear the smallish ditch and cross Melling Road, swinging past the completely packed stands. People are wildly waving signs. I tune it all out and prepare for the chair, the biggest and narrowest jump with another massive ditch on the back. We clear it, but Obsidian's tiring, and birch branches fly on all sides as we land. One of the branches gets lodged between my leg and the stirrup, scratching my leg through my pants with every stride. I ignore it as best I can as we breeze past the water on 16. We must have gotten lazy at the front, because as we circle the winning post, I notice the horses trailing us out of the corner of my eye. They're closer than I thought. I urge Obsidian ahead, but I can tell he's flagging a bit on the 19th fence. Yet another ditch. He knocks a whole flurry of branches down, which is normal for most horses, but it's anything but for Obsidian. That birch from the last jump still digging into my leg. Let's ease up a little. We're out in front. Don't worry so much. We take the next few fences slow and steady, and I focus on keeping calm, balancing perfectly, and ignoring the infernal branch that seems to be digging its way into my body, one bounding leap at a time. By the second fence of round 2, I can't take it anymore. I push up harder on my right leg to relieve some pressure on my left, and I reach one hand down to grab the branch. I've just touched it when my girth strap snaps, and the entire saddle cants to the right. I'm almost flung onto the ground as the saddle slides sharply. I reposition my legs, pushing hard on the stirrups on the left to adjust the position. The only thing connected to my saddle at all now is the breastplate that circles Obsidian's neck, but that won't hold it steady. How could my girth break? It was almost brand new. My panicked mind reviews the past 15 minutes frantically. John saddled Obsidian, and obviously he checked and double-checked everything. I'm distracted from my rehash by a fence approaching. It'll be our first fence since the saddle strap gave out. The cinch is still dangling on the left, slapping against Obsidian's legs and occasionally his belly. I consider giving up and going around it. Equipment malfunctions suck, but bowing out is the safe move. But Obsidian shows no fear, surging ahead, trusting me to stay on. The least I can do is follow his lead. He leaps as smoothly as he can, but even so, the saddle shifts. I slide right, and my heart flies up to my throat. This jump was a simple one, and it almost unseated me. I'll never make it when we hit Betchers, much less the dreaded canal turn. I consider unlatching the breastplate connections and just tossing the saddle. I could probably do it without losing my seat. I've ridden bareback since I was a child, and I regularly take jumps bareback as well. The saddle's more of a liability than anything else at this point, but losing the weights would disqualify us. We managed to clear the next fence too, and now we're bearing down on Betcher's Brook fast. Riding on an unsteady saddle feels like trying to stay on a bucking bronco. The thought of hitting that ditch without a solid connection to the horse makes me want to hurl. I do reach down and snag the unruly girth when it swings up high and flip it over the top of the saddle, clutching it as tightly as I can while still managing my reins. As we approach Betcher's for the second time, Brigadier General pulls up behind us on the right, and Some Like It Hot races toward us on the left. Obsidian has slowed dramatically to keep me safe, which I appreciate, but we're not going to keep our lead, not if we keep hanging back. I wish I could drop my feet from the stirrups and cling with my thighs, but the saddle will swing loose for sure without my legs in the stirrups to keep it centered. With the other horses approaching, I urge Obsidian to greater speed. His ears lay flat. He doesn't want me injured. We clear Betcher's Brook, and I manage to keep the saddle steady. I'm getting better at it, but it's not enough. Brigadier passes us on the outside as we pound toward Foinaven. I made it over before, but I can't stop thinking about my mom's fall. The closer we get, the harder it is to put that image out of my mind. Her small body, crumpled on the sod. All it'll take is one misstep, or one out-of-control horse to slam into us, and we're goners. A commotion behind me pulls my attention, and I glance back to see that Finn's horse clipped the fence at Betcher's. Finn loses his seat, rolling over himself into a heap at the corner of the jump. 2 more horses are close behind him. I don't even look forward as Obsidian clears Foinaven because I'm too worried about Finn. Surprisingly, even with the slight curve and my inattention, my saddle stays upright. I must be learning to compensate for it better. When Finn stands up, I breathe a hearty sigh of relief. Some Like It Hot, now riderless, thunders along next to us going into the canal turn, with Brigadier General now a full length ahead. We apex the turn, just like we're supposed to, but Some Like It Hot bumps into Obsidian and sends me and my cursed saddle slamming into the side rail, effectively crushing my left leg. An inferno burns its way through my thigh, and I drop down into the saddle, unable to post. The pommel slides back and forth, and I know I should just swing off. It's too many problems. I need to quit. Another horse passes us on the left, Earl Grey, and yet another edges past us on the right, a white horse. The masochist, I think. I can't help thinking about my mom and the pileup she caused when she fell. The horses careening over her. One of them clipped the back of her head as she was sitting up, and that's the blow that killed her. It's too dangerous what I'm doing, and we clearly aren't going to win. If we can't win, what's the point? I pull back on the reins. Obsidian glances back, one ear cocked. He whinnies. He's clearly asking whether I'm all right. My leg howls at me while my saddle slides back and forth like a stumbly drunkard on ice, and we've fallen back from first into fourth, soon to be fifth. No, I'm not okay. I want to scream and cry and shoot something. My mom's face swims in front of my eyes, and I want to explain to her that it's not my fault. I made it here, and I did everything right. Someone must have sliced my girth strap. No one could win under these circumstances. Tears well up, and when I turn my head to shake them off, I glance at the stands. An elementary girl with blonde hair and a cute little navy coat holds a sign that reads, "Chris and Devil. For your mom. For girls everywhere. Girl jockeys are here to stay." I can't quit now. Women have always had the odds stacked against us. Nothing's ever fair, and even though one of us won once, that doesn't mean it's enough. 100+ wins by men aren't leveled with one girl winning. We can't ever give up. We have to try harder, because for us, things are harder. I lean forward into a post, and my leg screams so loudly that I almost black out. But I tell my body to shut up. My mom wouldn't quit now, and I won't either. I pat Obsidian's neck. Let's do this. Catch them. We clear Valentine with Some Like It Hot still rocketing alongside us like a bumper car. My leg's throbbing, and every time I use it to keep from sliding off, it practically buckles. But we manage to pass the masochist anyway, which feels fitting, with the pain this race is inflicting on me. We only have 3 jumps left, and I try to think about anything but my leg. I pretend it's not really my leg, that it's someone else's. I pretend I've been shot in the middle of a war and I have to keep riding or the entire army will die. Obsidian leaps ahead, putting on speed I didn't think he had as we close on the ditch. We come up fast on Earl Grey as Obsidian leaps, and the pressure from the landing shoots pulses of heat up my leg and into my hip. I bite down on my lip until I feel blood in my mouth. I don't know where his last-minute energy is coming from, but Obsidian's powerful flanks push even faster in a massive burst of speed. And we clear the second-to-last fence with just a half a length separating us from Brigadier General. By some miracle, I've kept the cursed saddle on his back. By an insane amount of luck, we're closing on the front runner. My mouth's full of blood, and I turn and spit to clear it. I grit my teeth and hold the post position, urging Obsidian onward. When we fly over the last fence and we're coming up on the elbow, we're neck and neck with Brigadier. Rex McComb pulls him sharply toward us, and I know if he bumps me, we're done for. I need to prevent the impact, so I wrench Obsidian to the left, and luckily the course curves around the elbow so I don't slam into the rail again. We have room to pull a tight curve, but the saddle can't sideways, and my leg gives out. I collapse against it, both to save my leg and to try not to fly off. Brigadier pulls ahead. I can't tell whether he pulled ahead before or after we crossed the finish line. As Obsidian continues to slow, he glances back at me, and I realize that neither of us knows whether we won or lost. We both turn to look at the announcer. "We have a photo finish, folks! A photo finish!" The audience murmurs. Obsidian Devil whinnies. I grab his mane just to keep the saddle upright. Now that we're still, it feels almost harder to stay on. Not to mention the difficulty of ignoring my throbbing leg. But finally, an image flashes up on the large screen and the announcer bleats. "It's Obsidian Devil by a nose, with Brigadier General just behind. That makes Kristiana Liepa the second woman to ever win Aintree's Grand National Chase." I lean over and hug Obsidian's big, sweaty black neck, patting my martingale with appreciation for its role in keeping me in my seat. "We did it, Alex! We won!" The crowd's going wild, but I turn to look for one little girl. She's running toward the finish line, and her blonde hair shines in the sunlight as she moves toward us. I raise my hand and wave at her, and she beams. We didn't just win for me. We won for all of the little girls everywhere who needed to know that it wasn't just a token win last time. It wasn't a fluke. Life hurts sometimes, but if we don't quit, we really can do anything. Chapter 25. Things get really crazy after we win. I think about what must have happened, and I'm absolutely convinced that Rex cut my girth strap at the recinch. I register a formal complaint, and the officials disappear with my saddle for testing on the strap. They seem to agree with me that it was cut. They'll review the video feed, check Rex's person for anything he might have used, and search the strap for DNA. All in all, it's more than I expected them to do. I'd love it if that cheater had to pay. I stay upright for my official weigh-in, gritting my teeth the entire time against the almost constant pain in my leg. They draw blood from me and Obsidian again, just to verify we weren't on any performance-enhancing drugs. I secretly worry that his blood test might show something funny, but I'm not sure what we can do about it if it does. It takes a boost from an official for me to remount Obsidian, now blessedly bareback since the saddle's evidence. With my leg hollering at me, riding is feasible, but walking is completely out of the question. Obsidian trots over to the winner's circle, where a million bulbs flash in our eyes from the moment we arrive. I try to smile in between blinks, but my leg hurts so badly now that I worry my smile's more of a grimace. They're all hurling questions at me that I'd rather not answer. Do you plan to bring any actions against the person who tampered with your saddle? How do you manage to win without a saddle that was properly functioning? Do you think you were targeted because you're Latvian? Rumor has it you sold Obsidian Devil. Why are you riding him here today? Did you lose faith in your other pony 5 times fast? There are rumors you're set to marry Lord McDermott's son Shawn. Is that true? Ignoring them is simpler when I focus on my leg, but there are so many of them, and there's no clear path through which to escape. After a few moments, a familiar voice shouts at the gathered reporters. You've all gotten your photos. I'm sure these two are tired. Why don't you let them go? I follow the sound of the voice to his face. Shawn McDermott's yelling at reporters on my behalf. The funny part is, they actually move. He's always had a commanding presence for things like this. I slide down from Obsidian's back and Shawn walks toward me, arriving just in time to grab me when my leg hits the ground. If he hadn't been here, I might have crumpled. Obsidian neighs loudly. The cameras flash. Are you injured? What's wrong? A reporter asks. I wave them off. Just sore from the ride. They all smile and make dumb jokes that I ignore. Shawn puts his arm under mine and gestures to John. I notice my dad standing behind John, so I'm guessing they walked over together. Obsidian bumps me with his nose gently. He's staring at me intently, and then his eyes dart down to my leg. Then he bumps my arm again. I whisper, for both Shawn and Obsidian's benefit. I can't put weight on my leg right now. I hurt something when I slammed into that rail at the canal turn. I'm not sure what I did exactly. John appears and takes the reins from me. Let me cool him down. You go with Shawn. Obsidian neighs loudly, but there's nothing he can do for me. Not here. Not right now. I shouldn't have dismounted yet, I guess. It's okay. Once I can move again, I'll come see you in your stall. I rub his nose and he calms down enough for John to lead him away. Where did you want to go? Let's head to the stalls. I can't exactly tell him that I think Obsidian may be able to heal me once he's human again. Shawn frowns. Is Alex there? I almost choke, but I recover quickly. Maybe. Once I saw you on Obsidian Devil, I figured he had to be back. I want to tell him that it's not like that, but it kind of is. Lying to him won't help anything. I wasn't going to come, you know. Shawn angles us toward the stables and moves slowly, one hop at a time. But as it grew closer, I couldn't not come. We didn't work out romantically, but we're friends too. What kind of jerk would I be if I didn't come to support you in your biggest and possibly scariest moment? Thank you. And it turned out to be way scarier than I could have imagined. He shakes his head. What were you thinking out there, you lunatic? Shawn sounds genuine and sincere, and it makes me happy. The idea of us coexisting with nothing but positive thoughts about one another going forward is a good one. I wasn't thinking, I say. You shouldn't have done all that, just to earn the money to buy your land back. He shakes his head. I'm still happy to secure you alone, you know. The offer wasn't ever predicated on us dating. Actually, I already got my land back, I say. You did? He beams. That's great. How? Alexander was the buyer, it turns out. Shawn swears under his breath. I knew I should have bought it, but you were so firm when you said not to. I shrug. You listened to me, and I'll never fault you for that. But I didn't get the girl. He sighs. Note to self. Next time, less listening and more grand gestures. I laugh. Shawn looks around as if he's just registering where he's helping me hobble. He frowns. Why's Obsidian Devil in the farthest barn from the rest of the complex? I went by and saw 5. He's in the main barn. If you were in the main barn, we'd have been there a long time ago. I could probably explain that Alex showed up last minute and that there wasn't any space in the main barn, But we could have switched 5 and obsidian easily enough. The real reason why we took a space out here is that it's essentially empty, and I need very few people to be watching obsidian stall, or there will be no way for him to switch back to Alexander. We're still 24 yards from the overflow stable when I hear John shouting behind us. "No, stop! You stupid demonic beast! We just cooled you down. You can't drag me all the way to the stalls." When I spin around, that's exactly what's happening. Obsidian, exhibiting the worst ground manners in existence, is pulling John along behind him at a trot. They stop when they reach my side. Obsidian Devil snorting and pawing the ground. When Shawn and I just stare at him, he tosses his head, dislodging the lead rope. "This horse is still just as much of a lunatic as he ever was," John says. "Tell that moron Alex to take him back." I laugh. "I'll take it from here. Alex will be here to collect him any moment."
"But you can't even get to the barn without help,"
Shawn says. "Boost me." I look at Obsidian's sweaty back and suppress a cringe. I was up there a few moments ago. It's not like I'm not just as gross.
"You can't go riding around with him in a halter, bareback with an injured leg."
Shawn's looking at me like I've lost my mind. The same way he looked at me the day Obsidian Devil crashed our date. "It's fine," I say. "I swear, he'll be very careful with me."
"What if he spooks?"
John asks.
"We can't have our star rider, who's already injured, falling off and breaking her neck after the big race."
"Nonsense," I say. "Obsidian doesn't spook. It's one of his best traits." Obsidian Devil looks positively delighted right now, and it's annoying me.
"The thing is," Shawn says, "I can't really leave without—"
"Shawn," I say, "I'm so flattered that you're here and that you still care about me, but—" He clears his throat.
"It's not what you think."
He looks down at his shoes.
"But see, my dad said if I bumped into you, that I might check and see whether you still wanted to keep that heart-shaped diamond."
"Well, that's embarrassing."
"It's just that he thought we were getting married, or he'd never have suggested I give it to you, I guess."
His head snaps up and his eyes look pained when they meet mine.
"I know this is the height of rudeness."
I laugh. Laughing at a man in pain is also rude, and I know it is, but I can't help. "Oh, Shawn, it's hilarious when you think about it. I'm sitting here feeling sorry for you. I've started dating Alex, and I thought your feelings would be hurt, and I was trying to be kind. But really, you're only back to collect the 100,000 euro diamond you gave me."
200,
he says.
"Actually."
That just makes me laugh harder.
"So, is that a no?"
I finally manage to stop. "Not at all." I wipe the tears from my eyes. "It's not here with me, but as soon as I get home, I'll make sure it's available for you or your men to pick up."
"Thank you," Shawn says, "and I appreciate you being so understanding."
He turns to John.
"I'll leave her in your care. I think that perhaps my presence isn't needed any longer."
John's smiling when Shawn darts off.
"If you think I'm letting you boost up on this horse, you've lost your mind."
He insists on sliding his shoulder underneath mine instead, which is hard because of how short I am. If either of them would just let me touch Obsidian, he could probably start to heal me now. Assuming the injury's something that will heal on its own, I suppose. And maybe it's not.
"Your dad's going to flip when he hears you're dating that crazy trainer."
"Are you upset?" I ask. "About Alexander, I mean?" Obsidian Devil's trailing us, behaving us as meekly as a lamb now that I'm standing with John instead of Shawn. In fact, John's barely holding the lead rope. His deep black ears are turning slightly left and right, listening intently to this whole conversation.
"You probably think I'm a huge fan of Shawn's, given that we're both British."
John stops and then he sighs.
"But he hurt you years ago, and I never really forgave him for that."
Oh, that's a surprise. He never said a word against him. We're nearly at the barn,
just ducking under the covered patio out in front of it. And what kind of guy, whether it's his father's prompting or not, asks to get a gift back? He shakes his head. Rich people are the biggest cheapskates of all. I can't help chuckling at that. Actually, both of us are laughing when the support beam holding up the metal cover over the courtyard creaks, moans, and collapses sideways. It's so unexpected, so shocking, that none of us are prepared in the slightest, including Obsidian. The ceiling crossbeam strikes John on its way down, and I'm terrified as I'm knocked to my stomach that he's dead. I think I'm uninjured, except my leg, which feels worse, and a sharp pain in my shoulder where the impact of the fall wrenched it. I crawl toward John and press 2 fingers against his neck. I feel a pulse. Thank goodness he's just unconscious. I look around desperately for Obsidian, worried that since he's much larger, he could be more badly injured. I finally locate him. Perhaps as a defense mechanism, he shifted to his human form. It's definitely for the best. The ceiling was made of simple tin, but it's vast and heavy, and there's only about 20 inches or so between the ground and the new resting place of the tin above us. Alex army crawls toward me, and once he's close enough, his hand reaches for mine across the rubble. When I take it, a warm and buzzy kind of energy passes through me. My leg, blessedly, stops throbbing. The acute pain in my shoulder also lessens, and it finally occurs to my groggy brain that he might be able to help John too. He's unconscious. I gesture past myself toward John. That wasn't an accident, Alex says. They're here. Who's here? My heart rate, which had finally started to come down, spikes again. I couldn't figure it out before. It's why I finally gave up on the idea. How could Mikhail and Boris possibly still be alive, unless they were using the 3 of us to boost our powers for a preservation spell? He closes his eyes. Since I couldn't find any evidence that Alexei and Grigory are alive, I thought maybe I was the only one left. He opens his eyes. But now, they must be here to kill me. What? I know you said no destroying, he says. But Chris? His face is beautiful, even covered with grime, even lying sideways on the ground, even with desperately grim eyes. I'm not going to let them kill me today, which means I'm going to have to do a little destroying myself. Chapter 26. Yes, I practically shout. Kill them! Fast! Alexander chuckles. John's unconscious. We're both stuck under a collapsed building. Villains are here trying to murder us, and he's laughing. You're deranged, I say. I'm just proud of how far we've come. He's also naked, and it's freezing, and he's pontificating on this? You want me to do whatever it takes to keep you safe, and I'm the one wondering if there's another way. If it's the same guys you thought you saw before, they froze you as a horse for 100 years, and they're still alive, somehow, and now they're trying to kill you. So, yeah, I'd say eliminating them is an appropriate action. When you're mad about how this goes down, just remember, you told me to do it. There's a huge rumbling underneath me, and then the ground opens up and swallows me. Which really, frankly, is not at all what I had in mind. I try to scream, and my mouth predictably fills with dirt. It's really hard to cough when you're underground. All kinds of thoughts zoom through my head in this moment, some of them pretty morose. Presumably, Alex tossed me under here to keep me safe. But what if he dies? I mean, I hate to think it, but what if he isn't stronger than the 2 mega-villains who have somehow lived 100 years and they kill him? Would he just leave me stuck down here? That makes me flail around, and I realize that I'm not really buried underground. He moved me, using the earth to keep me from being seen, probably. I'm inches from the surface, which is probably why, when I'm no longer trying to scream and I expel the dirt I choked on earlier, I'm able to breathe. I push my way upward slowly and notice a lump next to me. I pull myself out far enough that I can scooch toward it. Is it Alex?
I tug and claw and yank until John's craggy face is exposed. So at least he's also hidden. Then I hear the boom. I leap from the ground and pelt toward the sound, realizing that Alex did entirely heal my leg at least, before burying me away from the action. Why did Alex move me so far away? I'm running as fast as I can, but I can barely make out 3 figures, standing just in front of the collapsed cover from the barn courtyard. Alexander's facing 2 other men, both of them large, both of them imposing. One of them's hurling fireballs at the other. The other. Suds. Svete Suds. Is that a lightning bolt? By throwing up huge walls of dirt, Alex manages to deflect most of the damage, but one of his arms is smoking, and the other is blackened. Can he really kill them? It's 2 on 1, and he has a bunch of dirt while they have flame and lightning. Plus, he just healed me and moved me and John, and he said that has a cost. What is the cost? How tired is he? If he was sure he could win, why did he send me away? I can't think this through, not now, not watching this. So I race, as fast as I can, as bravely as I can, toward the danger. I may not be able to do much, but somehow I got Alex to access his powers. Somehow, I was able to help him do things he couldn't before. He might need me again, and I can't just watch. Now that I love him, I can't stand and watch while he tries, and possibly fails, to kill the men who locked him in a horse's body and stole his ability to use his magic. They're all so intent on hurling things at one another that they don't even seem to notice me. Actually, that makes me wonder, why isn't every person within 100 yards running over here? Where are the paramedics, the police, and everyone? I slow down for a moment and look around. There are people milling around over by the main racetrack, and beyond that, there are loads of people near the main barn. None of them are even looking our way. One of them must have cast some kind of, cloaking spell or something. But if they did, why can I see them? It only makes me more determined to force my way to where they are and even up the odds a bit. Even if my only aid comes from distracting the bad guys. I'm a dozen feet away when I decide it's time to alert them to my presence. Hey losers, I say in Russian. If you think Alex is scary, wait until you see what I can do. All 3 of the men swivel toward me. Alex's eyes widen and his mouth dangles open. The other 2 men, who look almost the same age, early 30s, grin maniacally. And then they fling their fireballs and lightning bolts right at me. So much for distracting them. I clench my hands and close my eyes, expecting to be fried and fricasseed. I am a complete moron, and if I weren't about to die anyway, Alex might kill me. That's my last thought. Or it should have been my last thought. Except, when the fire and lightning hit me, nothing happens. The 2 guys look as confused as I feel. They shake their hands and then fling more fireballs and lightning bolts at me. This time, I watch intently as they simply disappear when they get near me. They start to swear, loudly in Russian, and then they turn tail and run. Alexander glances over at me in distress, and then his eyes follow the men. Go after them, I say. I regret my reassuring command almost as soon as I make it. He didn't seem to be doing that well against them by himself. Why did I send him after them? Wait, I shout. What about John? That distracts him and they duck around a corner. It only takes me a few moments from there to convince him to let them go. They could return any time, he says. You better keep me with you then, I say. Apparently, I'm like a magical vacuum. I expect him to laugh, but he just frowns. I'm kidding, I say. I'm not sure what you did, Zaychunuk, he says, but that was clearly some kind of magic. I swallow. You're connected to this somehow, he says, and I think it's time we do whatever it takes to figure out how. Whatever it takes sounds ominous. I'm not someone who ever wanted to be magical. I never wanted to fly or to own a unicorn. or to perform spells with my magical wand. Mirza's the one who liked that stuff. I'm the kind of person who wants both feet solidly on the ground. I want a nice home, some cute kids, and a husband who makes my friends jealous. I'd be fine with a huge castle or whatever, but I really want nothing to do with the lightning bolts and the fireballs. Maybe you put some kind of ward on me and you didn't even know it, I say. Or maybe it's like that wizard movie where the parents kept the kids safe. Maybe it's the power of love? Alex chuckles again.
I mean, that would be nice. But in my experience, love is nothing but a liability.
I wince at that, and he wraps a muscular arm around me and drags me up next to him. I realize for the first time that somehow he's not naked. You have clothes on. He grins.
My powers are back.
You're saying that all this time you could have...
Only if you were touching me, and you never wanted to get close to me when I was naked.
You're saying it's my fault I kept seeing all the things? His grin is now a full-blown, self-satisfied smirk.
All the things? And how do you like those things now?
I roll my eyes.
Let's see if we can get all evidence of our involvement in this erased and get out of here, because I doubt any one of the humans who runs this facility is going to be delighted to find that the base of 4 support beams was somehow incinerated at several thousand degrees, causing them to simultaneously collapse. I'd like to be nowhere near all this when they start investigating.
Ditto, I say. Chapter 27. John's fine, thankfully. He just happened to be knocked out at the perfect time. He had no idea what happened. And if I lied and told him that he tripped on a rock and hit his head, well, I stand by that decision. It's not going to do any good for me to start telling Dad and John that Alex is a horse shifter and a magician who can manipulate the power of the earth. They're mad enough that he decided to leave early with Obsidian Devil, and they're furious that I decided to go with him. Judging by the tone of Dad's voice on the phone, John has told him that Alex and I are dating.
You're both to head straight home,
he says. I will.
And you'll get separate bedrooms at any hotels where you stop.
Sure, Dad. I don't bother telling him that my horse turned into a human. And now, while they're painstakingly taking a ferry and driving from Liverpool to Latvia with 5 times fast, I'm flying home, by way of Russia.
Kristiana Liepa, Milu. Promise me.
I inhale slowly and then exhale. Yes, Papa, I will. When I hang up, Alex says,
Really? Separate rooms?
His eyes roam just a little bit. I laugh. You men are all so predictable. But there's nothing predictable about my first time flying first class. Whoa, I say. How much did these tickets cost? Shouldn't we have gotten economy tickets? Alex rolls his eyes and wiggles his fingers.
Did I mention that my province at home is absolutely full of 2 things that I can easily find and call to the surface anytime I like?
You might have mentioned it.
The world has changed a lot in the past 100 years, Zaytranuk. But one thing hasn't changed much. People still value gems.
And now they're hungry for oil, too. I ask him something I've been wondering. When the communist government collapsed, they just gave it back to your cousin's grandson? Why?
My cousin was smart. He was illegitimate, so he knew how to hoard wealth and how to use it effectively. After the revolution, he bided his time in Europe, investing wisely. He taught his son to do the same. The grandson wasn't quite as skilled, but he still managed to worm his way back to Russia, bribe the right people, and buy our ancestral land for a song once his friends needed a favor he could provide. And I've been able to pick up where that grandchild helpfully left off.
I guess I'll take your word for it. But the second I sink down into the plush leather of the first-class seat, which should really be called a bed, I resolve never to question him again. This is amazing.
Think your father would object?
Alec reaches over slowly and covers my hand with his.
I mean, we're awfully close here. And we're reclining.
He lifts his eyebrows.
There's no telling what I might do to you.
Alex, I hiss. Then I cut my eyes toward the flight attendant walking past. He yanks the curtain next to his seat sideways, and suddenly, we're in our own private area. I giggle. My father most certainly would not approve.
Is this a bad time for me to ask you about the heart diamond?
He frowns.
The one that Shawn's father wants you to return?
I blink. A bad time?
I heard what he said. He came over to congratulate you, but also to ask you to return a gift.
He shakes his head.
Horribly tacky.
Why? I ask. When you dumped your many girlfriends, you never asked any of them to return a particularly lovely gemstone? His fingers gently stroke the top of my hand.
I never liked any of the women I knew well enough to call them my girlfriend.
Oh? Something about that makes me uneasy. And you still don't? He twists my hand over then, intertwining our fingers.
I don't like you well enough, no.
His voice drops even lower then.
Because I love you, Kristiana Liepa.
My heart skips more than just a beat. It skips all the way around the corner. You do?
I love your laugh. I love your smile. I love your lower lip. I love the way your hair always gets a little fuzzy when you're writing, and the way you brush it back from your face. I love the way you hum to yourself when you're preoccupied, and it's never on key, but you don't seem to notice.
I swat at him with my free hand. Stop.
You are everything I didn't know I wanted, and now that I've found you, I would never, ever ask you to return anything. If you dumped me, I'd follow you around pathetically, begging. I'd bury you in heart-shaped diamonds.
I'm laughing now. Would you?
In fact.
He releases my hand, pivots a bit, and drops to one knee.
I did some research, and I know your mother's American. It's a little unclear what they do in Latvia, but in America, the men get on one knee to do this for some reason.
Maybe the plane's circulation system is malfunctioning, because I suddenly can't breathe.
Zaychenuk, I know your dad won't be pleased. I know Shawn will probably cry all night when he hears. And I realized recently that even your stupid jockey friend who rode me the day we met likes you. Every guy around you falls prey to your honest charms, and I'm no different. But please, pick me anyway. Be mine forever.
I swallow. He pulls something out of his pocket. It's not a box. It's not a bag. It's a tiny platinum band with a huge pale blue stone set on top of it. It sparkles like a clear lake on a sunny day.
I need to explain something before you answer me, he says. You mentioned past girlfriends, and I think I failed to make something clear.
Okay. He's still kneeling as if it doesn't bother him at all, even with the plane's turbulence.
I've been alive for quite some time now, and I've met a lot of women. I've also found quite a lot of stones in my lifetime. Most of them, like the women, were quite beautiful. In fact, each was unique in its own way. The amber I found for you had a butterfly inside of it. Diamonds sparkle in ways that the entire world recognizes as spectacular. I was able to buy your land from you by locating exquisite and rare demantoid garnets on your own property. I also located garnets you had never even noticed were present. They were buried so far beneath the earth.
But he holds up the ring.
But this stone can't be found anywhere on earth, other than a few select mines in India, South Africa, and Australia. This one, specifically, came from India because it was the closest to me.
Wait, you found it?
Blue diamonds sell for almost $4 million per carat. I did some research and found that this was the single most expensive stone in the world. Of course, you needed the largest one that could be found, with the most impeccable purity and clarity. My jaw drops. This one is almost 4 carats, and it's flawless. I almost got shot the day I stole it.
I gasp.
But don't worry, they didn't catch me, and I'd have been able to heal even if I had, so it was fine.
Alexander Volcom—
Just listen. You can chide me later.
I sigh. Go ahead.
You're unlike anyone I've ever met. When your entire farm was at risk, you blew the money that could have saved it on buying a horse who needed your help. And when you found out that I wasn't really a horse and your entire purchase was a total waste, you didn't rail and complain and demand money from me. His eyes soften. You are both fierce and kind at once, through and through. And even though you're impossibly small, Zaychunuk, you never stop fighting for what you want and for what you think is right. He slides the ring on my finger. I know, I'm supposed to wait for you to say yes, but I've learned with you not to wait, not to listen, not to argue. Just do something that matters to me. And if you really object, you'll show me with a right cross to the face.
I would never.
Spare me, he says. You already have.
My answer is yes, you boorish brute.
I thought so, he says. Because even with as amazing as you are, I'm also quite the catch. I mean, how many guys could steal a blue diamond, the most valuable stone in the entire world, for the most valuable woman?
How romantic, I say. You stole me the diamond you proposed with. He snorts.
Those morons would never have found it. It was entirely the opposite direction from where they were mining, and 100 yards down to boot. If we're being honest, I stole it from their great-great-great-grandchildren. Maybe.
I'd have been happy with a plain metal band.
But you'll be showered with jewels anyway, he says. In fact, I propose we send that idiot an entire box of rocks when you send him that necklace. Show him that you don't need him or his diamonds, because you're going to be cared for by someone much better instead.
You're like a male peacock, fanning his feathers. He shrugs, stands up, and sits back in his seat.
So what? I got the most brilliant female peacock of all time. I should preen.
Aren't you worried? I ask. Those two guys are still out there. It's not like you've hidden who you are.
I think I'm safe at home. They waited for me to leave. That gives me the upper hand. I can plan when and where I'll see them.
I can't stay in Russia, I say. I have to go back to Latvia.
And I'll come with you, he says, for as long as you want. I can set up the same wards and protocols at your farm that I've laid at home. We'll be safe in either place.
Protocols?
Guards who sweep at intervals, security cameras, perimeter dogs, that sort of thing.
Whoa, I say. That sounds intense. Alex takes my hand, sliding his fingers between mine and turning my hand so that the back is facing up.
See that rock?
He meets my eyes.
That says you're mine now, and I always protect what's mine. They won't catch me off guard ever again. I promise.
The end. This has been a production of My Queendom for a Horse, written by Bridget E. Baker, read for you by Cindy Gunderson. Copyright 2023, Bridget E. Baker.